Okay, guys, we are back to more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we just kind of spent the day with Aspen. We did some some flower pressing. It was a lot of fun. It was super cute. As always, everything tends to be in this game. And we are back for Halloween, which I'm really excited for. Again, listen, I know it's a ton of work. I know it's a ton of work. And if this doesn't happen, I'll be a little sad. It's not going to be like I'm going to count points against Please Be Happy if it doesn't do this. But if we could get like a new portrait or something, even just a CG. I can't. Even just a CG, as if CGs aren't like super like a ton of work to be put in by the artist. A CG of them in costumes or something like something. I want a little bit of dress up. It's Halloween. Come on, we can get that. Hopefully. Question mark. With all that being said, let's just go ahead and jump on into it. As the day winds down and starts to get darker, a light breeze starts to pick up. Not enough to be cold, but enough to make me glad I have my jacket. Aspen, Juliet, and I sit out on the front porch with the lights on, watching the road.
How long until people start showing up?
You know, it's easy for me to imagine these two doing that, but just because of like the way that Juliet is dressed, it's hard for me to imagine her just like sitting out on the porch because I'd be sitting there the whole time like I'm not getting like my cape or my sleeves or my pants dirty. Am I like a single speck of dirt? It's like it's over for me. I could never with the way that she's dressed.
Soon, I'd imagine. The early evening is when most trick-or-treating begins.
They'd better hurry before Miho eats all the candy. Can't argue with that.
I unwrap another piece and stuff it into my mouth, shoving the wrapper into my pocket with a bunch of others.
Maybe if you go knocking on doors, you could convince people you're a kid in a costume too. That way you could get your own candy.
Hey, from where I'm from, even if you're like an adult, if you go trick-or-treating and you're in a costume, all you need is the costume and to say trick-or-treat, and people are always willing to give you candy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Do you think that would work?
It's hard to talk with my mouth full of chocolate and caramel.
No, but it's funny to imagine.
Oh, look! Here come a few of them now.
Sure enough, a group of 3 kids appears at the bottom of the hill and start making their way up towards us. I stand up, the giant bowl in my hands. Dude, I'm killing it with the reading today. We're like 4 sentences in that I've read, and I haven't messed up once.
Oh, how cute!
One of the 3... One of the kids has a white sheet draped over them with big holes cut out for the eyes. The other 2 are dressed like characters I've seen on TV. The 3 of them hold out open pillowcases, and I toss a handful of candy into each one. Listen, there's 3 of them. I said one of the 3, so even if I had continued, it would have been right.
Here you go.
The 3 with the big eyes goes... Wait, the one with the big eyes goes even more wide-eyed.
Whoa, that's a lot! Thanks a bunch! Wait, was it? Should I take some back?
Aspen swats me
You can't
gently.
do that.
The 3 kids hurry off, probably. That'd be such a funny image. She throws in the candy. Oh my gosh, that's so much. Oh no, you're right. Shoves her hand and starts robbing this child of the candy she just gave him. The 3 kids hurry off, probably afraid that I really was going to reach in and reclaim some of the candy. I sit back down.
How much am I supposed to give them?
Usually a piece or two, but it's not a problem. We still have several unopened bags inside.
Great.
I grab another piece for myself and munch on it.
Well, in that case...
Aspen reaches over and picks out a couple candies for herself too. It isn't long before the next batch of kids shows up, with another close behind them. The second group even has some parents accompanying them. It gets later and later, but more kids start arriving, rather than less. I hand out candy until my arm gets tired, and Aspen takes over. More than once, Juliet has to go inside and get more bags of candy to refill the bowl.
This is more work than the library on a busy day.
It absolutely is. I didn't realize as a child how much work Halloween was for people. Even my first day of work, when Aspen helped me run the desk, felt less busy than this evening does. But also, it's a lot of fun. Many of the kids have creative costumes, and I even recognize some of the characters they're dressed as. The less creative costumes are still cute too, and it's nice seeing so many happy smiles as they walk away. Ooh. Listen, as soon as the song comes in, I'm like, oh, it's just so relaxing to hear. It's not until the moon is high in the sky that the trick-or-treaters stop showing up. We can still hear the occasional whoop and shout from the streets nearby, but no one else comes up the path. The big bowl of candy is nearly empty, with less than a full layer left behind. A bunch of empty bags fills one of the recycling bins. In the end, we manage to go through all the candy Juliet bought. After about 10 minutes without any more kids, we finally get up from the porch.
I believe we can call it a night.
That was certainly the busiest Halloween I've ever been a part of.
Really? I didn't know if that was normal or not.
For Welly, maybe. But I don't get many trick-or-treaters at my apartment.
Yeah, I always thought the idea of like trick-or-treating in like an apartment building would be fun, but I'm also like, you probably just get like no one there, you know?
At home, there are like maybe 5 kids in town at any given time.
Oh my gosh, your town is tiny. Holy crap.
More candy for you.
Speaking of which, I hope I can count on the two of you to finish off the leftovers we have here.
You don't even have to ask.
I'd better take what I can before Miho claims it all for herself, shouldn't I?
Not if I beat you to it anyway.
Laughing, the three of us clean everything up and then finally head back inside the library.
That was quite fun, but I do think I'm ready for bed.
What? What's up with Miho's face?
Is something wrong?
I barely register her words. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. As soon as I walk through the front door, I can tell, but I can't place what it is.
Miho?
Both of them stop walking, watching with concern. Is this gonna be like someone like broke into the place? Like that's immediately what my mind went to, is like someone like broke in here and she can like hear it or like smell or like something like slightly off. That's immediately the things I'm getting to, is like her like fox senses is like kicking and she can like tell something's wrong that the other two can't. Both of them stop walking, watching me with concern. Finally, it hits me.
It's cold.
It's cold.
Oh, is there a window open somewhere that shouldn't be? It doesn't take me long to spot the source. One of the windows near the shelves, not far from Aspen's usual table, is wide open. The curtains flutter with the breeze. The two of them follow my line of sight.
Did we forget to close this? But then, that doesn't make sense, does it? Why would we have just opened one of the windows?
No. Either someone broke in or someone was already here and they broke out, which is one of my biggest fears. Like, there are so many, like, videos or, like, reportings of, like, people, like, living in other people's houses at the same time that they're still there. Like, like,
We wouldn't. That window was definitely shut earlier.
It's Halloween. Maybe some kids snuck in here as a prank. Is anything missing?
The three of us look around, inspecting the shelves, front desk, and everything in between. If something's gone, it's not immediately visible.
I can't see anything out of the ordinary.
Me either.
Yeah.
Something still doesn't sit right with me.
I'm gonna go look upstairs.
The other two follow behind me. Juliet goes to check her office, but it appears untouched. Aspen waits at the top of the stairs, watching. Meanwhile, I go to my room. Grabbing the handle, I push the door open and turn on the lights. I can hardly believe what I see. My window is open to... Was it silver? That's kind of where my thought went, my mind went to, because I'm like, there's not like a whole lot of other characters like in the story. Like there's like 10, maybe. But like then I had to start going through like all those, like who would actually like break into here? My bed sheets and pillows are strewn across the floor like someone climbed across the bed. What few other possessions I have are also scattered around the room as if a tornado had blown through. Sorry, I'm just trying to shift my chair forward. For some reason, it keeps rolling back, and I don't really know why it is. Hang on. There we go. Now I can actually sit up straight while having my face near the mic instead of actually lean forward. Hee. What other few possessions I have are also scattered around the room as if... Okay, alright.
Is something amiss?
I can hear them both hurrying my way as I remain frozen in the doorway. Behind me, Aspen gasps as she gets a glimpse of my room.
Why?
I have a feeling I already know the answer to one of those questions, but not the other. Stepping inside, I mechanically pick up my things and put them back where they belong. Everything is here except for... Why would Silver take the scroll? Okay. Why? I check under my bed and in every nook and cranny just to be sure, but it's gone. The fact is all I need. That fact is all the confirmation I need. I push my way past Aspen and Juliet's shocked faces and dash back downstairs. They don't try to like stop her at all. They're just like, yeah, okay, go off, queen, do it. Like, that's so weird. Both Aspen and Juliet shout, okay. Both shout after me as I barrel out of the library, but I ignore them both. The instant I'm outside, I transform and keep running. There's no question or doubt as to who took my scroll. The question is why. As angry as I could be, I force myself to stamp that feeling down, at least until I know Silver's reasons. That's way more mature than I could be in this moment. The path to Mount Victoria is more crowded than I've ever seen it. Both the roads and sidewalks are full of people, mostly parents with their kids. Some of them point or cheer as I run past, but I don't give them a second thought. None of them try to stop me or get in my way. By the time I climb the mountain and reach Silver's part of the forest, it's dark. She isn't in any of her usual spots, but I can sense that she isn't far away. Racing through the darkness, I keep my nose near the ground, hot on her trail. Then suddenly, just like last time I find her, she moves in the darkness, a patch of shadows that's a different color than the rest. Her bead glows as vibrant as ever, illuminating her wrist. It shines on the unfurled paper in her hand. Like always, she waits with her back to me.
Of course I did. Give me back my scroll.
I keep my distance, but reach out my hand. She's just a few steps away. Tilting her head to look up at the starry sky. No, not the sky, the trees. I follow her gaze upwards and realize... Oh, I had a panic. I thought that she was going to look up and be like, oh, your scroll, it's like all scattered and like torn up and all up in the trees, just like caught on branches. I follow her gaze upwards and realize something. I've been here before. I recognize this tree. I recognize this tree. It's the one the bird fell from. That makes me pause. Has she been wondering about it all this time? Is this her way of asking? She did follow me all the way home. I soften my voice, but know that I may as well be blunt.
Died, you know. They weren't able to save it.
Her posture doesn't change, but by the subtle light of her bracelet, I can see her fingers clench the edge of my scroll more tightly.
The woman who rescued it. She said the same thing that you did. That's just how nature is.
Silence. Gritting my teeth, I try to contain my growing frustration. Normally I can tolerate her silence, but tonight, instead of just coming to talk like she knows I would, she steals my most beloved possession and makes me... Well, not only that, but she also just trashed your entire room. Like, it's not that... Not only did she steal from you, like, she, like, violated, like, your space, you know? And, like, treated all of your possessions as, like, they don't matter. So, like, yeah, no. Anger is justified. Also, she can ignore me.
Don't you have anything to say? You must have come here for a reason, didn't you?
More silence. Not even a breeze disturbs it. Finally, I've had enough. I step forward, snapping a branch beneath my shoes.
Answer me, damn it! Stop acting like you don't care about anything!
Ooh. That gets her attention. She looks at me over her shoulder, face hidden except for her eyes, and then faces me.
To happen upon another burn, more broken than the first. Would you still try to save it?
Is this her way of actually like asking for help?
Of course.
Even knowing that your effort is likely to be futile?
Yeah, even then. At least there's a chance it would work out.
You speak like a human, fighting against the inevitability of death. While we could watch the river of life from its shores, you choose to struggle upstream. Why?
Why? Because otherwise it all just passes by. I did what you said and watched from the shores for so long because I didn't even think about joining it. But once I did, once I let someone pull me in, I realized I like it more this way. It's hard sometimes. I haven't even been trying that long, but those hard times just help me appreciate the good ones more. Or even at all. There's someone I met who was also afraid of getting hurt, and someone else who was afraid of just passing by. They showed me that those are parts of life too, just like death is for a lot of people. Who cares about living forever if you don't care about being alive? Immortal or not, it's all we have. You and me, my friends, that bird, it's the same for all of us. I could have run away. I thought about it a million times. It would have been a lot easier than staying. But I did stay. And so now, here I am. Someone took a chance on me once too. Even if I wouldn't have died, they still saved my life in a way. I thought it would be impossible for someone like me, like you and me, that it wasn't even worth the effort to try and change things. But I was wrong. And I'm glad that I was. And so that's why I do the same thing all over again, with the burn. Because if there's even a chance, it's worth trying.
Although I don't say it, I can't help but think even talking like this is something relatively new for me, unlike Silver, who talks more like Aspen's old books most of the times. It just goes to show that there are lots of different paths our lives could have taken, but they both brought us here together. While Silver is still thinking about what I said, her eyes suddenly go wide at the same time that I feel something warm on my neck. Holding my necklace where I can see it, both Silver and I just stare at as my bead brightens before our eyes. The glow intensifies to the point that Silver has to shield her eyes and look away, although somehow it doesn't bother me. What is happening? Oh, things are going down. I also watch as another eyelash thin crack appears, and then another. For a moment, I half expected to just shatter, but it just stops after the third crack, still holding itself together. The light from it also dims a little bit, but it's still brighter than it was. When I let go and it falls back against my neck, my bead feels heavier than normal too. Silver is able to look at me again, and though the shock has faded from her expression, her eyes still stay fixed on my bead. She laughs, but it's humorless. Shaking her head, she continues to stare at my necklace instead of my eyes.
I had hoped that by looking at this, I might be able to learn your secret. Some magic spell or incantation that you had invoked. At the very least, I thought I might understand. Even as I read it, I thought that I must be missing something. For what meaning could such simple instructions hold? Even as you arrived here, I hoped that perhaps you would reveal some missing part of the puzzle.
The freak are you talking about?
So golden was your light as I approached your library that I thought it must be someone else. So bright that I could see it clearly. The same color as the person close to you. Now, I don't know if I should be disappointed or not to find there is no secret to these words. Is there? Holding my scroll in front of her face the same way I held my necklace, her eyes glide across the characters. Please be happy.
I didn't want to say it, but as soon as she said like she could actually read, I was like, oh my gosh, is that what it's gonna say? Oh my gosh, please be it. Who? I'm counting this as a dub. It is her being happy and the happy memories that she and her friends have that's powering up her necklace. That's totally what it is.
What simple nonsense. And yet, how could I deny that you've taken it to heart when your very aura tells me your truth?
It's all I can do to blink, to breathe, to stay standing upright as the world narrows to just the two of us, all awareness of anything else falling away from me. Confusion is just as plain on Silver's face at my reaction as I struggle to speak.
You can read it? That's what it says?
After years of looking and trying to understand, and she can read it just like that? Silver, who says she cares nothing for people and their lives or culture. I'm not the only one stunned. The parchment falls from Silver's hands as she drops it in shock. The parchment falls from Silver's hand as she drops it in shock. It flares to the ground and stays there, even as a budding breeze starts to blow. The shock changes into understanding, and then Silver laughs. Really laughs for the first time I've ever seen. Her usual dignified and threatening poise is gone as she laughs so hard that it echoes around the woods. Clutching her chest is all she can do to remain upright as she acts like she's heard the world's funniest joke. Still, just like earlier, I'm not sure there's any humor in it. Finally, with a groan, she retrieves my scroll and then straightens up, wiping her eyes.
Serious, aren't you? You never knew what it said before now.
No, we're just learning how to read. Stop. I shake my
I'd
head.
call you a liar if you were anyone else. You've made a fool of me without even trying. Or rather, I've made a fool of myself.
That's what I was gonna say. We totally didn't do anything to make a fool out of you. That's all you, girl. That's all you, Silver.
I thought your glow was the result of those words. But you achieved that by yourself. Whatever it is you feel, it's something you've learned on your own, isn't it? You truly believe all the things you said.
Maybe not on my own. I had a lot of help along the way.
That's also what I was saying. The thing, like, she didn't do this all by herself.
I mean it. Every word.
I reach out a hand again, taking a step forward, then another and another. I stop just in front of Silver. All she has to do is take the final step forward. Please, please. I don't demand anything, just reach. She eyes my hand warily, like a stray dog trying to decide if it should trust someone. I hold my breath, waiting. With a rustle, she pushes the paper into my hand, and then backs away, looking at the
Your path
ground.
is different than mine. We may have more in common than I once thought, but I still cannot follow behind you.
But why?
Though I can understand why you walk it.
I
don't
nod. Oh,
understand
sorry.
why you said no.
mm.
I hope you change your mind someday.
Perhaps. Although, I do not think we'll meet again.
What? Why? What, Silver, where are you going? No.
Why not? Are you leaving?
Soon. I don't know when. I haven't decided. But I made up my mind before I ever visited your library.
Oh,
You're disappointed.
I am. You're the first other Gumio I've ever known. You're like family, I guess. Didn't you call us sisters before?
Silver blushes, averting her eyes.
Perhaps.
Then that's what we are.
That's simple, is it?
It really is.
Silver shakes her head and looks around, regaining a bit of her standoffish composure. This is about the time when she typically transform and
At
run
least tell me
away.
before you leave, okay? Whenever it is.
She hesitates, but then agrees.
Goodbye, Miho.
No, I wanted you to come into the fold. I wanted you to hang out with us and be friends. No, don't leave us. I thought we were liking ya. We were buds
Bye,
now.
Silver.
And then you're leaving? Oh. Bye, I guess. She walks towards me rather than away and comes to a stop right beside me. We both face in different directions. Slowly, she raises a hand and awkwardly pats me on the shoulder just once. By the time I turn my head to look at her, all that I can see is a disappearing gleam of silver fox fur as she blends into the night. I'm alone, but I don't feel alone. Looking at my scroll, there are a few new creases from where silver held onto it, but they don't mess up the writing or anything. It's just another record of what we've been through together. The breeze from before picks up, making the paper flutter in my grip, and I use two hands to hold it. Seeing without reading, I let my eyes wander over the familiar characters. It's funny, all this time I spent not knowing what they said, just to find I've lived them all along, or at least I started to. Happiness. That's a new one for me too, I think. Another abstract concept that that didn't seem meant for me, but like everything else, it got easier along the way. I roll my scroll back up and store it safely in my pocket. The woods are dark as I walk through them, but I'm not afraid. The shining light of my bead brightens the path, leading my way back home. Oh no! This is like also exciting, but also so sad. We're starting the final chapter. Okay. That was really good. That was really, really good. Although I'm a little sad that we didn't get any of the girls in costumes, but that's fine, I guess. Whatever. But oh my gosh, also like look at this art. I love the color, the choice of colors for the background, and the way like it's all like done and everything. And also just like the art in general of Aspen here is so cute and beautiful. We're in the last chapter of Aspen's route. Obviously, there's still more. There's still more, but that means our time with Aspen, like being our main girl, is coming to a close, and that's simultaneously exciting because again, I've been like missing Juliet. I'm like, she's like kind of been really in the background these past like chapter, you know, like she's been here and there a little bit, but like I miss her. But also when we get to Juliet's thing, to her route, and Aspen kind of disappears out of it, I would be so sad. I would be so sad that Aspen's just like a background character now and not our main girl. You know what I mean? So simultaneously very exciting and also very, very scary. So as if that isn't kind of like the point of this, is like, you know, all these good things will come to an end eventually, but it's about being happy along the way. You know what I mean? But yeah, oh, the pink grass at the bottom is so cute too. I'm so excited for this, but I'm also so scared. Cause honestly, a big reason why it took me so long to get back to this, outside of just having to replay all of it, uh, you know, off screen, is just the fact that I'm like, it's so good. I'm gonna be like devastated when it's over and I don't have any more of it to read. But then I also realize like, hey, I'm just stopping myself from enjoying something for the fear of it ending. Why not just enjoy it while it's here, essentially? That's how I'm looking at it now. That's how I'm looking at it. I think that's just a better way of looking at life. Again, sort of what this game is trying to teach you is just being happy and enjoying the things you enjoy, and not like be like it's not pushing away the things that make you happy, essentially. Or at least that's like part of the point of the game to me. That's what I'm taking out of some of it, you know. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one when we start the final chapter. We might only have like each of the chapters have been around like 8, 9 episodes, depending on how long we go for. Oh, this is gonna be, I guess it's probably around 10. So we probably only have like 10 more episodes of Aspen's Route, and that's so sad. That's so sad to me. But it's okay. I guess with that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one for when we start the final chapter. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we are back with the last chapter of Aspen's Route of Please Be Happy. And I am so excited and so sad and so nervous, but also so happy that we are finally here. I said in the last episode, we probably only have about 10 episodes left of this route. And then we have probably about like 20-ish episodes for Juliet's route, which sounds like a lot, okay? Being like, oh guys, we only have like 30 episodes left. But listen, I love this. I love this, and it's ending soon-ish. And by soonish, I mean in not that too long. I might be able to. I still have the next few days off of my duties, slaying monsters, saving villages, looking for a way to save the world. But you know what? I might be able to finish the whole game in that time, and that is simultaneously exciting because like I've really been wanting. One of the big things is I like experiencing things I love, like with other people, whether that be like talking about it or like watching other people play it. And I definitely plan to make videos talking about this game. This game means like I went on a walk with my dog after I finished the last episodes. What is this? Is this like 34 and 35, I think? Whatever. Not last episode, but the 2 episodes before. Basically, the way I'm handling recording right now is I'm kind of recording like 2 or 3 episodes for like the next couple days, including today. I record like 2, 3 episodes, and then I kind of get up and I do some things, whether it be like cleaning, like sorting all the Christmas presents that I got, taking my dog on walks, that kind of stuff. Along with just other like doing other things. Like I'm gonna go, and after this one, I'm probably gonna go work out and hang out with some friends. And then tomorrow I'll get back to recording some more. And I don't really have too many plans with people outside of just like seeing my family generally, kind of stuff like that. So yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of recording this, and I'm like pretty okay with that. I do want to play a little bit of Pokemon Violet though over this because I do want to make videos on that. But I'll get to that like when I get to it. You know, I just want to be happy and enjoy it. Please be happy. So with all that, that's a long intro of me just saying I really love the story, and while Aspen's route may be coming to an end soon-ish for me, I've loved my time with this game, and I absolutely look forward to getting to not only finishing this, but also getting into Juliet's route. So, with all that being said, long-winded intro out of the way, let's get into it. Begin chapter 5, Aspen route. Let's do it. Let's go. The familiar jingle of the Bell House's door greets me as I walk in for what could be the last time. What? Oh, she's taking the new job? Once Aspen starts working at the new location next week, I won't have much reason to visit this one anymore. Wait. Oh, wait, hang on. How's that working? So if cuz she has to move for that, doesn't she? Are we going with her or are we going to do like semi-long distance? How's this working, Aspen? The scent of baking bread and brewing coffee mixed with the clean earthiness of the plants is something that I'll miss too.
Hey, welcome to the Bell House. Oh, it's Miho. Hey, Lena.
She tilts her head over her shoulder to yell back towards the kitchen.
Aspen, your girlfriend's here.
There's a muffled sound from the back, and a couple of the other patrons turn around to look at the source of the shout. Lena ignores them entirely.
She'll be right out. Thanks.
Lena will also be moving over to the new location when it opens. Aspen told me she got picked. I'm sorry. I did like an S tier job in the last episode. Not even gonna lie, I killed it in the last episode. I'm starting off so weak this episode with the readings. Aspen told me she got to pick which staff member she wanted to invite to the new store, but she doesn't want Lena to know that. She never let it down. Oh, I love Aspen and Lena's relationship. They're such good friends, but Aspen's such a tsundere about it. It's so cute. Since there's no one else in line, I lean against the counter to talk with Lena while I wait for Aspen.
I was just thinking about how I'm gonna miss this place. It must be like that for you too, right? I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much. Maybe I'll miss it when I get there. But why get a head start on that when I've still got another week here? Good point.
Now, maybe they don't have to move, because if Lena's just, like, going, and she's not even getting, like, a manager position, maybe it isn't, like, a whole moving thing. I'm sure Lena and I have different feelings about the Bell House anyway. I have a lot of special treasured memories here. But for her, it's just part of her routine. Kind of like how the library is important to both Aspen and me, but not in the same way. Aspen herself comes out from the kitchen, carrying a small plate with a strawberry croissant on it. Lena locks on instantly.
Well, you still got croissants left?
No.
Not anymore. I was saving this one for Miho.
Wow. Abusing your powers already?
It's not the first time. Besides, I've noticed we go through blueberry muffins suspiciously fast when you're working the counter.
Oh my gosh, can you say blueberry muffins more? The way she said blue is like, it's you know, not to be like that person, but when people have accents and they say like that one word, it kind of tickles your brain a little bit. It's like, say it again, please.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was being sneaky.
Cut to a flashback of Lena just grabbing handfuls of blueberry muffins and just shoving them down her throat.
Not sneaky enough, so shh.
Aspen puts a finger to her lips and she hands me the illicit treat.
Wow, it's been forever since I've had stolen food.
It's not stolen. It's just selectively available.
Right. I'm gonna go select something available from the rack myself. See you later, Miho. Bye, Lena.
Sure enough, she plucks a muffin from the display case on her way to the back of the store. I take a bite of my croissant, getting strawberries and cream all over my hand. It's as messy as it is delicious. Aspen reaches up and wipes away a dollop of cream from my
Sit
nose.
down and I'll bring you something to drink. What would you like?
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to do that.
I want to, though. What'll you have?
A tall drinky. I was gonna say a tall drinky, but does that make sense? A tall glassy? I think that might make more sense. You know, call it something like you're a tall glass of water, stuff like that kind of. I've never understood that compliment. I'm getting too sidetracked here, but I've never understood that compliment, and it's only like occurring to me now, like as I was like, oh, what do we have to drink? Like, oh, a tall glass of you, like. What does that mean? What does it mean to tell someone that they're a tall glass of water? Moving on.
Well, foxtail latte, please.
Of course. I don't even have to ask.
It is my drink, after all.
Yes, I'm well aware. And I'll have it right out.
I carry my croissant to my favorite seat by the window and sit down, enjoying the familiar view. It's changed a bit since I first sat down here, half a year ago, but it's still mostly the same on the outside. With only a couple weeks left until the new year, people bustle about outside, trying to make the best of what's left of this one. I think I've begun to understand why it's important to people, why it's worth numbering the years when you only get to see so many of them. I spot Aspen approaching, carrying a drink in each hand. I move my plate out of the way to make room for her as she sits down.
Here you are, a foxtail latte for its namesake.
Thanks! It's delicious!
You haven't even tried it yet.
So? I don't need to. I just know.
It has been a hit with the customers too, I must say. More than any of the other beverages I've created.
Let's just say you're inspired to make something amazing with this one.
Clearly I have my wonderful muse to thank for that. You've left a mark on this place too.
That's why I get them for free forever, right?
Or as long as I'm working here, at least. You know, maybe Lena was a little bit right about me abusing my powers.
I won't tell her you said that.
But when it's for me, it's justified, okay? It's okay.
Good.
There's a growing list of things not to tell Lena. Aspen takes a sip of her own drink and looks impressed. I almost said unimpressed, and that's the complete opposite.
Damn, that is good.
She removes the lid to let it cool, which isn't something I've seen her do
What
before.
are you doing after this? I'm only on a 5, by the way.
That's fine. I'll probably just head back to the library. I don't have much else to do today.
Jealous?
Why? What about you?
I'm only working half my shift here today. After lunch, I'm going to the new store to help Regina with some final inspections, and then doing interviews for new hires. It's...
Ooh.
You're doing
Oh, I didn't mean to click it.
all in
Oh.
one day?
Anyways, and she was just saying it's a lot.
There aren't that many days left. We should have been done with hiring already, but one person changed his mind last minute. So now...
She trails off and ends with a sigh, a combination I know all too well.
I could go on, but I won't. Who would have thought opening a brand new restaurant would be so much work?
Although she laughs, I can't help but feel a little concerned. Although it's been over a month since Aspen decided to take a break from writing, it's still way too soon for her to be overworking herself again.
Are you sure you're gonna be alright? I mean, you're gonna be this busy until it opens, right?
If not busier, yes. It won't be fun, but I'll manage.
I've heard that one before, you know.
I was thinking the same thing and getting scared.
No, I mean it though. Really. The soft opening is in 10 days. Even after that, there'll be plenty to do. Maybe more than there is now. But eventually, things will settle down, and I don't have to sell my soul in the process too. That's the big difference. I can handle being tired. It was the dread and anxiety that I couldn't take.
Compared to before, there's something different in the way Aspen speaks. When she would talk about her writing and how she felt, it was obvious that she didn't even believe the words she was saying, but now I can tell from the light in her eyes that she means it.
Okay,
Aww.
okay. You're pretty determined, huh?
I am. It felt good to make my mind up about something. I want to give it my very best, so that I can feel good when I look back on it too. Besides, I'd say that growing the new Bell House into Wellington's most popular cafe would be a more than adequate way to be remembered. But I'll settle for it being a hidden gem too.
As long as you're selling strawberry croissants and foxtail lattes, I don't see how it could be anything else.
Hopefully. Word of mouth from the first few days will be very important. If we fail to make a good first impression, then it could be hard to recover.
You're worrying too much. Everyone already loves the Bell House. I'm
Mhm,
sure
mhm,
they'll
mhm.
love yours too.
Me? Worry too much? No way.
Never, never.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're probably right. Besides, I have a great team too. With their help, I'm sure it'll turn out okay.
That's more like it. You and Lena are gonna do great.
I can't let her show me up after all, especially as the store manager. Oh God, I really am starting to sound like her.
But in like a good way, in a good way though.
That's another one for the list, right?
Naturally. Speaking of Lena, I need to get back to work. I'm busy this afternoon, but I'm free tomorrow after work.
I'm always free when you are.
It's a date then.
We say goodbye with a kiss like usual before Aspen has to leave. I finish up the last couple bites of my croissant on my own, watching out the window. At one point, even the bell house wasn't here. I don't know what that was. I don't know what was, but it's hard for me to picture it as anything else. At one point, it's just someone's dream, an idea, or a half-formed concept. It took a lot. It took a lot to turn that into a little restaurant that I know and love today. For the new Bell House, Aspen will be responsible for the start of its story, for making it more than just a dream. I have a lot of faith in her, though. Aspen's great at stories. Seeing her enthusiasm and determination return is such a relief. Her path forward is clear, at least for now. I'm, I'm glad for her. I really am. Still, I can't help but wish I had something like that for myself too, a goal to work towards or a dream to fulfill. At first, Juliet let me work at the library so I could have some structure in my everyday life and to get more used to being around other people. But that's not something I need as much anymore. Are we gonna go looking for like a new job or a new? What would Miho? I look at her and I'm like, she like fashion, cause like just look at her fit, she kills it. Oh my god! So like she could go into like fashion, or I mean, like she's like in this play stuff. She could try going after I don't know, just like with her and how she has like this like new perspective. Like I could see her like going into so many things and being like, yeah, that makes sense for Miho. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here now and come and go whenever I feel like kind of proves, yeah, it kind of proves that I don't do. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here right now and come and go whenever I feel like it kind of proves that what I do isn't 100% necessary. Still, it's home. It's a place to go back to while I figure out what's next. So after cleaning up my trash and finishing my drink, that's exactly what I do. What are we doing? Ooh, ooh. At breakfast, Julia and I set up the table and she prepares a place for 3 people like
I forgot
usual.
to tell you. Aspen won't be here today.
Oh, I see. Is everything all right?
Yeah, she's just busy. She said she doesn't know how often she'll be able to come by until the new Bell House opens.
I understand. She must have a lot of responsibilities to take care of right now.
Mm-hmm. I was worried about how much work she has to do. I still am. But she's pretty confident in herself. So maybe it'll be okay.
It's only natural that you'd be concerned. You care about her a lot. I'm sure she's glad that you worry about her, even when she tells you not to. I have faith in her too. When Aspen puts her mind to something, she's unstoppable. One of my earliest memories with her came from her first visit to the library when she was trying to find a certain book on the shelves. Only it wasn't there, because I was reading it at the time and had it in my room. She asked if she could borrow it, promising to return it the next day. I told her she could take more time with it, but she stayed up all night reading it and brought it back like she promised. It wasn't a short book by any means either. I imagine she's treating her new role with similar focus and determination, which is why I'm sure she'll succeed in the end.
Yeah, you're right. I can't spend all my time worrying about her. I have to trust her to live her life too. Even though I said that last time, I understand it better this time.
That's good. It can be a difficult lesson to learn.
That's for sure.
Juliet laughs, and then we start to eat. It's a little quiet without Aspen, or even the sound of her silverware, especially since for Juliet, having a meal is entirely symbolic anyway. I try to eat fast just to get it over with. When we finish and clean up, Juliet lingers around the kitchen for a bit in that way that means she has something to say. Sure enough, once everything else is done, she clears her throat.
Mio, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
This feels a little serious. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be answered. A couple months ago, I managed to find someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and reached out to confirm.
What?
They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives. She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhongying, or at least what she knows. Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow. I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Zhang Yin was always alone, but with me, they belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they really weren't alone. They had people who loved them too. It hits me that there's so much I don't know about Zhang Yin. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a very small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them too. But I decide that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, I'm actually really excited for that. See, I'm glad Juliet didn't completely, totally fade into the background and that she's still around, because, every time we talk, it's always so nice.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay. I'm going to see Aspen when she gets off work, but I'll be back sometime this evening.
I'll see you then. Have a great day, Mio.
Have a good sleep.
There's a lot that I'm looking forward to. There's a lot that I'm looking forward to talking about with Aspen today. I set myself up in the library and take care of my chores like usual. It was hard to think about anything else. The afternoon sunshine draws us to the afternoon sunshine draws us to the park once Aspen gets off work. Instead of staying indoors at her apartment or the library, she tells me about her day at work, and in exchange, I tell her about my upcoming call.
Wow! Juliet's incredible, isn't she? I had no idea she was setting that up.
Me either. It was a total surprise. She said she sent the message a long time ago, though, and it took months before she got a response.
Well, I can certainly empathize with that. At least in this case, the response turned out to be a good one.
Hopefully. I'm a little bit nervous, though.
About what?
Just about what they might say. What if it turns out Zhongying is totally different from what I thought? What if they were actually a terrible person?
Then that would be true whether you knew it or not. They do say ignorance is bliss for a reason. If I were you, though, I would want to know the truth no matter what.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe someday I'll be able to do something without worrying about it the whole time.
No, that's
If you
life.
figure out the secret, let me know. Lena sure isn't sharing it. I think she's somewhere around here too. At least she mentioned that before she clocked out.
Is that why we're here?
Not at all. I adore Lena, but I'll be spending more time with her than without her for the next month. I just wanted to appreciate the fresh air before I forget what it's like.
Put a ton of plants in your bell house too. Did you know that plants help us breathe? I just learned that on TV.
I was aware, but I'm glad for you. Plants are on the list, though. I also want to put in a reading corner with a small library for people to browse while they visit.
Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Unironically, I don't need to go to Barnes & Noble for a long time or any kind of bookstore just because I have so many books to read. But once I finish all those, my goal, just partially inspired by this game, well, not a goal, but a want of mine, is to go there, try out a good coffee for the first, I mean, not really the first time, but like the third time ever, and just read while I'm there. I want to get a good book, get a nice coffee, and read while I'm there, because it's just such a vibe. Even like not being a coffee drinker, it's just like a vibe having like a little coffee place in a Barnes and Noble. It's so fun.
Regina's allowing me to set it up and decorate how I see fit, so I'm being as self-indulgent as I can.
A cafe with a library in it? That sounds perfect for you. Where would you get the books from? Juliet?
I was planning to ask her for some, yes, as well as a few from my own collection, and Lena's, and anyone else who'd like to donate. Maybe Juliet would even let us share books, so you can return them at either place.
Ooh.
How would you keep track of it? Would you hire someone to do it?
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Well, I happen to know a certain someone who's very experienced in that position. But no, we would simply have to use the honor system, like Juliet used to.
I still don't get how she doesn't worry about people stealing them. I mean, I do, but I don't.
I think it makes sense. Maybe it's even impossible to steal from a library. After all, they're meant for sharing books. If you take one home and give it to a friend instead of returning it, it still served its purpose.
That's fair. That's an interesting and wholesome way of looking at it.
Or if you hold on to it for years and then only return it much later, you still returned it. That's the beauty of books. They can always wait. My New Year's resolution is to get through at least half of my backlog, personally.
Oh yeah, good luck with that. The backlog never goes away.
Your New Year what?
Resolution. It's like a goal that you set for yourself for the year. And then usually give up on by February, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Too honest, Aspen.
That
Chill,
sounds
chill.
neat. Did you have one this year?
I did. It was to finish and hopefully release a book. It may not have come true, but I'm happy with the outcome all the same.
I should try to think of one for next year myself. Maybe I'll try to get through half my reading backlog too.
Oh? You have a reading backlog?
Do you have one of those?
Is it just gonna be Aspen's book? Because if so, that'd be real cute.
So I'm doing good already. Maybe it'll be to read 10 books. Or 100 books. I don't know what a good number to try is.
Not 100. That's too much. I have a friend who reads a ton, like was finishing a book almost every, like a book every couple days. And they're only at 91 right now. I think their goal is to maybe try to get to 100. I told them that they should. I don't know if they're actually going to try for it, but they only have 4 days left, so fingers crossed.
Probably somewhere in between. You don't have to make it about reading, though. You don't have to make one at all if you don't want to. Only if it helps motivate you.
I'll think about it. I've been thinking that I need something else to do with my life as it is.
Something else?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the library's fine and all. But I'm not really excited about it the same way you are about the Bell House. Yesterday, I was thinking about how Juliet doesn't need me to help her. She just gave me the job as a favor, even if she said otherwise. I don't really need that favor anymore, though.
You've outgrown it.
Mm-hmm.
I have other things I can rely on.
One of them links arms with me. Oh, stop! Not far away, there's an empty bench alongside the path, and Aspen leads us to it so we can sit down. We've been walking for almost an hour now, so a break is nice. Aspen takes off her hat and sets her purse on the ground between us while I stretch out my legs. We're not the only ones out here enjoying the afternoon. The park's alive and bustling. Bikers, joggers, dog walkers, and skaters all dodge around each other, plus the regular pedestrians like Aspen and me. Some of the dogs even run around off their leashes, ditching the road entirely. People are playing all kinds of sports too, and I can even tell the difference between some of them by now. I'm still a bit confused on what football is, though. Is it American football or is it football? What? Hello? Game? I don't get why it does that sometimes. I even spot Lena, though she doesn't see us. Aspen pokes me in the side.
There. Think he's lost?
Across from us, a dog is sniffling around. There's a break in the foot traffic around for there's a break in the foot traffic around us for now, so I don't see anyone watching
He's
him.
probably around here somewhere. Maybe he ran ahead of them.
The dog looks over at us, like he knows we're talking about him. He takes a couple steps towards us, sniffing the air with his tail wagging just a little bit.
Come here. Here, puppy.
The puppy, Aspen's right about that, slowly creeps closer towards Aspen's outstretched hand. I sit still, not wanting to spook him. He seems friendly, but cautious. 1 step, 2 steps, he never stops sniffling. Then he runs forward, bites the handle of Aspen's purse, and takes off with it. What? Aspen jumps to her feet. So it's like, it's totally like a shapeshifter or something. The dog doesn't even look back as it runs away, dragging Aspen's purse with it. The concepts start to spill as they go. I like how fun this music is. I run after the puppy, who's going further into the park, not wasting my breath shouting. I've been running way too much these past couple months. I could transform, but I think that'd probably scare him even more. I know better than to chase a dog, but I don't have much other choice. I hope I can just wear him out and then catch him. Glancing back, I see Aspen falling behind me, gathering up everything that she can. The puppy also looks back at me every now and then, changing directions at random. Oh, is it just a normal puppy who just happens to be a purse thief? Gotcha! Some of the other people who see us lunge for the dog or try to block him off. Wait, some of the other people who see us lunge for the dog or try to block him off, but he dodges all of them and keeps running. I'm a little confused. Some of the other people who see us lunge for the dog or try to block him off, but he dodges all of them and keeps running. I'm a little impressed. He zigzags again, but this time it's lucky for me. He's headed straight towards Lena. She spins around to see me, and I can tell she's trying to process what's happening. The dog is closer to her than he is to me. Luckily, my words get through. Lena crouches, already warmed up. The puppy sees her and starts to go in a different direction, away from both of us. Lena jumps from him and flaps her wings to carry herself even further. She crashes to the ground in front of the dog, who scrambles over himself to try and stop and turn again. I reach them just in time to grab him by the scruff of his neck. He immediately drops Aspen's purse like a thief who's been caught. Not that I would know. Aspen herself is slowly approaching, her arms full as she tries not to drop anything.
Not quite how I expected to end my workout today.
Thank you, Lena. You're literally a lifesaver.
Whoa! Aspen said literally! That means it's serious.
I make sure Aspen's purse is safe before I let go of the puppy, who's been tossing and turning in my arms. Aspen walks up and wags a finger at him.
Hasn't anyone taught you any manners?
Oh. The dog walks away from us, but not very far, so he can watch instead. He reminds me a little bit of Silver. I hope he doesn't turn into a person.
I've seen that dog around before. Pretty sure he's a stray. I haven't heard of him taking anyone's stuff like that, though. Got anything good in your purse?
Not if you're a dog. There's just...
While digging around her now refilled purse, Aspen stops and then pulls out a smushed plastic
There's the
wrapper.
other half of my lunch that I forgot about.
The dog wags his tail and barks in Aspen's direction, and she frowns.
You're after, wasn't it? It really wasn't that good, I promise.
She unwraps the remnants of her sandwich and tosses it to the dog, who gobbles it down in just a couple bites before looking at us for more. If he's a stray like Lena said, that could be the best meal he's had in days. Lena and I both are empty-handed.
What should we do with him? What if he's not a stray and someone's looking for him?
He must not be looking very hard. I've seen him a couple days in a row now.
Poor thing. He seems so friendly when he isn't running off with my things.
I stoop down to try and pet him, and he lets me. He even licks my hand a couple times.
Maybe we can take him back to the library with us. Juliet might know what to do.
Are we about to get a
Well,
pet dog?
She is known for helping strays. I'm not sure how to get him back there, though.
Was that it? Was that a joke about Miho?
Carry him? He doesn't look too heavy.
Carry him?
Yeah, oh, why not? If he'll let me pick him up, at least.
Just please be careful.
I will.
I crouch down and approach him slowly, keeping my hand out for him to sniff. I also try to wag my own tail to help reassure him. Instead of that's so cute. Instead of running away, he just flops onto his back, asking for a belly rub. I do that with one hand while I slide the other beneath him. He's so lean that I can see his ribs, then I scoop him up. He woofs in surprise but doesn't try to escape. Once I get him situated, he's pretty calm. Both Aspen and Lena crowd in to pet him now that he can't get away. He sits there and takes it all in stride.
It's not that heavy, but let's get going anyway.
All right. I'll text Juliet so that she isn't totally blindsided when we get there. See you tomorrow, Lena.
Later, boss. Later, mijo. Oh, later, puppy.
Still leaning against my shoulder, the dog doesn't mind when Aspen moves his... Wait. Still leaning against my shoulder, the dog doesn't mind when Aspen moves his paw to wave goodbye to Lena. Oh. Alright, and I think with that being said, I should probably end up ending the episode there for now, but I will be back with some more. We'll be back with some more, obviously. After like how everything with Silver and how like big all that felt, I'm glad like this was a really chill start to the chapter. I liked that a lot. So yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. All right, guys, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we were at the park. We got attacked and stolen from by a cute little doggo. We caught the doggo, and now we're bringing it back to Juliet to be like, hey, Juliet, what do we do with it? And I think, just based on the fact that this is labeled what's one more, that's what this like section of the story is called in the loading screen. I think we're gonna keep the dog. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's what's gonna happen. I'm so here for that. Because every game needs a good, cute dog. Every game needs one. Aspen's got her cats too, so we're just going to have a dog, and then they'll be best friends. That's totally how it's going to work. As if her cats aren't like already like too jumpy at everything ever. Yeah, with all that being said, let's jump into it. Although the dog starts to squirm at some point, I manage to carry him all the way home. He sheds and definitely smells like a stray dog, but I don't mind it too much. He can't help it after all. Aspen also holds him a couple times. For some reason, he's more antsy with her than with me, so her turns don't last as long. When we arrive at the library, Juliet's waiting just inside.
Why? Isn't he precious?
The puppy thumps his tail against my chest as Juliet comes over to pet him. People just can't stop themselves from doing that, I guess.
Let's take him upstairs.
I don't want to set him down here with the last few library patrons and all the books. Other than his initial chase, he's been pretty calm, but that could change once he's recharged. Yeah, don't. Just don't. We all go to my room, where I finally put the dog on the floor. He starts sniffing around immediately, although there isn't that much to sniff. I watch for any signs of trouble, but he's good.
I like him a lot more when he isn't robbing me.
That's super duper fair.
He just didn't know how to ask politely.
There's a half-full glass of water on my desk. I set it down on the ground so the dog can drink some. He slurps up as much as he can. The glass too big for his tongue to reach all of
I'll
it.
go fetch a bowl of water and see if we have anything that would be safe for him to eat. And then we can talk about what to do with him.
We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep him, right? We're keeping him? Aspen sits down on my bed, but I sit on the floor and the dog walks over to sniff me.
Seems he's already taken a liking to you.
His fur is stiff and coarse, and he's bony. He can't be that old, which makes me think he must have spent most of his short life as a stray. That's so sad. Juliet returns soon, setting the water and also a bowl with some banana slices, bread, and a slice of cheese.
It's not
Or else
the
the cheese wasn't
healthiest
that good
meal,
for
but
dogs.
it
Yeah.
should keep his belly full for a little bit.
The dog digs in like he didn't just eat half a sandwich earlier. The bowl slides across the floor from the force of his munching, and he smacks his lips while he tries to chew the banana. Oh.
Is it okay if he stays here for a while? I'll take care of him. Even if it's just until we find his real owner, if he has one. I don't want to just kick him back out.
Oh. This so feels like Miho's asking her mom for permission. It's so cute.
Oh, heavens! I wouldn't dream of just tossing him back out on the street. But taking care of a pet, even for a couple of days, is a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a
Sure.
lot.
I'm sure. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
I've only had this puppy around for a couple hours, but I already know that I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Insert the Brooklyn Nine-Nine meme. Scrounging for food. Why is my doggo barking? Hang on. I got to go take care of that. Hang on. I can't scoot out my chair. The chair doesn't like scooting on this. Okay, we do be back. It was very easy to get her to come in. Normally it's like, I'm freaking out, man. Normally it's a little bit harder to actually get her to like come in and calm down if someone's like outside or making noise. But that was really easy. So yeah, no, we're just back doing this already. Scrounging for food, stealing, not having anywhere to go back to. They're all things I can relate to. Wait, also, while we're like this, I'm just gonna go ahead and just move that down so I can actually see the timer for how long we've been going. Click.
I don't see why not, then. I'll keep an eye out as well for anyone who may be searching for a lost dog like him.
Thanks, Juliet. You're the best.
Thanks. I don't think he has any people, though. I think he's all on his own.
You may be right. Still, we should do our best to make sure.
Also, I do apologize if you hear any munching and crunching in the background. That is just my puppo eating her food.
I'll look out for any posters or missing signs.
After he finishes his meal, the dog flops down by me. He stares at me, but he doesn't move, instead fighting to keep his eyes open. Now that he's eaten more, he does seem totally exhausted.
You must be in doggy paradise right now after spending a few days in the park. I know I sure would be.
I look up at Juliet smiling.
Yeah. I think he'll like staying here.
Yeah, I think he will too. When I wake up, the dog is already awake and staring at me from the floor, ready to go. The two of us go downstairs and join Juliet for breakfast, where she's prepared another bowl of fruit and bread for the dog. He eats it, but even if he's only going to be here for a couple days, he'll need more than people food.
I think I'm gonna go buy some dog food for him. I can get that at most stores, right?
Yes, it shouldn't be difficult to find.
I check my wallet. I have plenty of money since Juliet pays me for my library work, but there's hardly ever anything I need to buy myself. This is as good as use as any.
Do you mind watching him while I go?
Not at all.
Thanks!
I kneel down and pet the dog's head. I've already learned one of his favorite spots, right at the base of his ears, and give him a good scratch.
Okay, stay here with Juliet, alright?
Oh, he's so cute. Look at him. I really am turning into Aspen with how much I talk to the dog. She gets it. She gets it. Although he stays put for a moment, he follows me to the front door before I can leave. I gently push him back with my foot.
You can't come with me.
The dog paws at my legs, looking at me expectantly. Once more, I let him outside to relieve himself, but even after he finishes that, he won't go back into the library without me. He knows he's being left. Oh my gosh, this is too real.
You're not gonna take no for an answer, are you?
Sighing, I accept my fate. I let Juliet know about the change of plans, and the dog and I start walking. He stays near me, sometimes going off the path to sniff something, but he always returns. Each time he starts to walk away, I feel a tinge of worry that he won't come back. He's for real, though. But that possibility is just something that I have to accept. Even if some details of my past have gone hazy for me, I can still clearly remember how it feels to need to run and escape. If the dog decides that's what he needs to do, then it's not my place to stop him. Still, I'm relieved every time he stops sniffing and returns to my side. Eventually we get into town and I find a pet store. There's a sign on the window saying that dogs are allowed inside, which is what I was hoping for. A bell rings when I walk in, although it doesn't sound as pretty as the one at the bell house. I wander around until I find the dog food section. There are more choices here than I thought. Big bags, small bags, red bags, blue bags. I'm not sure which one to pick. The dog sniffs each of them in turn. I watch to see if one gets his interest more than the others, but it doesn't seem like he's picky. I try to find which one has the most similar looking dog on the front.
So I'll go with this one.
On the way to the front, the dog veers off down another aisle, and I follow behind to see what got his attention. Of course, it's the toy aisle. Just like in the food section, there are dozens on display. He sniffs them all over, even more furiously than the kibble. There's a small basket of plastic toys on the ground, and he pulls one out with his mouth. It looks like a cartoon squirrel, and its tail squeaks when he bites it. Aww. He gives it a good shake, getting a few more squeaks in the process. His tail wags even faster than his head, and he looks up at me eagerly. I reach for the toy, but he hops away and then crouches down, tail still going, daring me to try to take it again. I do, but he instantly jumps out of reach once more, shaking and squeaking the toy again.
Okay, you can keep it. But come on, you gotta pay.
It's been a long time since I've stolen anything. Now that I can actually pay for things, I can't see myself stealing again. I feel kind of guilty about things I took in the past, but I only ever did what I had to in order to survive. Once I had support from others in my... I think my mess-up sounds are funnier than anything I've said during all of this. Once I had support from others in my life and the help I needed to get my feet on the ground, stealing stopped being something I felt like I had to do. At the counter, I used 2 fingers to hold up the slobbery toy so the cashier can scan it, before turning it to the dog. I tuck the bag of food under one arm, and then we start walking home. We reach a crosswalk, arriving right as the light changes to send traffic across our path. I come to a halt while I wait, switching... A pang of fear went through me. The dog isn't gonna keep walking, right? Switching which arm I use to carry the bag since it's getting sore. But the puppy doesn't stop with me. Instead, he doesn't even look back as he runs out onto the road, eager to get back to the library. A car horn blares oh, okay, no, there's already pain in my stomach. A car horn blares as it barrels towards us down the road, too close to be able to brake in time. I feel like I'm moving in slow motion as I drop the bag of food and dash out into the road despite knowing how dumb that is. I grab the dog as I sprint by, barely hauling ourselves out of the way of the passing car. The driver understandably gives me a rude gesture as he goes by. The dog, meanwhile, looks at me as if offended by the rough treatment with my hand still holding him tightly.
Dummy! You could have died right there!
The squirrel toy in his mouth squeaks as he squirms in my grasp. My heart is actually beating... Not my heart rate jumping up from my usual 50 to 90 in that moment. Okay, cool. That's fun. Thanks, game. I love it. That was too close for comfort. If I had just been a step further away, I would have been too late to rescue the dog. I probably would have gotten myself hit for my troubles too. Behind us and across the street, the bag of food lies on its side, sub kibble strewn across the ground from a spot where it tore when I dropped it. Whether the dog wants to run away or stay with me is up to him, but I can't just let himself. I'm so all over the place now. I was doing so good at reading, now it's all over, baby. But I can't just let him get himself hurt, or worse. I only have one choice. I hoist the dog up and hold him with one arm, just like the dog food bag that I go back and retrieve before we start walking again. He doesn't squirm as much as he did yesterday, which helps a lot. But still, by the time we make it back to the library, both my arms feel like they're ready to fall off. When I set the dog down, he strolls up to the library door as if nothing happened, waiting for me to let him in. I guess in his mind, maybe nothing did happen. He's got no clue how lucky he was. A long time ago, Juliet said that sometimes your best is all you can do. That goes for puppies too. If I'd been born a city dog instead of a fox, I doubt I'd be much different either. Still, I have to think it's a miracle that any dog makes it to adulthood, especially strays like him. Oh, my heart's still going. I can't. That's too much. I could not handle that. That would be the meanest, cruelest thing that this game could ever do, is introduce cute dog, only for the next section of the story to immediately kill him. Mm. That'd just be too much. That'd just be too much. When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me set up. Ooh, oh, yeah. I got so distracted with Doggo, I forgot all about this. Okay, hang on. I'm trying to get my mouse to come back. Mouse, please. I'm using my leg as a mouse pad. Please just come back over. When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me set up on her computer, and then and then lets me take it to my room. I adjust the screen until I can see it properly, and then I wait. My nervousness keeps building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes through. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath and then hit accept. Oh, I like her glasses. That was such a weird detail to pick up. I really like her glasses and her style. The tiny person-shaped bubble on the notification screen dissolves, and for a second there's just a black screen. Then a woman appears. When the image comes into focus, she's squinting at the screen, probably waiting just like me, but then she smiles and waves as she's able to see me.
Hello. Hi, I'm Miho.
Oh,
Nice to meet you. Thanks for
And-
talking to me.
Sorry, Miho, I don't want to interrupt you. A New Chapter is like one of those, like, it just feels good. It's one of those songs like, oh, it's making me feel all different kinds of emotions. Oh my gosh, the story's so good. It's like one of those kinds of songs of like, you know it's playing when there's like a good scene happening, or like to just help you relax. Which I need after that dog stuff, honestly.
I'm Minsa. No problem. Gotta say, I was shocked when I got your friend's email at first. I thought it was gonna turn out to be some kind of scam, and eventually she'd ask for money. I'm still a bit confused, though. So you were friends with my ancestor?
Sort of. I met them when I was really young. I was just a regular fox back then.
Wait. A fox, like with 4 legs and pointy ears?
I mean, I still got the pointy ears. Can't you see them?
Yeah. After I met Jongin, I turned into the person I am today.
Whoa. So that was a long time ago, huh? But you look even younger than me. Oh, that's just not fair.
Trust me, it has its downsides.
Both of us laugh, and I can't help but be relieved that she already feels easy to talk to.
That explains a lot, at least. So, Jongin. You're the second person to ask me about them this year, you know? That's
Aw.
2 times more than most years.
Who was the first?
These guys at some archaeological society who are putting on an exhibition. They wanted permission to display some of their old works.
Are you the only family they have?
The only one who can use a computer, at least. The only reason I know any of the history is because I had to. Should I tell you everything I know and then you can ask me any questions? No promises if I'll be able to answer them, though.
Sure, that works for me.
Let's see. Well, I'm not
Hey, God.
related to them by
Hey, God.
blood, for one
Hey, God.
thing. They don't
Iris,
have any
hang on.
kids
What's
of
up?
their own.
Just 1 sec, I'll be right back. Twas just packages being delivered, it's fine. Also, I looked at my screen, the OBS recording, and I freaked out. I was like, oh no, why are my VTuber notifications still on the screen? And I was like, oh wait, no, that's just like the buttons on Miho's computer. That's all it was. And then I'm like, oh, I'm so silly. Well, I need to reread this anyway since I didn't actually hear any of it because I was trying to get my dog to not be barking and be okay. Let's see. Well, I'm not related to them by blood for one thing. They didn't have any kids of their own.
But they got married and they and their wife adopted several children. I'm related to one of those kids.
Oh,
They were part of
nice.
the young bun class, a noble and a scholar. But rather than be stuck at home suffering through court life, they hid their identity and snuck away to travel the world instead.
Ooh. Minso speaks with a practiced tone, like she's given the speech a few times. Still, I listen with rapt attention, memorizing every detail.
Spent years on the go, seeing everything they could, before finally coming back home to Korea to settle down and start a family. While they were away, they kept a journal and wrote letters back to their beloved.
Oh.
Although calligraphy was something they were taught from a young age, they began practicing as an artist during their travels. Sometimes, the letters they sent would include paintings of the things they'd seen, or they'd include little drawings in their journal. Something else that they started to do was give a note to the people they met on their journey, with a little message of appreciation or wishes. My husband always says they remind him of fortune cookies.
Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls myself.
I brought my scroll down from my room just in case it came up like this. I unfurl it for the first time since Halloween. Please be happy. I turn the scroll around and hold it up to the camera, as so Minso can see. She leans in again and looking close.
Yeah, that's definitely theirs, all right. And they gave it to you when you were just a fox?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a little word.
Although, I couldn't read it until a couple months ago.
And I was literally about to say, like, when you say that they just gave it to you when you were a fox, that does sound a little weird.
God, it's so hard to read their handwriting, right? I'm like, if they were born today, they totally would have been a doctor. I have a few of them myself, although they're up in the office. Grandma has like 90. She says she has one for every year she's been alive, and I definitely believe that.
Jeez, that's a lot. How many did they give out altogether?
It's too many.
Who knows? If someone told me
Yeah,
it was
basically what I
thousands,
said.
I'd believe them. I don't know if they gave one to every person they met, but it must have been close.
Huh. I thought mine must be pretty rare.
Hey, don't be disappointed by it. It's
Still
okay.
special. However many there were, I'm sure most haven't lasted this long. Not everyone got a full scroll either. But, no. They're not some priceless artifacts that'll sell for a ton of money or something. Otherwise, I'd be talking to you from my mansion by the beach.
That's fine. I'd never sell mine anyway. It's way too important to me.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sure it wasn't easy to keep it safe and in such good condition.
That's for sure. We've been through a lot together.
That's good. I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
For a while, Minso tells me more about Zhongyin's adventures. Even though it's hard for me to picture some of the people and places involved, I still pay close attention. Then all of a sudden, Minso's eyes go wide like she's had some huge revelation.
I'm an idiot! Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to show you.
Oh, is it gonna be like a painting or something of like Miho? That's immediately what came to mind for me. She gets up and runs off screen, leaving me with the view of an empty chair and a bookshelf. Instead, I look down at my scroll. Somehow, I'd always assumed it was one of a kind, or at least something rare and meaningful. But somehow finding out that isn't the case doesn't really bother me. Instead, it's nice to think that it's nice to think that they met so many people to be grateful to, or who left an impact on them. If there were thousands of scrolls like mine out there, then that's not a bad thing at all. After a few seconds, Minso returns to the computer and sits down carrying a scroll herself.
This is one that I had in the office. I can't believe I didn't think about this sooner. Sometimes, they'd include a butterfly in their signature, or hide one in their paintings, because they said they were inspired by butterflies to travel with the wind. But then, at some point, instead of butterflies, they started
gonna
to
be
include
foxes.
something else instead. Can you see her?
She holds up the scroll to her camera like I did, focused on one of the bottom corners. There, just below where they signed their name, is a little picture of a fox. Ooh. Of me?
I should have thought of it
Of
when you
me?
mentioned foxes earlier. At one point, they started using the alias Horim for their work. I don't know if you speak any Korean, but Horim means fox forest. After they started using that name, foxes would show up in their art for the rest of their life.
That's so sweet. That's so cute. Oh my gosh. The drawing consists of just a few brushstrokes that make a head and... Wait, the drawing consists of just a few brushstrokes that make a head and ears and face. Still, it feels like seeing a photograph of myself. I can picture them smiling as they drew it, as they thought of me. I'd always wondered if our time together was as important to them as it was to me. Hearing that they chose that name practically confirms it. Also, I'm sorry. I feel like it's like when there's a lot of S's. Well, like, was as important to them as it was to me. It's like, that's harder for me to say than most other
Thanks
things.
for showing me.
I can feel the real threat of tears, but somehow I managed to keep my
No
composure.
problem. Grandma's gonna freak out when I tell her I talked to you. I've told you basically all I know, but were there any questions you had?
Yeah, I did have one. I'm a little afraid to know, but
I take a deep breath. They are human, so my question is only natural, but still. Exhaling, I make myself
how'd they
ask.
die?
Minso
Both
smiles.
peacefully. Their wife outlived them, but not by too long. They had the typical funeral that was expected when they passed away, but then they actually had one final secret request to their family. They wanted to be
Ooh.
cremated. Back then, it was basically unheard of, especially for someone of their stature. But they really wanted it to be done so that they could have their ashes scattered. That way, the wind could pick them up, and they could keep traveling forever.
So then... It sounds like they were happy.
Oh yeah. They told their kids that they had no regrets, because they'd live as full and rewarding a life as they could.
I'm afraid that if I try to say too much, I'll start to cry, so I just nod instead while I find my
I'm glad to
voice.
know that.
Of course, of course. It's only right that you know, considering how many foxes showed up in their work.
I think Minso can tell that I'm having a tough time holding it together, because her voice takes on a more sympathetic tone.
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
I don't think so. You told me everything I wanted to ask. I only found out their name a couple months ago. Until then, I just thought of them as my person in my head. So, really, I've learned a lot more than I could have hoped for.
Aww. Well,
Aw.
I'm happy to help. Your friend has my contact info, so you can message me anytime if you think of anything else. I guess if you think about it, you and I are kind of like family, right? Since it sounds like they raised you just as much as they raised their kids, like my whatever.
Great cousin? Question mark?
Really?
She laughs.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier, right? I think that's how they would have seen it too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Family. I may have a girlfriend, but family is something new to me. Silver called us sisters, but just barely. It makes my heart
No
warm.
problem. I'm sure we'll talk again, so I won't say goodbye. Instead, how about see you later?
I'd like that. Although, there's just one thing.
What's that?
I explain my magic and how everyone forgets me after a day. Nodding sympathetically, Minso agrees to join my list of people who check in with me every day. I'm glad she's so understanding, but it's just another reminder that I need to find a better, more permanent solution for people forgetting me. The second our end calls, I let out a sob I was holding back. I thought I was done crying over Zhongyin, but apparently not. Except this time, it's the good kind of crying. After all my searching, and even after their death, I finally got the answer to the question my heart wanted to know. They cared about me too. I tried to imagine what their home must have been like. Their wife and kids. I'm sure they were all smiles. Still, it's difficult for me to imagine how they looked. Instead, I can picture them, traveling just like when we met, going from place to place freely, wherever the wind took them, just like me really. Someday I like to return to some of those places that I've been before, and see them properly instead of just blindly searching for one person and ignoring everything else. I'd like to visit them with some of the same wonder that Zhongyin felt. More than anything, I wish I could tell them about what I've experienced and learned on this path they sent me down. Even though I can't, there's one thing that I can now say for sure. They would have been proud of me. A few minutes later, I'm still trying to pull myself together when the dog comes up to me and paws on my leg insistently. I can't help but smile. Oh, whatever I'm going through doesn't matter to him at all. He just really wants to eat or go outside, of course. My life and tears don't really make a difference to him one way or another. And really, that helps keep me grounded. I'm glad to have some closure when it comes to Zhongyin, and to know that they were just the kind of person I imagined them to be. While their kindness and memory will never stop being special to me, I finally feel like I can say they're in the past. Time passed quicker than I could have ever imagined, but it still passed. It moved on, and now I need to too. After wiping my eyes and blowing my nose, I stand up and the dog spins in an excited circle as I reach for the door. He runs right for the kitchen, stopping right outside the cabinet where I stored his food. His nose quivers and he huffs like a pig as he waits for me to catch up.
To get used to this, did it?
He barks at me, just a single short yap, but I can imagine him telling me to hurry up.
Alright, give me a second.
I grab a clean bowl from the cupboard and scoop him out some dinner. As the kibble clatters into the dish, he excitedly prances about, getting his snout into the bowl before it's even on the floor. His tail wags as he chows down, inhaling half his meal without even chewing. I reach towards him, but he growls at me with a mouthful of dog
Not
food.
taking it. I'd pour my own bowl if I wanted some. Besides, I don't think I could stand the taste anymore.
Still, I keep my distance, just so I don't spook him. Finally, after he's done, he leaves the kitchen and heads right back up towards my room. He's gotten comfortable here much faster than I did. I wonder if it feels like home yet. Oh, that was so good. That was so good. As if, like, every time I read this, I don't just go, oh, that was so good. That was so good. Da, 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 da. But yeah, I think with that being said, that's a pretty solid place to end for now. I'm happy. Honestly, I thought that this week was gonna suck because I was all like, oh, I can't really use my right hand for anything. So, like, what am I gonna do? I have, like, nothing to do, like, no games to play. A lot of my friends are out and about, like, and it's like, I don't know. I was like, oh, what am I supposed to do with all this time? I can't, because it even, like, hurts to, like, read and, like, flip through pages of books. But, like, honestly, having, like, Please Be Happy to read over this break is so good. I've loved it. It's been, like, such a great experience, like, finally taking the time to sit down and go through this, because, like, I loved it, but I barely gave it the time of day, again, because I was just so scared of, like, eventually, like, finishing it, you know? That was like, I don't really want to read it, but now that I'm actually, like, letting myself be happy and enjoy it, I'm like, it's so good. I love it. So yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful peeps in the next one. Bye-bye! All right, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we went to the to the pet store, got some food, almost got our dog run over, and it was scary, and it, like, actually, like, real life panicked me. Then we got to talk to Minso, the descendant of Zhang Yin, and it was super, super great. I loved it, as I love everything in this game. So yeah, with that being said, let's just go ahead and jump into it. After taking yesterday off, I sit down at the library desk with the dog for the first time. He does his usual pacing and sniffing, since this is the first time he's really explored this area. I keep an eye on him while I start on the day's tasks, but he just flops on the floor near my feet and dozes. Eventually, the first person who needs help comes up to the desk, carrying a couple books with them.
Oh my god!
The sound of the new voice gets the puppy to stand up, and the lady across from me melts when she sees him.
Can I pet him? Sure.
It's not really up to me. If he doesn't want to be pet, he'll just walk away. The next person to show up does more or less the same thing, and the person after them too. As the day gets later, the library gets busier. At least half the people who come in ask to pet the dog. I'm pretty sure some of the help requests I get are just excuses to come see him. He handles it all pretty well, though, even leaving my side to go explore and visit with folks himself. Wait, we actually get to see her face and her without, like, her cloak on? Oh, what? Oh my gosh, that caught me off so off guard. Because I was going to say, like, when she was, like, saying her pseudo goodbye, I was like, oh, it kind of sucks we don't, like, get to see her, like, take the mask off, essentially. But that's awesome. And it just, like, happened. Oh my gosh. A little bit later, after lunchtime, the front door opens slowly. I look up from the form I'm working on to see one of the last people I expected. She isn't wearing her mask, so I get a clear view of her face as she narrows her eyes at the name, but approaches me all the same. I haven't seen Silver since Halloween, after she gave me back my scroll and disappeared into the night. More than once I've thought about going up to Mount Victoria to look for her, but haven't. It felt like I should give her some space after last time. She stops at the desk, standing across from me, surrounded by books and other guests. Plus, being in the broad daylight, she looks a bit out of place. A short bark from next to me startles her, and she blinks in surprise as the dog runs around the desk to stand at her feet and yap at her directly.
A friend of yours?
Something like that. I found him at the park, and I've been taking care of him for a couple days.
He's a dog in the true sense of the word, then.
As far as I know, yeah, you finally got it right.
Her lips curl, but into a smile instead of a sneer. Although she doesn't try to pet him, she looks down at the dog with some amusement. He stopped barking and instead sniffs her furiously, looking between her and me like he's trying to figure something out.
He seems happy.
You can read his aura?
No, I can read his body language and his wagging tail.
No? I don't need to, though.
Gosh, seeing her smile is so weird. It's weird, I just didn't expect it. Deciding she's either boring or not a threat, the dog comes back to my side and lies down again, gnawing quietly on his chew toy. Silver looks back to me, but then her eyes narrow again.
Oh, yeah.
I take off my necklace and hold it so she can see the cracks starting to appear.
It started doing this a couple days ago.
Keeping her distance, she inspects it warily. In the palm of my hand, where the bead itself sits, I can feel a faint pulse like a heartbeat, although it doesn't sync up with my own.
So not much longer, then.
Right.
It feels a little awkward to acknowledge, like I'm beating her in a race I didn't mean to participate in, but there's not any point in denying it either.
I'm kinda scared of what's gonna happen next, to tell you the truth.
Scared? Why?
Change, I guess.
Shinho, Skyfox. Just thinking of the word summons visions of blue skies and rolling forests in my mind. The pulse in my palm quickens.
Hey, I have a question. What do you think would happen if I broke it?
Broke what?
This.
I hold my bead up closer, and she takes an instinctive half step backwards.
If I just crushed it or got rid of it instead of swallowing it. If that's even possible.
The spindly breaks that cover the bead make it look like it could fall apart any second, like even if a light wind could shatter it. I can only imagine what Silver must be thinking. She's probably shocked that I'm even asking, but she keeps any scorn she's feeling off her face, and finally, she shrugs.
I know not, nor why you would even consider such a thing. Though I have a guess. The magic within our fox bean is as much a part of us as our breath and blood. Perhaps there is no life without it. Or perhaps we'd be no different than beasts.
You mean you think I turned back into a fox?
Maybe. Maybe not. I couldn't say. I've never heard of any of her sisters ever trying.
A lump forms in my throat that I force back down.
I never thought of that. It makes sense though, huh? Since it was the bead that made me what I am.
So do we have to swallow it before it breaks then? She jabs a finger in my face, hand hovering over my necklace.
Shut up.
Huh?
I only said it was possible. I doubt it would happen. Either way, how dare you? Your bead is but a means to an end. It may have given you a chance, but it was you who took it.
Heck yeah, Silver, give her a pep talk.
Every step you've taken has been your own. It made you nothing but capable.
Silver holds her arm out, putting her shining bracelet into clear view.
Whoever or whatever you are now, you can never be a normal fox again, even were you to take the form of one. Still, what power your being does offer has been ever in your service. Should you choose to discard it, I fail to see why it wouldn't respect your final wish.
Up close like this, I'm able to see Silver's bracelet clearly for the first time. Up close like this, I'm able to see Silver's bracelet clearly for the first time. The light makes it difficult, but not impossible. Although my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical ones on my necklace, hers narrows at the middle and then widens again like an hourglass. A few colorful bands run across it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green one as well. There are others, but I can't see why... Wait. There are others, but I can't see why... But I can't see what they were... There are others, but I can't see what they are before Silver shoves her hand back into her pockets. Bearing the light, I put the necklace back on too.
Thanks. I feel a lot better hearing you say that.
That was like the worst reading I've ever done in this entire series, and I'm so sorry.
I told you so. To think otherwise would be insulting.
In Silver's language, that's just how she says, "You're welcome."
Anyway, none of that is the reason I came here. I've come to keep my end of a promise.
You're
I'm
leaving?
leaving tomorrow.
What? So soon?
The news hits me like a punch in the gut, even though she told me she was planning this a long time ago.
Soon? I've already stayed longer than I intended. There's nothing more for me to be had here.
That's not true. There's...
Nothing more to be found, I should say.
Abruptly, her voice softens. For maybe the first time ever, Silver's tone is gentle.
Your path may end here for now, but mine goes ever on. Perhaps someday it will come to a similar end, but not today, nor tomorrow. Surely you understand.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped I could get through to Silver somehow. Help her see some of the things that I was blind to myself. Especially now as we're just starting to become friends. Or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she would stay. But also, just like how I've already vowed to let the dog go if he wants to leave, I know I can't keep her here. And just like with Aspen, as much as I might want to do more, all I can do is try to support her. The rest is up to Silver.
Yeah. I understand. I'm coming to see you off, though.
Silver considers for a second.
Fine. I'll come to you here in the morning. Early. Be ready.
I will.
Good. I've said all I came to say then. Until tomorrow.
Without another word, she turns and heads for the door, disappearing through it like she disappears into the trees. In the evening, after the library is already closed, there's a knock at the door while I'm downstairs. It sounds urgent.
Come in.
Oh, gosh, I can't tell if that was actually the game or my headphones. I couldn't tell there. I open the door and find a worried-looking Gwen and Elijah.
Miho, is Tommy here?
Nope. I haven't seen him since we talked last night. Is he missing?
Yeah, he was at the house with me and I went to pick up some dinner. When I got back, he was gone.
We hope maybe he came here to visit you.
Although I still talk to all three of them every day, it's been a while since I've seen Tommy in person. Not since the last time he and Gwen came to the library, which was a couple weeks ago.
I haven't seen him. Did something happen?
Well,
The two of them look at each other.
we finally got the divorce paperwork finalized. So now it's official.
I think he'd been hoping that maybe it wouldn't happen. But we just got everything signed, so now there's no going back.
Let me go get ready, and I'll help you look for him.
Thank you.
I let Juliet know what I'm doing, and she agrees to look after everything while I'm gone. When I hurry back outside, Gwen and Elijah are waiting for me.
I could have gone too far. I just went down the street to pick up some pizzas, and Gwen came over as soon as I told her he was missing.
It's not the first time he's gone to hide, but he's never run away from home like this before.
We walk down the residential streets with Elijah and Gwen, alternating calling for Tommy. I keep my eyes peeled for not just him, but for Gerby too. None of us have any luck. Near the beach, we
Maybe
stop.
should split up. I'll go check at the house again in case he went back. Gwen, maybe you can look around in town?
All right. But what about Miho?
I have an idea, actually. I'm gonna look around Mount Victoria.
Is he hiding in the den?
Okay. We all have our phones, so we can call if one of us finds him. And then we can meet back here. All right?
Elijah and I both agree, and then we all go our separate ways. I head straight for the mountain, and then veer off a path into the woods. For a while, it had seemed like Tommy was coming to terms with everything that was happening in his life. Was the shock of the doors going through really enough to make him run away from home like this? I followed the path that Tommy and I took when we came here a while ago, until finally I reached what used to be my den. It's in an even worse shape than the last time I came here. Still, I'm not surprised to find Tommy sitting in the dirt that used to be its entrance, holding tightly onto Gerby. There are tear stains around his eyes, and his clothes are filthy.
Hey there. Looking for bugs?
He shakes his head.
Your parents are looking for you, you know. They came to the library to see if you were there. They told me why you might have run away.
Tommy shakes his head again, but more vigorously.
I wasn't running away. I was chasing Gerby.
The fabled wiggles in his arms.
You know how Gerby can fly, right? But look what happens now.
Cautiously, Tommy stands up and sets Gerby on the ground. Immediately, Gerby starts to rise into the air like a balloon, pulled up towards the sky. Tommy grabs him before he can get too high and hugs him to his chest again.
Gerby's not doing that himself?
The fabled shakes his head, eyes looking somewhat sad.
No, it just started happening. First he kept hitting the ceiling, then when Dad went to go get dinner, he left the door open and Gerby blew outside. And I had to run to go catch him, and we ended up coming here. I was gonna go home, but I don't know what to do.
Is Gerby supposed to be a metaphor for the divorce and the pain he's going through and that he's gonna have to let it go? Is that what it's supposed to be? Is that what's happening in game right now? Because that's not cool, man. This is gonna make me sad. I see tears start to sparkle in Tommy's eyes again, and he sniffles. It's good to know he didn't leave because of the news about his parents, but the change with Gerby is a mystery.
Is it okay if we go meet up with your parents? I know they're pretty worried. And we can tell them about Gerby too.
Okay, I'm not letting go of him though.
I lead us back towards where I split up with Tommy's parents as we do. As we do, I call Gwen first.
Tell me you found him.
I did. Yeah. We're headed to the beach now.
Thank God. I'll see you there soon.
She disconnects and I call Elijah next.
Hey, I found Tommy, and we're going to the meetup spot right now.
You did? You're a lifesaver, Neo. Is he alright?
Yeah, he's fine. He was just chasing after Gerby.
Kirby? I should have figured that out.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you guys about it in person. See you in a bit.
Oh yeah, it's like a thing of like, once they get old enough or the seasons change, he's got to move on, otherwise something bad's gonna happen, or he just has to do it. I don't know, I'm scared. We're the first ones to reach the shore. Tommy stands with his feet in the water, still clutching Gerby against his chest. He sniffles occasionally, but doesn't cry. Footsteps from behind us signal Gwen and Elijah's arrival. Tommy and I turn around and both of his parents' eyes go wide.
Is that?
Wait, can they actually see him now?
Kirby?
The two of them are looking right at the little fabled. As Tommy realizes, his expression also changes to shock.
Can you see him?
What? Stunned, both of his parents nod. Gerby waves his flower arms, looking thrilled to finally be noticed.
Well, I'll be. The little guy looks just like I imagined.
Something's wrong with Gerby. If I let go of him, he starts to blow away in the wind. I don't know what happened to him. Is that why you ran out? Yeah, I had to catch him.
With a small smile, Elijah steps forward and pats his son on the head.
I heard something kind of interesting, actually. I asked a lot of people from work if they'd ever heard of a fable like Gerby. And it turns out one of them had. He said that when he was young, he had a friend just like Gerby, his only friend. They kept him company when his parents were fighting, or when anything else that was bad was happening. Then, once he got older and things weren't as tough anymore, He said his friend had to leave him one day in order to go to help out the next kid who needed someone.
He's just like a fairly godparent. Oh, that's so sad. But at the same time, it also means that his life's better, you know? He's accepting, like, his parents' divorce. He has Mio as a friend. Like, things are, like, working out, but now because they're working out, he has to lose Gerby. That sucks.
He told me that fabled like Gerby stick around until they know that their friends will be okay without them. And then it's time for them to go. Sounds like maybe this is that time for Gerby.
But I don't want him to go! I want him to stay!
Tommy can't keep himself from crying anymore. Although he holds on to Gerby, big tears roll down his face. In his arm, Gerby looks up at him kindly.
Sweetie, sometimes we don't have a choice. Sometimes we have to let things go, even if it's hard. From what Dad said, it sounds like Gerby knows you're tough and that you'll be okay, right? Don't you trust Gerby?
I do, but...
Tommy holds out his arms so he can face his friends properly.
Is it true? Do you really have to leave?
Gerby's petal sags as he nods, patting Tommy's hand. Gwen wipes Tommy's eyes from him as Tommy pulls Gerby into a hug. His tears drip onto Gerby's leaves like rain.
There's someone else who needs you, right?
Still close to Tommy, Gerby nods again.
Okay.
Gwen and Elijah move to either side of Tommy, and I step away, keeping respectful distance. It doesn't really involve me after all. Gwen kneels down in front of Tommy, smiling.
Thank you, Gerby, for being there for Tommy.
Yeah, thanks, Gerby.
Finally, it's Tommy's turn.
Thank you, Gerby, for being my friend. I'll miss you.
With a big sniffle, Tommy manages to stop crying. Gerby leans against Tommy, the top of his flower tickling Tommy's chin. Tommy giggles. Oh. Oh. This is like beautiful. Oh my gosh. Then he opens his arms. I was not expecting to get emotional for Gerby. Okay, not that there's anything wrong with Gerby. I just wasn't expecting it. You know what I mean? I wasn't like... This like goodbye is like coming out of nowhere, but it's like hitting me so hard, and like I'm starting to like get slightly tear up a little bit. It's like, what the freak? Then he opens his arms. Each of his parents takes one of Tommy's hands as Gerby floats there for a second, and then slowly starts to rise. With his tiny little petals, Gerby waves goodbye, eyes crinkled in a smile. The breeze shakes his leaves, but it doesn't knock him off his course. Up, up, up he goes, reaching Tommy's eye level, then Elijah, and then floating above their heads. From behind them, I can see Tommy squeezing his parents' hands
Bye,
tightly.
Gerby.
After a final whispered farewell, Gerby continues to drift up until he's eventually out of sight. Tommy, Gwen, and Elijah remain there, standing in the shallow water. Quietly, I sneak away, leaving the three of them on their own. I'm sure I'll hear all about it later when we have our regular call, but for now, I think they have a few things that they probably want to talk about together. As I make my way back to the library, I smile, glad that things worked out. It may take some time, but I know that they'll be alright in the end. After all, I trust Gerby too. Stop. Like, I've actually, like, it takes a village made with friends. It takes a village made with friends, Tommy. What? Gosh, we said goodbye to Gerby. Now I have to say goodbye to Silver, and then we'll have to say goodbye to Aspen, and then Julia. And it's gonna be so... I can't right now. Okay, we're gonna go with a slightly longer episode today, just because, like, this isn't, like... It's enough time that it could technically be an episode, but I'm like, this is gonna be the last one I record for today, and I probably won't record much tomorrow, just because I plan to do a lot of cleaning and stuff, and I do have a little bit of stuff going on tomorrow, so I won't be able to play again till Friday. So, and I'm recording this on a Wednesday, so, like, whatever. So I'll go a little bit longer. Judging by the knocking at my window, it turns out Silver and I have different ideas of early. I roll over in bed, not totally sure that I'm dreaming. In time to see Silver gesture at me and then leap off the tree again. A few minutes and lots of eye rubbing later, I'm ready and outside to meet her. with the dog staying behind without any arguments this time. She's carrying a small sack with her, which I assume contains all her belongings. It's tied shut with a small rope, and she slings it over her shoulder. We don't exchange any words of greeting. Instead, we just start walking. As frustrating as it can be half the time, sometimes I also appreciate her willingness to just end a conversation, or not even start one. I don't have to worry about being a good enough conversationalist for her. It's easy to get more out of her silence than it is many others, too. The fact that she let me come along on this trip, much less came to get me, says a lot. We make our way through the streets, not seeing many other pedestrians or even cars. Only a handful of city buses, a couple of them roaming around empty too. Silver walks faster than either Aspen or Juliet, but I'm able to keep pace easily. It makes our journey pretty short though. The glass walls and security gates of the skyport come into view, waiting for us. It was the first place to greet us when we arrived, and now it's ready to see her off again. Hang on, I need more water. I don't know if I'm just dehydrated, but like with streaming, I talk more than this at any given point, but my mouth's been so dry lately. Or I guess like today. I wonder what Silver's thinking about right now. Is she feeling sad at all, preparing to miss this place? Or is she ready to leave and potentially never return? Good or bad, I don't think she'll ever be able to forget her time in Wellington. We come to a stop just a few meters away from the entrance, facing the double glass doors. Our reflections stare back at us.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi?
Unbi?
I like the way she says it. In Korean, un for silver, bi for rain, silver rain. Unbi, that's such a nice name. Although she doesn't turn to me, I can still see her face turn red in the glass.
It's the name I've settled on. What do you think?
I love it. I hope she sees me grin.
Perfect.
Grin. Thank you. I'm not sure what words to say. I've never said goodbye before.
It's okay. I never know either. I hope you'll come back someday. Or that we'll see each other again somewhere else.
Fate brought us together once. Perhaps it'll do so again.
So you think it was fate after all, huh?
Perhaps not.
He looks down at her wrist, surely thinking about her bead even though it's hidden.
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
Oh?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
We'll meet someday then. Perhaps you won't even recognize me. I might be someone else entirely.
Someday. I'm sure that I'll recognize you, though. You might change, but you'll still be you, no matter what.
Even if I'm Unbi now.
You've been Unbi the whole time.
Like always, I can tell when she's about to leave. Before she can, there's something I have to ask. I might not get another chance.
At first, you didn't want me to call you Silver. With your magic, what does a silver aura mean?
Our eyes meet in the glass. Finally, she closes her eyes with a tiny
Shame.
smile.
Goodbye, Miho.
Now all I'm thinking about is like, what does that mean? Is she ashamed? Like, is she ashamed of what she is? I mean, or is she just like, she's just too associated with that color with the feeling of shame, and she sees it a lot? Does she see it in herself? But now she's naming herself Silver Rain, so it means that she's not. So hang on, I'm just trying to like story analyze this really quick. Sorry I kind of ruined the moment. I realized what I was doing. I was like, this is kind of like ruining such a beautiful goodbye scene, but sorry, I'm just putting my thoughts into words really quick. Like, does she maybe like see like with like herself, does she see like all the silver? Like maybe she like, how do I put this? She associates the color of silver with the shame. But then with Miho calling her Silver, it's sort of like, it's not something to be ashamed of anymore. So she's accepting her color or her aura. I'm trying to like think of like what that means. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so probably off. That's something I need to think about more.
Goodbye, Envy.
It takes her just a couple steps to reach the door. They slide open, silently dissolving our reflections. Yunbi doesn't look back when she strolls through, letting them shut behind her once again. I'm left looking at myself and only myself. Finally, I turn around too and start making my way back home. What does that mean? Oh, I'm like, oh, that was definitely like built off of something, but I'm like, ha. Ha, also that line right there is so cute. The last library guest of the day turns out to be my favorite one, Aspen. That's so cute. That's so cute. But I'm now like, okay, but like, what does it mean? Why does it mean shame? And so is she no longer ashamed? But then why is she still naming herself Silver? Or is she just like over her shame, so she's willing to accept Silver? I can't tell. I can't tell. It's something I'm gonna have to sit with a little bit. I feel like this and with like Fate, I'm like, oh, I can feel like I can like get the themes as we're reading them decently okay. But that's like the one where I'm slightly like, I feel like I have like a couple ideas of what it means. And like all of them seem like very likely. So I was one of those things I want to think about more, like parse out and be like, oh, out of these options, this one's what it means. That's that sort of thing. But regardless, like it's still it's still a good moment. What a good moment. I didn't expect like, especially with like Silver, like she kind of came in was being like the edgy like shadow to Miho Sonic essentially. She was the shadow to Miho Sonic essentially. And I was like, she's just kind of being like edgy, whatever. This is the only time we see her. That's fine with me. And then she kept coming back. And the way that Please Be Happy works is I just like her now. And now that she's gone, it's like, oh, that's sad. Like it wasn't like a tearjerker because of like how it was all set up. It's more of like I'm happy for her, you know? Like she seems like she's doing better, and it seems like even the way she's talking about herself, it's like she'll be she'll be changed the next time we see her, and that's exciting. Even though we're probably not going to see her for the rest of the visual novel, I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't show back up for the rest of this. But yeah, with all that being said, what a banger of an episode though. We got 2 CGs. We said goodbye to 2 characters. It really does feel like it's wrapping up, and that makes me scared. So, but also excited. So with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful peeps in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, we are back for more Please Be Happy in the last one. What did we do in the last one? Was the last one just Halloween? I think it was just Halloween in the last one. Sorry, this is actually the next day, so I don't remember exactly what we did, but I'm pretty sure. So we did Halloween, we did the dog stuff. Did anything else happen? I'm not sure. Let's go. Anyways, we're still in the last chapter, which I'm scared for because we've played this for 3 episodes now already. So I'm like, oh gosh, how near the end are we getting? Oh wait, last time was when Gerby or Jerby. I've been listening to someone play back through this game. And they're still like in chapter 1, and they got to the Gerby part, and they said Jerby, and I'm like, how have I been pronouncing it Gerby this whole time? Because like they've said his name since then. You know what I mean? So it's like, how do I keep messing that up? I don't get it. But it's fine. That's fine. With all that being said, let's just get into it. Oh yeah, also Silver's gone. She's gone too. That was all last episode. They're saying goodbye to people, and it's very sad. Okay, anyways. The last library guest of the day turns out to be my favorite one. Aspen enters just after closing time with a small wrapped package in her hands.
Aspen! I didn't know you were coming.
I drop what I'm doing to go greet her at the door. The dog does too, and so she stoops. Yeah, and she stoops. This is a rough one already. And she stoops down to pet him.
That's because I wanted it to be a surprise. Also because I wasn't sure I'd be able to get off work in time. But we managed.
Ooh, a surprise?
She shakes the box she's holding. Its contents rattle generically. Generically?
Right.
What?
I have a present, but I'm afraid it's not for you.
For Juliet?
No, for the dog. Aspen just smiles and responds. She takes my hand and let me lead her towards the kitchen. And I let her lead me towards the kitchen. The dog follows behind us. Juliet's already there.
Aspen, good evening.
Hello, hello.
She sets the box on the table and then takes a seat with a sigh, just like she was showing up for breakfast.
This is the first time I've been able to sit down in hours.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you must be exhausted.
It's fine. This is important after all.
What's going on? I'm totally confused by now. Same.
Wait, Juliet knew you were coming? I thought your present was for her.
It's for the dog.
Nope. I just said it wasn't for you. Although you'll still need to open it because it's for him.
She gestures at the puppy who's on the ground, chewing on his own foot. Aspen slides the box across the table towards me, and I lift it up. It isn't very heavy. Both Aspen and Juliet watch me eagerly. I slice a hole in the wrapping paper, and then rip it all away in one go. Beneath it is a box with brightly colored letters. I try to sound them out slowly.
Deluxe printer ink cartridges.
Aspen, who'd been leaning forward in anticipation, deflates a little.
Not quite. That was the only box I could find. Open it up too.
I use one of my nails to cut the tape on the box and pop it open. Inside are a small collar and a leash. I let them out gently.
It might be a little big for him now, but I thought he'd grow into it soon. Without having him with me, I just had to guess what the right size was.
I look from Aspen to Juliet, to the dog, and then back to Juliet.
Does this mean...
Indeed. They're gifts for the newest member of our household.
Oh, let's go! Oh, I love it. He's so cute. Oh, I'm so happy that he's here.
I've searched, and I can't find anyone looking for a lost dog like him. Nor has anyone reached out to me about it either. As he's already house-trained, he clearly lived in a house at one point. But it seems that was a long time ago. I don't believe he'll be going back.
Oh, that's so sad.
And besides, he seems happy to be here. He's already found himself a home with you.
Oh. The dog himself gets up and comes to sniff the accessories in my hands.
While I'm sure I know the answer already, I feel I should ask all the same. Would you like to keep him?
Yeah. I look down at the animal beside me. If someone had tried to put a collar on me, if someone had tried to keep me, I would have done everything in my power to avoid it. Kicked, bitten, ran, whatever. There's no way I'd have allowed someone to control me like that. But he's not me. Already, the dog is looking healthier than when I first found him. He's filled out a bit, and his ribs don't poke out as much. He's been better behaved than I would have been too. Juliet even said he must have lived in a house before. I've seen that he doesn't always know how to take care of himself either. If I hadn't taken him in from the park that day, it could have been a matter of time before he got hurt, like when he almost got hit by a car. I grew up in the wild, always looking after myself, but he needs a little help. When I look back up at my friends, their faces are slightly concerned. They probably expected me to answer yes right away.
I want to keep him. But what if he doesn't want to stay? He's been comfy here so far, but what if that changes?
No, it's fine. He loves it here. Listen. He's already attached to you. The moment you tried to leave and he wanted to go with you and wouldn't stay, that's him being attached to you, alright? He loves you already.
Why not ask him?
He doesn't know any words like Percy and Byron. I just talk to him anyway.
Those two are very well spoken, I'll have you know. But that's not what I meant. Don't you remember back on...
No. Her face goes a little red.
that day I asked you out? You were telling me how animals don't have to communicate with words. Could you maybe ask him as a fox?
I haven't thought of that.
Oh, come on, Miho. Come on. That's immediately what I thought when she was saying ask him too. I haven't transformed in a while. I haven't had any reason to. Aspen's right, though. Maybe there are things I can say that way. Setting the leash and collar on the table, I take a couple steps away from the dog and change forms. More than ever before, I can feel the magic coursing out of my bead and into my body like blood. The sensation of my limbs shortening, of my face changing and fur growing out, stand out more than usual. They are uncomfortable, but I'm used to barely noticing it at all. When my transformation is complete, the dog begins to growl. His hackles raise and tail stiff, and he backs away slowly. He's clearly afraid, but the nuances of what he's trying to say are hard for me to pick up, because I'm not so out of practice because I'm not so out of practice. It's like when I try to speak Korean after a long time. Danger, danger, fear, missing, where? I get the impression that he wants to know what happened to me. The me that he knows, and that disappeared suddenly. He's probably never seen a fox before, but he instantly identifies me as a threat. Above us, Juliet and Aspen watch anxiously. My tail brushes from side to side, and I keep my ears and body language friendly. I try to impress upon him that I'm not dangerous, and that I'm the creature he's looking for, and the creature that he's looking at is his person. Danger, doubt, danger, fear, doubt. Instead of growling or barking or any other sound, I'd make to talk to other foxes. It's more like I have to will my thoughts across to him. I try to convey that he can trust me, that he knows me still. The growls soften, but he keeps his distance and fur raised as he sniffs the air. Doubt, doubt, trust, doubt, danger? Just a couple inches away, I stop and lay on the ground, showing that I trust him in return, and I know he's not a threat to me. Doubt, doubt, trust, trust, trust? Finally, he approaches me, and his nose goes still. We look into each other's eyes, and then he gives me a gentle kiss on the snout. Aww, trust. I nuzzle against him, showing him that his faith was well placed. As I do, I try to convey other feelings to him. I try to convey other feelings to him in the same way as him. Home, I tell him. Stay? I ask, home? Stay safe? I imagine him settling down here like I have, until everything is familiar. Going to sleep, well fed and safe, and waking up rested. Maybe he had that before. If so, I don't know how anyone could have just abandoned him and left him to fend for himself. I don't know how they could be so cruel. If there's one thing I can promise, it's that I never let that happen. Even if I couldn't take care of him myself anymore, I wouldn't just abandon him. I wouldn't just leave him alone. His tail thwacks against the wall as he wags it. Now that he's figured out who I am, it doesn't seem like he has to think about it. Now that I'm sorry, I just woke up like not too long ago. I'm very sleepy. Now that he's figured out who I am, it doesn't seem like he has to think about it too hard. Home, 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 home. I transform back into my other form. This time he doesn't seem bothered at all. Picking the leash and collar back up, I finally smile at Aspen and Juliet.
He's gonna stay.
Yay! Yay! I mean, I doubted he was gonna leave, but you know, you can't be too sure until it happens, you know? So I'm happy now. Hang on, I need a drink. Good water. Aspen helps me put the collar onto the dog, and then we head out into the backyard with
I'm
him.
glad it fits all right. He doesn't seem to mind too much either.
Yeah, that was pretty easy. Maybe he's used to it.
Or maybe he knew you were doing something good for him.
Aspen and I sit down on the steps while the dog runs around. He finds a ball that he left out here earlier and brings it over to me to throw. I toss it, but not too far, and he hurries off to get it.
Have you thought about what you're going to name him?
No, not really. I guess he needs one though, huh?
It's better than just calling him the dog all the time.
No, the dog works. It's a great name.
Right. Well, if I was gonna be consistent, then I could probably call him Og or Uppy.
Aspen laughs.
Perfect. I know who to ask if I'm ever struggling to name a character someday.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before she left today, Silver told me she'd picked a name for herself too. She chose Umbi. It means silver rain in Korean.
That's gorgeous. I like that she kept silver as part of it. I suppose that means you helped name her too.
You're right. I wonder if she thought about it that way. I'll bet she'd change it on the spot if I ever asked her. I wish you could have talked to her more. I wish I could have too.
I'd have liked to know her better as well.
For her story?
That's part of it. But it's not the only reason. From what you've told me about her, she seems like a good person deep down, who hasn't had the opportunity to express that much. She seems like someone who could have come to be an important part of our lives. Not to say that she isn't already important to you.
Like him.
Not too far away, the dog rolls around in the grass, kicking his feet in the air. My dog.
Yes, exactly. You said it yourself about Unbi. The two of you are like family. And now this fellow is part of the family too.
Aww. Oh, they updated his art. Let's go. I pat my leg and the dog instantly sits up to walk over to us, greeting each of us with a lick on the hand. I think about what Juliet said a few minutes ago when she was telling me he could stay. Suddenly it comes to me.
Happy.
Is that what you're gonna name him?
His name is Happy.
That's amazing. Oh, that's so cute. Happy looks up at me, his tongue lolling out of the side of his face. Out the side of his face in a smile. Aspen giggles.
Do you like that name?
I ask him the question, knowing that I won't get an answer. Still, it just feels polite to ask. Even though I choose to do it as a human, not a fox.
I'm sure he does. A saying that I appreciate is that names are a gift that someone gives you. And if it doesn't fit, you can exchange it for one that does. In this case, I think it suits him perfectly.
Watching the dog close his eyes in comfort as he keeps getting attention, I'm glad that Aspen agrees.
Now that you mention it, I've done a lot of name exchanging too.
You only started going by Miho here in Welly, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised you remember that.
She taps her
I'm
forehead.
good at remembering important things, and Miho things are important.
Oh. I lean against her, resting my head on Aspen's shoulder.
I think I like being Miho. All the good things in my life started happening after I picked that name.
I like you being Miho too.
The two of us sit for a while more, playing with Happy, until he gets too tired to keep chasing the ball. Taking that as a sign that we should call it a night, all three of us head inside together. Aww. That was awesome. I love that his name's Happy. That is the best. That's the best name that they could have picked for him. Like as funny as Og and Uppy were, I like that. With a flourish, Aspen slides 2 plates onto the table between Juliet and me. There's a fresh cut fruit, some warm potatoes, and a sandwich made with bacon and cheese. I hardly ever have meat anymore, so it's a rare treat.
Whoa! This looks really good.
I'm glad I haven't lost my touch. I don't do this kind of table service very often, you know.
I know. We must be your favorite customers or something.
Yeah, something like, ah, gosh, I bumped my desk.
Maybe, but don't tell the rest of them.
Today is Aspen's last day at the Spell House, so she invited Juliet and I to breakfast for a change of pace. Happy came along too, of course, and his leash is tied tightly to my chair. Juliet shifts her parcel a little bit to match the rising sun. She sips her tea and smiles warmly.
There's a reason this is our favorite cafe to visit.
Soon to be second favorite, I hope.
Aspen leans against the railing, looking up at the sky. The sun really highlights the bags beneath her eyes, and all the small things that probably only I notice, such as how her apron is tied more sloppily than she usually likes, or how her hair is done up roughly. Still, even this close to the finish line, she looks a lot better than she did when she was working on her book. Happier and more content, instead of looking like she's going to fall over at any moment. There's no one who deserves it more. Aww. She catches me looking at her and pretends to glare.
The sandwich is getting cold, Miho. I worked hard on that, you know.
You just brought it out. Stop that.
Sorry.
I lift up the bag to take a bite, and take a big bite. Just like the strawberry croissant, it's messy but delicious. Don't they make anything to eat here that doesn't need to come with a stack of napkins? No, don't. My brain's not working. I'm sorry. I'm still so tired. I was actually planning to have breakfast before this, just so I could wake myself up and go for a walk. But then I'm like, okay, but my sausage that I was planning to cook with the breakfast is like wrapped in like metal and stuff. I don't want to put that in the microwave to defrost it. So I just kind of have to leave it out for a little bit till it thaws enough for me to actually be able to unwrap it, you know? So that's what we're doing. Same thing with the hash browns that I have. They're like, it's just a solid chunk of ice. I'm like, I don't want to cook them all, so I need to wait for them to defrost a little bit, then I'm going to go break them up essentially. So now we're here. Don't they make anything to eat here that doesn't need to come with a stack of napkins? I still managed to finish it in a hurry.
That was so good. I didn't even know you had them on the menu. Or I'd have ordered one before.
It's not on the menu. It's just something I put together myself. I had to mark out a lot of different items to make it.
Dang, she's good at this. She's like constantly making new drinks. She's making a new sandwich. That's incredible.
But if you think so highly of it, then maybe I'll think about adding it to my store.
You should. I'll eat one every day.
Every day is an awfully long time.
It was that good.
I saved a little bite for Happy, who's currently protecting us from everyone who passes by. He doesn't bark or growl, but he keeps pace with them, walking as far as his leash will let him before going back to the start. He never tries to go too far, though.
Happy!
He tilts his head and then comes running, and I hold out the treat on the palm of my hand. Being as careful not to bite me as he can, he pulls it away with his tongue and munches. Well, happily.
Perhaps you should consider a dog-sized version on the menu too.
That would be the most adorable thing my team ever hated me for. I should actually keep some dog biscuits, though. I'll have to write that down.
Oh, that was such a fun way to put that. That would be the most adorable thing my team ever hated me for. From one of my pockets on her apron, Aspen retrieves something I haven't seen her in a while. A small small notebook and a pen. She starts to write something down and then freezes.
Juliet, I just remembered.
Setting the book on the table, Aspen hurries into the cafe. Juliet and I both watch her go. Even Juliet seems a little surprised. But 10 seconds later, the door flies open again and Aspen is back, carrying a different piece of paper.
Regina approved
Nani?
my idea to put a reading corner in the new store.
Let's go! Let's
I
go!
was wondering if you would let me borrow a few books to stock it. Maybe it could even be an extension of the library.
She holds up the paper, showing us a sketch of what it'll look like. Several wooden shelves line one wall, and on the other side is a tall bookshelf that separates the reading spot from the counter in the kitchen.
It hasn't been set up yet, but they'll be installing it tomorrow. So on opening day, all that will be left to do is fill the shelves.
Juliet claps with delight.
I love that idea. It would be my pleasure to share our collections.
Aspen beams, and I can't help but smile too, for both of them. I know that in a sense, this is another dream come true for
Why
Aspen.
don't you come by tomorrow and pick out a few, and we can bring them to you at the opening.
That sounds great. I already have a list somewhere. I started daydreaming a little bit when I first came up with the idea.
I sit back and listen to the two of them chat about books for a while. It's nostalgic. All the names and titles go over my head as unknown to me as they were months ago. This time, though, I don't mind. I don't feel left out. I wait for the conversation to reach a lull before clearing my throat. There's something that I want to talk about, too. Something I've only become more sure of since yesterday.
Hey, speaking of new jobs and stuff,
Is it finally time? Are we going to get a new job?
I've been thinking about maybe trying something new instead of working at the library. If Juliet doesn't mind.
Of course not. Please, follow your heart, and I'll always support you. Is there something in particular you want to try?
Yeah. It's something I just thought of a couple days ago. That felt right as soon as I did.
Oh? Oh, what are we doing? On the ground beside me, Happy hasn't left since I gave him that bite of sandwich, even though he hasn't gotten anything else since then either.
It was something this guy made me realize I want to do too.
Is she gonna, like, set up, like, some kind of, like, animal shelter or something? Is that what we're doing?
I want to try to help out at the nature preserve.
That's also what that's what I was thinking. Oh, that's so fun.
Yay! Aspen said that Happy kind of reminded her of Unbi. That's Silver's new name, by the way.
Ah, sorry, I had to disconnect my headphones for a second. It was going all staticky on me.
Anyway, not just them, but also that burn. The one I found in the woods that we weren't able to save. I think about it a lot. I want to try helping others like that. Other birds and dogs and whatever they have there. Like
That's
how
awesome.
Someone helped me before too. Lots of someones, I mean.
Oh, Miho, that's wonderful. How perfect for you. I'd be glad to give you a recommendation to Amaya. I believe they're always looking for volunteers. After a while, you could even apply to work there, like Amaya does. But listen to me getting ahead of myself. I'm already so excited for you.
I hope we actually get to at least do like one story beat of us like volunteering there. That's all I'm asking for. Because again, I know that we're nearing like the pseudo end of the story. So like as long as we can do like one day shift there or something like that, that's all I need. Aspen looks a little more
I
concerned.
agree. That does sound like something that would be just right. But
Oh?
what about your magic? With the library, it's not a big deal since you live with Juliet. You couldn't see all your co-workers every day, though.
Yeah. I thought about that. I think I have an idea, but I'm not too sure about it yet.
What if we just recorded a video of you and then put it on a screen somewhere there and just to make it like in the break room or something, and then all the employees have to see you every day. Like it could be a silent video too, just like something would be like, hey guys, daily Miho check. I don't know. That's what my mind went to immediately.
What were you thinking?
I don't want to say right now. I'm still thinking about it. I'll make up my mind soon, though.
I can tell Aspen wants to know more, but she forces herself to stiffly nod all the same.
All right. You can tell us when you're ready.
Thank you. It won't be long, promise.
If that's not... It's not that I don't want to tell her, it's just that I don't want to get her hopes up. I'm kind of afraid of getting my own hopes up too. Yeah. I take a breath, feeling my bead rise and fall with my chest. Maybe I'm just afraid in general. Still, I swallow that fear, pushing it to the back of my mind. I can brood and ponder later. Right now I just want to focus on what I've got, enjoying this meal and moment. In Juliet's typically reliable fashion, she manages to get a call set up for me with Amaya. She manages to get a call set up with me for that. I'm struggling so hard at reading today. In Juliet's typically reliable fashion, she managed to get a call set up for me with Amaya that same evening. At least this time, unlike with Minso, I don't have a whole day to fret about it beforehand. Instead, there's only 10 or 15 minutes between when she tells me she's going to reach out and when she comes up to my room to offer me the phone. It's only voice, not video, which makes it a little less stressful. Still, I have to calm my nerves a bit before I'm actually able to answer.
Hello?
Something I've been working on is how loud to talk when I'm using the phone. I always end up yelling since I can't really hear myself, but I've been trying to fix that for Aspen's sake. Still, I'm self-conscious about it as I press the phone to my ear.
Hi there, Miho, right? I'm Amaya at the Preserve. Nice to meet you.
Thanks. Nice to meet you too.
Oh, I was about to take a drink. Good thing I didn't. If all goes well, then this should be the last time I ever have to introduce myself to someone for the second time.
Juliet tells me you're interested in helping out around here and that you have a pretty extensive history with animals. Is that right?
Are we gonna swallow the bead? Or are we gonna try and destroy the bead? Because with the way she's saying that and the way she's been talking, ooh, that's exciting. That's really exciting.
Yeah? You could say that.
Awesome. I'll be honest, we could really use a hand right now. Or two, or four if you got them. As far as I'm concerned, a friend of Juliet's is a friend of mine. There's still a few questions I gotta ask you though, both as a formality and just to get to know you better. No pressure. These aren't the kinds of questions you have to study for. Is that okay?
Yep.
Has saying no pressure ever actually made someone feel less pressure?
Great.
No.
First up, why do you want to help out here? Be as big or as specific as you want.
Because I want to help animals. I don't know if Juliet told you, but I used to be a fox.
No kidding. Bushy tail and everything?
9 of them.
Incredible. You'll fit right in. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Right. Back when I was a fox, someone saved me. And that's how I ended up turning into a person. Then once I got here to Welly, Julia helped me out a lot too. I like people a lot more than I used to now, but I still know animals pretty well. Better than most humans, I bet.
I love that. Okay, next question. What kind of work is it that you want to do? A lot of people, they sign up to help out here thinking it's going to be all clean and tidy like a hospital. It isn't. Animals are messy and dangerous, and you can't get mad at them when they screw up. Believe me, it's useless.
Yeah.
It's a lot of dirty work. It's a lot of being careful and still sometimes getting hurt. What I'm saying is, it's not easy. Is that something you're okay with?
Yeah, I am. When I said how I got helped out, back when I was a fox, I got my leg caught in a hunter's trap. I couldn't move, and it hurt more than anything I've ever felt. But there was this person who found me, who had already been nice to me before. Still, if I hadn't been about to die, I probably would have tried to get away from them anyway. They took care of me and helped my leg get better. They fed me and came to visit me every day, until the day they left my forest. So, I know what it's like to be that way, scared and hurt, and not sure who you can trust.
God damn. I'm so sorry. Us humans can be terrible, can't we?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at that. Just the god damn. I was just I don't know why it just caught me off guard a little bit.
Sometimes. But that's only some humans, not all of them. That's something it took me a long time to learn. There are good humans, though, like you and my girlfriend Aspen.
Oh, you're dating Aspen? I've heard Juliet talk about her for years.
Yeah, we're dating.
It makes my heart feel warm to say that. Oh.
As far as I'm concerned, you've already got the job, but here we go. Last question, all right?
This has actually been a lot easier than I expected. I don't even have to try hard to think of the answers like I normally do. Instead, I feel confident in what I'm saying, in a way that I don't know if I ever have before.
Here it is. Miho, do you believe in fate?
What?
Huh? Does she remember? What? I asked her that last time.
You remember that?
So that was you. That was going to be my secret final question. I remembered having that conversation with someone, but for the life of me, I couldn't think of who. I thought someone must have tampered with my mind with magic or something. And to tell you the truth, I still can't picture what you look like.
Oh, you're exactly right, actually. I have this, I guess you could call it power. Where everyone I meet forgets about me in a day if I don't see them again. That's what happened to you.
She's quiet for a moment, probably thinking about what to say. In that silence, I make up my mind.
I think I've figured out a way to get rid of it. I'm going to try it tomorrow. So, hopefully it won't be a problem. If you can remember me after this time tomorrow, then that'll mean that worked.
Still, there's silence. Did the call disconnect? Finally, she clears her throat. Her voice sounds rough, like she suddenly caught a cold. Huh? My hair stands on end. Why is she talking like that? Wait, is she crying?
I'll give you a call tomorrow then. But first,
What?
you have to answer my other question. It's not the usual third question we ask, but I figure I don't need to ask about a time you met an animal in need.
Oh, right.
Once again, this question is easy to answer, but for a different reason.
I don't know. But I don't think I care. Because either way, I'm still living my life. If there's magic or something else, then that's not really up to me, right? So, I like what you said last time. Either way, I just want to be...
Fulfilled?
Yeah.
Like Aspen and Juliet.
Well, if there's one thing we can offer you here, it's that. Also a small salary. It's not gonna make you a millionaire or anything, but it should more than cover the bus fare or beer money, whichever you need more.
Really? I thought it was all volunteer stuff.
We usually start them off that way. Helps figure out which ones are serious about it and which ones are just looking for a summer job because mom said so. But I get the feeling you're gonna be a long hauler. What about you?
Now I have to pause to think about it. Also, I didn't even realize I was wearing my hood today. I was just like, I feel something around my face. Oh, my hood's up. And then Miho's just kind of sitting on like my forehead, basically. It looks so funny whenever I'm wearing the hood and she's just sitting there. Working at the library is the longest I've ever stuck with something, and that's only been a few months. What Amaya's talking about is a lot longer than that. After spending most of my life not thinking beyond the next 24 hours, and spending my time here taking my daily life for granted, I haven't had time. Why do I keep saying I haven't had time? I haven't had to think long term too much. Other than making sure Aspen, Happy, and Juliet are part of it, the future hasn't been that important to me. I need to start changing that though, especially after tomorrow. So maybe this is the chance to start the new year off with something else that's different for me. My New Year's resolution, Aspen called it.
I'd like to be.
Super awesome, great. I haven't been this excited about a new hire in a long time.
Thanks.
I'm glad we're not on a video call so that she can't see me blush.
Some paperwork to make it official, and get the okay for the expenses, all that boring stuff. I'll try to get back to you tomorrow, end of the week at the latest. Sound good?
Yep.
Good. You better get that magic thing taken care of, Miho. I'm gonna write myself a note to be sad if I forget about you.
Oh, I like Amaya.
Good.
She's
Talk to you
great.
soon, then.
See you later.
That's one of the things that's so most impressive about this game is like, here, have this one conversation with the character. Oh, you like him already. You're stuck with them. You love him already. It's so fast. The call ends and I immediately sigh once again. Of course, I can't blame her, but she makes getting rid of my magic sound so casual. In reality, that would be the biggest change of my entire life. Maybe even more than becoming a Gumiho in the first place. It's the change that I need at this point in my life, though. As both Aspen and Juliet loved to remind me, it was my path through life that made me who I am today. However, that person isn't the same as before. The things that matter to me now meant nothing back then. So it seems logical to me that I need to transform, steal. So it seems logical to me that I need to transform, steal, and be forgotten has changed too. I'm grateful for everything my magic and my bead have done for me. But they're the final step from that path that I need to move past. Plus, if Yunbi is right, then they're not separate things that I'll lose. They're just parts of me that I need to change too. That feels a lot more comforting, I think. Since Happy left with Juliet when she brought me the phone, I'm struggling so much, I'm sorry. Since Happy left with Juliet when she brought me the phone, I have a rare moment to myself. I remove my necklace and hold it in my hands. Something I do quite a lot these days. Even more cracks have appeared on the bead. It's broken in as many places as it is whole. That was a terrible reading, even though I got the words right. It's broken in as many places as it is whole. Lights leak out, shining on my palms. The bead looks like it could fall apart at any time. Fragile, like a human. Something would happen if I broke it, I'm sure of that. Something will happen when I break it. Tomorrow, I've already given myself that deadline by telling Amaya. It's short, but it's less time to dread it and change my mind. Enough time to tell Aspen and Juliet, though. I want them to be there when I do it, too. I don't know what will happen. If I were to let myself think of all the possibilities, I'm sure I would end up talking myself out of it. Instead, I choose to believe what Yunbi said, and what makes the most sense to me, that they would never make me into something that I don't want to be. I'll choose my own destiny instead, my own fate, whatever it may be. That's awesome. Let's go, Miho. Oh, I'm so excited for this. I was about to say, like, maybe with how poorly my readings have been, I should probably be like, I'll save this for after I eat breakfast. But I'm like, I can't wait. I'm sorry. If my readings are terrible in the next one, I'm so sorry. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see y'all in the next one when we do something huge. And it also looks like we're also doing the play. So that's exciting. That's a lot of fun. We're doing both bead taken care of stuff and the play in one episode. Look at us being spoiled. Anyways, with all that being said, I'll see all y'all in the next episode. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back with more Please Be Happy. In the last one, we decided to do something about our bead magic because we're getting a job and we can't let this keep holding us back forever. The forget me spell, I mean. That's what I mean when I say it can't let it hold us back forever. And I'm super excited. Also, something that keeps giving me anxiety, even though I've never done it once, is the idea that I'll accidentally hit the start streaming button instead of the start recording button. And I haven't done it once in the months that I've been recording and streaming. I haven't done it a single time. Still, it keeps scaring me that I'm going to. I don't know why I'm so afraid of it. It's like such not a big deal. Like, oh no, guys, I started an accidental stream. Oops. Like, I guess the only part that I'd be afraid of is like I mean, I guess I won't even if I only streamed it to Twitch, I could still just download the VOD and then be fine. You know, it's so like not a big deal. I don't know. I'm so afraid of it. I just think it's really funny. Anyways, after months of practicing, the day of the play finally arrives. Our performance starts in the evening, but I have to be there a couple hours early. Aspen promised that she'd be in the audience to support both me and Lena. Juliet will be taking care of Happy, so she won't be able to make it. Even though I explained again and again that I'll just be standing there when I'm on stage, they're just as excited as they were when I first announced I'd be participating. I'm glad that they'll be there, though. The last hour or so before showtime is a busy one. Oh! Wait. I assume that we'd be doing... Because it looks like it's evening. I assumed we'd be taking care of the bead stuff and then going to the play. Is that not what's happening right now? Okay, I guess it's not. Hang on, I need more water. The last hour or so before showtime is a busy one, with lots of casts running around doing last-minute preparations or run-throughs. I just try to stay out of the way and help out if asked. We made the change from practicing in the park to practicing on a real stage pretty easily, and by now the whole production is pretty smooth. I make the mistake of peeking out from the curtain before it begins, and see that almost all the chairs in the audience are filled. I even manage to spot my people, although they don't notice me. I head to the corner backstage, doing my best to stay out of everyone's way. Cyrus has been walking around, checking in with each cast and crew member in turn. He still hasn't gone to me when Lena hurries over.
Miho, ready to go? Nervous?
So far, so good. What about you? Shouldn't you be in your costume?
I'm gonna go get changed soon. I was just, talking with my parents.
Oh?
Are they here in the audience?
Yep, front row. I think they were more excited for me to be in this play than I was.
Just like Aspen and Juliet.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad I did it, though.
Yeah, me too. They said they're glad I found something I like. Although I know they still wish it was ballet. I guess me being up on stage is still good enough for them.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, it was my decision. I probably won't be in any other plays anytime soon, though.
That's too bad. You're really good at it.
I know, but I want to keep trying new things. Maybe someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Oh, I didn't mean to click it. Oh, I keep actually doing that. It's my stupid cursed left hand that I'm using. Hang on. Can I like have it like replay? Is there a way that I can do that? Hang on, let me just. Can I? Wait. I'm trying with my left hand still. And it's on my leg, not a mouse pad. Gosh darn it, this so isn't worth it. Ah!
I know, but I want to keep trying new things.
Did
Maybe
it.
someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Yeah, you tell him, girl. Cyrus wraps up a conversation with a nearby cast member and then joins us in our corner.
Hey, Tim. All set for your big debut, Miho?
I think I've got all my lines down.
Good. How about you?
The way he said that good, it sounded like a supervillain. Good.
Ready, boss!
Cool. Thanks for making this possible, both of you.
No, it's no big deal. Right, Miho?
No, it's the biggest deal of my life. I'm a freaking tree, man. For me, that's pretty true, but for Lena...
Probably go get changed, but first,
Scratching his neck, Cyrus looks away for a moment.
Hey, Lena. Are you, busy after this?
Are they finally gonna be a thing? They've only been getting set up since, like, what, like, chapter 2, and it's finally happening. Okay.
After the play? No? Why?
Do you wanna get dinner or something?
Lena blinks a few times in rapid succession.
Yes! Let's do that!
That was the best reading I've ever heard in my entire life.
Okay, I'm gonna go get ready now!
Oh, she's so happy. Face red, Lena runs off, both Cyrus and I staring after
Dressing
her.
room's the other way.
A moment later, Lena zooms past us going in the opposite direction.
This way.
She disappears into another room.
That wasn't weird, was it? From me, I mean.
Nah, I think weird is like her normal anyway.
Yeah, super valid.
I think she's pretty glad you asked her.
I kind of had a feeling after she gave me that painting a while ago. Part of the reason I wanted her to be in this play was so we could hang out more. But it's been kind of tough.
Don't worry. I think it'll all work out fine.
Cyrus nods.
I'm gonna go get dressed too. See you on stage.
See you.
Cyrus leaves and I spend my last couple minutes alone. It's taken a little while to get here, but it seems like everything's turned out alright. Lena's all over the place and hard to follow sometimes, and Cyrus is like her opposite. They're both nice people though, and I want them, and I hope that them getting dinner later is just the start of something between them. I think that'd be good. I think they'd be good for each other. I fully agree. They have such complete opposite energies, but also seem to enjoy each other's energy, and that's awesome. Eventually, it's time for me to go get ready as well. In the dressing room, I pull on my stiff tree costume and take my place backstage. From the other side of the curtain, I can hear the low rumble of the crowd talking as the lights dim and the chatter does too. Looking around, I see Lena all dressed up and ready to go. She gives me a big thumbs up. At the front, Cyrus faces everyone with a small smile. We all get into positions and the curtain rises. The music begins and Lena soon takes her place on center stage. Watching her perform is like watching a whole other person. There's a certain grace to her movements and the way she talks. I admire her ability to just go out and perform when she has to, even when I know she must be all worked up emotionally. Cyrus is the same way when he's acting. He has to talk louder to project his voice, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable doing it. The way he talks, the way he walks and talks is elegant like Lena. The audience laughs and gasps in all the right places, and I even hear a few sniffles during some of the sad parts. When it's finally time for me to go out, I'm surprised by just how many faces there are in the crowd. I can't let myself get distracted though. I need to do my best too. My part's pretty easy and I pull it off without a hitch. As I leave the stage for the last time, Lena mouths "nice job" to me. I smile in return. The whole 2 hours seems to fly by. When the last scene ends, I can hardly believe that it's over. One by one, we all go back out to take a bow. The applause from the audience is like thunder rolling through the theater. Oh my gosh, look at all of them. I love Lena's costume and Cyrus's. Oh my gosh. I do love that Cyrus is like wearing face feathers as if Lena didn't already have those. I do like that they did like a little role swap there, even if like Lena like physically is like, yeah, I am like Brynhild the Valkyrie, like essentially. I think that is the part that Cyrus is supposed to be, right? I'm not misremembering. I think so. But that's so fun. I love the way actually. Again, this is all I really asked for. Is like, let's do a little bit of the play. We don't have to do the whole show, obviously, and let's do a CG out of it. That's really all I wanted. The last ones to return are the three main characters, including Lena and Cyrus. As they take their place, the applause somehow gets louder, with everyone rising out of their seats to clap. Confetti falls from the rafters as they look around, basking in the celebration. Lena's smile is huge, while Cyrus seems a little stunned by the reaction. The three of them link hands to take a bow, and the rest of us join them one last time for a final bow all together. Throughout it, Lena and Cyrus never let go of each other. When everything is over and everyone goes backstage to clean up and congratulate each other, I say goodbye to pretty much everyone except those two. I look around to try and find them, but can't. Finally, the sound of a door opening catches my ear. I peek around the corner of the hallway to see Lena and Cyrus standing at the door to the outside, about to step out together. I'd say they earned the right to leave early and skip out on the cleaning. As the door shuts behind them, I smile to myself. I think they're gonna be just fine. Aww, that's awesome. I'm so happy for them. Put on a perfect performance with Lena. Oh, that's so sweet. I'm glad that they also gave us the little achievement for that. Hang on, I need a drink. That was a lot of reading. Especially now that since we're about to do some pretty heavy stuff, I'm assuming. Even though Aspen shows up for breakfast, I'm too preoccupied to do much but eat and respond on autopilot. After a predictably sleepless night, I can barely stay focused enough to chew. I'm so out of it that Aspen has to wave her hand from my face to get my attention.
Miho!
Yeah?
I was going to ask if you're okay, but I think I need to ask what's wrong instead.
What do you mean?
You've been chewing on an empty fork for a little bit now.
I look at the utensil in my hand, and it's all mangled. I've already chewed off the bits, and I'm already working on the handle.
Oops.
Aspen gently sets my brutalized fork on the It took me a second to be like, brutalized? Oh gosh, but then I was like, oh yeah, the fork. Aspen gently sets my brutalized fork onto the table. My plate is so full. My plate is so full, I'm not sure if I actually had any food or not.
Is this about your secret idea from yesterday?
Maybe. I nod.
You're good.
I like to think I know you pretty well. Is it something you can talk to us about yet?
Juliet also leans in to show that she's listening. She doesn't interject. I can feel my pulse rise in response to the sudden attention. Even Happy is watching me. This is the whole reason I decided so quickly I should just get it over with.
I'm going to smash my bean.
Both Aspen and Juliet look at me in stunned silence. I'm not surprised.
I don't know for sure, but if I do that, I think my magic will go away. The problem is, I don't know what else will happen to me. But I think I'll be okay. And B thinks so too.
While Juliet continues to look shocked, Aspen's face flips through emotions like I'm changing channels on the TV.
Smash it! Are you sure? That's awfully permanent. And what do you mean, what else? What do you mean, you think? Have you thought?
Aspen.
All Aspen has to do is look at Juliet and she cuts herself
I'm
off.
sorry. I'm sure you've thought about it.
A lot, yes.
But that's so sudden. I'm sure you can see why I'm so shocked.
It's been on my mind for a while, and it's all I could think about last night. It's what I want to do, though. I told Amaya I would, for one thing. And I'd feel a lot better if I didn't have to worry about either of you forgetting about me.
Oh, I'm so scared though for what's gonna
too.
happen.
God, me too.
Like, yes, I'm sure it's gonna turn out all right, but it's like 90% of me is like, oh, this is gonna turn out great. This is gonna be perfect. It's gonna fix our lives. We won't have to worry about anything else like this ever happening again. The other 10% of me is like, okay, but what if they just like punch me in the heart? And they're like, oh, well, actually, Miho turns back into a fox, and can never be happy again. And that's just what she is now. And like, I'm sure she'd be like, well, no, honestly, she probably wouldn't be happy as a fox because then she wouldn't be able to do stuff with like Aspen and Juliet anymore. Like, she could still be with them, but it's not the same thing. You can't date a human as a fox. That'd be weird. So like, she would be like miserable being forced back into being a fox forever. So I'm like, there is a 10% chance of that happening. But I'm also like, it's gonna be okay, right?
Your magic is more than just being forgotten, though. That, plus your ability to transform, plus, I would imagine, your immortality.
Oh. Aspen gasps.
Miho!
I know. I thought about that too, and I'm okay with that. I want to feel more. I want things to mean more to me. I don't think that can happen unless I know I'm going to lose them someday. That's something both of you helped me realize.
I meet Juliet's gaze.
You and Cosette.
Her eyes go wide, then settle into a motherly contentment. Closing her eyes, she nods in acknowledgement of what I said. Aspen grabs my hands, one in each of hers, holding them to her heart as she faces me.
I don't know what to say. There's so much that I don't know if I could get through it all. So, I'll just trust you. I'll trust that you know what's right for you, and I'll support you in that. Always.
Aw, shucks. Aspen's barely finished talking when there was a sudden flash of light from my necklace, causing both Aspen and Juliet to recoil in shock. Happy yelps in surprise too. I instantly cut my hands around my bead, which contains a lot of the light, but not all of it. Aspen still has to use one arm to shield her eyes. Somehow, despite the brightness, I'm able to see through it unbothered. The bead seems to be shaking, and I don't think it's because of my hands. It's still whole, but just barely. It's had its fill of whatever it was looking for. I can feel it. It's needy. The magic within it wants to burst free and escape. All three of us exchange a look. Knowing that it's pointless to say anything else about the issue. Whether it's instinct or just my own inner strength, I grit my teeth and stand up. What's happening? It's loading. What are we loading in for? I walk to the front door, hoping that I'm not shaking as badly as I think I am. Aspen and Juliet and Happy are right behind me, but I don't look back until I'm out the door, standing in the sunlight. Aspen comes to my side, gripping my arm as she leans in for a kiss. Closing my eyes and focusing on the feeling of her against my side, I feel a storm in my belly calm down a little bit. Little claws dig into me as Happy stands up on his hind legs, pressing his paws into me as well. Juliet remains on the doorway, just out of reach of the sunlight, but I know she's watching anxiously too. My hands are trembling as I reach for my necklace. Aspen places her hands on mine, steadying it as I undo the clasp. For the first time since I slipped it on, I carefully remove the bead and set the rest aside. It's strangely heavy in my palm. Maybe I shouldn't call it strange. It's carrying a lot of memories in it. Still, it's small enough that when I curl my fingers, it's hidden entirely. Closing my eyes, I take a deep breath, and then another, preparing myself for what I'm about to do. My eyes shoot back open.
Before you do, there's something I have to ask. I'd regret it forever if I don't.
What is it? You can ask me anything.
She looks conflicted. I have no idea what her question could even be. I have an idea, and I'll say if I got it right after all this is over. Finally, she copies me, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath before snapping her gaze to mine.
Can I touch your ears?
I thought she was gonna be like, hey, if this works out, want to get married or something like that, like something akin to that, like something like moving, like if this doesn't work out, like would you be willing to take this like next step with me before like yada yada or something like that, just so that she has like, I don't know, I feel like that's where I would want to go. But can I touch your ears? I was not expecting that in the slightest.
Huh? I've just... For as long as I've known you, I've wanted to ask, but it seems so rude, so I kept putting it off.
Oh, Aspen, you are a gem. Please never change. You need to be treasured
I
forever.
can't put it off anymore, though.
I take a second to process what she said, and then I burst out laughing. Of everything she could have said, that definitely would have been one of my guesses. She looks so guilty about asking that it makes me laugh even harder until I'm doubled over and unable to stand up straight. Tears start to stream from my eyes, taking a lot of the tension with them. I can only nod in response, unable to actually answer Aspen's question with words. After a couple seconds, she can't keep from laughing either, even as she approaches me. I force myself upright at least a little bit more, and I tilt my head for her. Sorry, I'm like, I can't. I'm still like keeping in my own laugh while I'm reading. It's so funny. I love this game. Her fingers hesitantly settle on my ears, and she scratches a few times, the same way she pets Happy. I see why he likes it so much. Aspen doesn't spend too long before moving away from me. She looks a lot more relieved too.
I've gotten that out of my system. Why don't you... Miho!
She gasps and points at my hand. Did she accidentally break it while laughing? I look down. Without even meaning to, I clench my fist at some point. Familiar light shines between the gaps, turning into vapor and rising towards the sky. I uncurl my fingers, revealing a small pile of glowing dust and shards of my bead. The shards aren't sharp. In fact, they aren't anything. I can't even feel them there. Turning my hand over, I dump the debris onto the ground. A lot of the dust disappears as it falls, and so do some of the pieces. A couple of them hit the ground before vanishing. Only one piece, the largest one, lasts for any time at all. Instead of evaporating instantly, it slowly dissolves with most of the powder being carried away by the wind. Soon, all that's left is a tiny seed that looks like it's come from some unknown plant. Was that part of my bead too? I'll never know the answer, because the wind picks up and takes that with it too. Although it doesn't disappear into nothingness. It's gone from sight in an instant. If it was, then maybe it's on its way to someone else who needs it. Just like Zhang Yin, it'll travel the world again, never quite coming to rest. I think they'd love to be part of the wind, laughing along with the breeze, so I'm sure they'll know where to take it. The instant that the last trace of magic disappears, I can feel my body start to change. It's similar to changing into a fox, but still different. My ears shrink down and my tail retracts, but the rest of me stays the same? My hair brushes against my shoulders as new. Different ears take the place of my fox ones. It feels like stretching after being cramped up for a long time. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. I was okay when it was all transforming. I was like, oh, this isn't gonna be like that much of a difference. Like she's just gonna have like normal human ears instead of big old fox ears. But she's so cute now. She was already cute before. I can't say that she wasn't, but she's so cute now. Especially since like looking at her, she has normal ears, but now her ears feel so small. They're so tiny compared to what they used to be, and there's no tail anymore. That's so weird. It's so weird how just taking away just like the ears like changed her design so much. Like they're such a huge part of her design, but like you wouldn't think about that until they're gone, you know? Oh, she's so cute now. Look at her, guys. She's, oh my gosh. This is so weird. Like always, the transformation is quick, only a few seconds from start to finish. Except it's not always anymore. There is no next time. I turn around to face Aspen and Juliet again as the tearful Aspen rushes into me, wrapping me in the tightest, there's no tail, wrapping me in the tightest hug I've ever felt. Somehow her lips managed to find mine, and my first experience as human couldn't be any better. Happy doesn't wait long before demanding to be noticed too, so I step away from Aspen in order to kneel down and pet him. He seems to handle this change a lot better than me turning into a fox, since he doesn't growl or act any differently at all. I wonder if he even notices that change. Finally, there's Juliet, who has tears of her own in her eyes. As I climb the stairs, she steps forward and pulls me into an embrace of her own.
Congratulations, Miho.
Thank you for everything.
Oh gosh, my heart's like starting to hurt. This feels like and then the credits roll in a few minutes moment. I'm like, I'm not ready for that. It can't be over. I still need a few more hours left with this route. Please don't end so soon. I say as if like the whole point of what happening was like, hey, everything you love will end eventually, so that's what will make you love it more, sort of thing. So like it would be kind of appropriate to end after she becomes mortal, I guess. But I want more. I want more. Just a little bit longer. I'm not asking for you to stay forever, just a little bit longer. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I'm sure we have still a few more hours left since this chapter feels like it just started. Like we've only been in it for like 2.5 hours. That's way shorter than like almost any other chapter, if not all the other chapters. So like it could still be going for a little while longer. I'm just scared. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. Juliet lets go of me and then steps further back into the house and away from the sunlight. The rest of us go inside too. I feel strangely normal. Other than being a bit dizzy, I feel exactly the same as I did 5 minutes ago. Even the dizziness will probably go away once I get used to not having a tail. I'm not sure what I was expecting being human. I'm not sure what I was expecting human to feel like, but I thought I would at least feel like something. I don't mind being wrong about this one. I know that I'm right about the human part though. That same intuition that's guided me my whole life tells me that. That's reassuring as well. I'm still me through and through. We go back to the kitchen, which also seems absurdly normal. I feel like I should at least do something to celebrate our commemorate the occasion, sorry. But really, just being able to go on with my everyday life feels like a reward itself. Like Lena having the Bell House, maybe it'll hit me harder later on, like the novelty has worn off. But right now, I'm just excited to keep living. After Juliet goes to bed, Aspen and I leash up Happy and take him for a walk around town. I notice a few differences, like not being able to smell or hear quite as well as before. I don't mind though, the trade-off is more than worth it. My first day as a human isn't too different from my last days as a Gumiho. And that's just fine with me. Aspen stays as late as she can, and when she finally leaves to return to her apartment, she does it with the promise to meet up again tomorrow. The night lying awake next to Happy. I'm sorry, I'm doing so bad reading, I'm so emotional right now. That night lying awake next to Happy, I look out my bedroom window at the city I've come to know so well. I'd started to take the view for granted, but I'm going to have to unlearn all of that. I really want to be grateful for what I have, since someday it'll all be gone. What's happening now? I just want to see like a little inkling of what's happening. Okay. Oh, there's still more. Okay, guys, we're good. We're good. Okay, I think that is an excellent place to call the episode for now. That was a lot. My heart was boop, 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 in my chest from everything that was going on. I can't believe Miho still looks so. The left side of her face, well, I guess the right side from from her perspective, the left side from our perspective looks so empty without her ears there. It's so weird. Like, not in a bad way. It's just so it's gonna take a little bit to get used to. It's gonna take a little bit of time to get used to. We've had like what, like 15-ish hours of ear floofy Miho. It's gonna take a little bit to get used to not floofy Miho before we go back into Juliet's route with floofy Miho again, okay? So yeah, with all that being said, I'm really excited to see where the story is gonna go from here. With all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful peeps in the next one. Bye-bye! Okay, guys, so I have some unfortunate news. I recorded all of the last episode of this route, and then OBS decided to OBS it up, and it crashed. It completely corrupted the file. I saw the audio recording, because Audacity is actually a functioning program, whereas OBS is not. Honestly, I don't want to blame too much of my scuff on OBS, but I would say about 70 to 80% of it comes from OBS just not working. It just goes, haha, I'm just not gonna work today, and then I'm gonna crash, and I'm gonna corrupt your files, and that's where like most of my like issues in like recording series actually comes from, is OBS corrupting my files. So, with all that being said, we are here with essentially the last episode of Please Be Happy. It's gonna be a real long one because this is the end of the game. We have the credits, we have the epilogue, and then I also want to include me reading back over all. I might just put in like a little image of me just reading this stuff and going through it all for the first time and getting my like my reactions to it all, because I did not know this was going to be the last episode. I super didn't know it was going to be the last one. I was even in the next part that you guys will hear after the credits roll originally. After how do I explain this? In essentially the second half of this video, you're gonna hear my first reactions to everything, and in there I'm talking like, yeah, I kind of think I have like 4 to 6 more episodes of this left, and I'm so excited for that. But it ends here, there's not an issue with it. The only issue is that it's over, and I'm so sad. Like, I was getting like teary-eyed all through like the credits. I was trying to hold it all together, and then OBS decided to ruin the moment completely and crash during the epilogue. So we're going at this bad boy again. With all that being said, I'm probably not going to be talking too much outside of just like reading and stuff, just so we can kind of get through it. I don't want to say like just get through it, but like, you know, because I've already like gone through it all once. I don't really have anything new to add, and I feel like being like, oh, haha, this thing is like, it's not as genuine, and I like, that's one of the things I like about like recording things for the very first time, as like recording things, like playing things for the first time on my stuff, is that it's like all genuine reaction. Like, I don't know anything, so it's all like, oh, this happened, oh my gosh, that kind of stuff, you know? That's what I like. So yeah, with all that being said, let's jump into the last episode of Aspen's route of Please Be Happy. For what will be the last time for a while, Aspen shows up at the library for breakfast. It's been a routine ever since I came to Wellington, and it's bittersweet that it'll be coming to an end. An ending is just a chance for a new beginning, though.
So, tomorrow's the big day.
That's right. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I don't know if I'll have time to sleep tonight.
At least you'll have plenty of coffee to drink in the morning.
That's true. As long as no one drops the coffee maker or something. Oh, here I go again. I keep imagining 100 things that could go wrong.
I'm sure there are a million things that will go right.
Okay, maybe I won't be as backseaty as I was thinking. I love that line so much. Just thinking like, if you ever think of something going wrong, just think of it going right instead. Or well, if you think about all the things that are going wrong, think about all the things that could go right or will go right.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Thanks. I'm sure you're both right. I just can't help being me.
That's why I know it'll go well.
Happy and I hang out in the kitchen while Aspen and Juliet browse around to find books for Aspen's reading corner. When she has a few picked out, Juliet heads to bed and Aspen rejoins the dog and me. She picks up her purse where she left it on the counter earlier and sits down.
So, after your bead broke yesterday, it gave me an idea for a secret ritual of my own.
She shakes the bag. Sorry, I was holding my water bottle up and I was like, wait, I'm pretty sure she's about to. This is going to go to like narration. She shakes the bag and I can hear paper crinkle inside.
Oh, like magic?
No magic, just superstition. I guess you could call it. Or symbolism. Something along those lines.
Let's do it.
You don't even know what it is yet.
No, but it's with you, so it's gonna be great.
So, it's something you want to do, and that's enough for me.
I hope you're up for a bit of a walk then, because I'd like to go up Mount Victoria.
I'll go get Happy's leash.
On the way up to the top of the mountain, we talk about everything except why we're here. At the summit, we stop and Aspen looks
I
around.
see why you come up here so often. I'm glad the new store is closer. I could do with a few more chances to clear my head.
I'm glad you like it up here too. I know it's not a secret or anything, but it feels like my place.
I know what you mean. That used to be the library for me.
Used to?
It's special in a different way now. A wonderful way, to be sure. But not the same as when I was just a regular patron browsing the shelves. But up here, I feel calm in the same way when I sit down with a good book. Not just a good one, but a favorite. One that I know I can go back to again and again and enjoy just as much as the first time I read it.
She unslings her purse from her shoulder and reaches in. Happy gets his hopes up, probably thinking that that's where sandwiches grow, but he'll have to be disappointed this time. Instead, what Aspen takes out is a small paper what Aspen takes out is a small stack of paper. At first, I'm afraid it's The Fox in the Grove, which is silly because I keep that safely in my room with my scroll. On closer inspection, I recognize the fancy logo at the top.
That's from the book company, right? The one you almost signed with?
Yes. This was the contract they offered me. I held on to it to think about, and then afterwards held on to it as a reminder. I think I need to move on from it too, now. Just like you were saying about your bead. For a long time, I thought of my self-worth purely in terms of what I could make or give to the world. In other words, how good my writing was. That sure turned out to be a mistake. I always knew it was, of course. Still, once you're that far into the hole, it can be tough to dig yourself back out. I have you to thank in part for that.
Yeah, it does.
For helping me find my own strength that I needed.
Or I guess, yeah, it is.
That's why I don't need this anymore. Not as a reminder or a motivator. I don't need it to tell me what I'm worth.
From top to bottom, Aspen rips the paper in half. Then she tucks those into a pile and rips them again. Then she rips those. Oh, I'm so excited for this. It's such a beautiful CG. She holds out her handful of shredded paper like I held up my shattered bead. Just like then, the wind eagerly picks up the pieces and carries them away out to sea. They toss and flutter in the wind, scattering directions before they're even past the edge of the mountain. Aspen watches them go, hands still outstretched, not to bring them back, but to keep them away. In just seconds, they're gone from
I tore
sight.
up the rejection letters too. The ones I'd been keeping in my box, envelopes and all. I saved a copy of my manuscript instead. That's what I really want to look back on someday and smile about. Not to forget the bad, but to remember the good too. I'll always associate it with these days here with you. And with the new store. I think those will be much
I didn't mean to click
happier
it.
memories
Oh.
to keep. Don't you?
Gosh, I hate my left hand. I hate my left hand so much. Not to forget the bad, but remember the good too. I'll always associate it with these days here with you. And with the new store and everything else. Why I didn't just click to have her replay the line since I know that I have that ability now, I don't know. Shut up. Shut up.
I do. I never want to forget how I feel right now either. Or any of my time here.
I don't think we will. I'm not sure how we could. And even though the future is scary at times, it scares me right now when I think of opening the store tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm excited to face it with you and with Juliet. And with Happy, of course.
Of course.
The three of us stand quietly together, facing the horizon and the future. Aspen's right. It's intimidating, but that's exciting in its own way. If there's one lesson that I've learned, One most important thing is that I can't just wait for my future to come to me. I have to reach out and grab it for myself. I love that line. Gosh, I love this game so much that I'm like so sad when it's ending. The moment I realized like the credits were about to roll and the story was ending, like I was like fighting for my life to hold back the tears. Arriving at the new Bell House, it's immediately obvious that Aspen didn't need to worry about no one showing up. Julia and I are there an hour early, but we're not even the first to arrive. There's already a small line of people waiting when we get there, box of Aspen's requested books in tow. Some of the staff are running around outside looking stressed. Others are indoors setting up the display cases and brewing coffee. They also look pretty stressed. I recognize one or two of the employees from the other Bell House, but I don't know their names. Most of them I've never seen before, it's just the aprons that give them away. Despite the nervousness, everything seems to be running pretty smoothly. One person that I do recognize is Regina, Aspen's boss. She strolls around the place looking calmer than the other workers. She's probably done this more than once. I'm no expert, but I don't see any problems anywhere. Aspen's done a great job getting everything ready to go. She's been here since before I woke up, so I haven't seen her in person yet, although we've been messaging through the morning when possible. I let her know that Juliet and I have arrived, but the message sits unread. I spot another familiar face, though, at the same time that she spots us. She slips out the front door and jogs over to where Happy and I are standing. Juliet's retreated off under the shade of the building's roof.
Hi, Lena. How's it going?
Oh, you know, pretty normal day. Hang on a sec, though. Something's different about you.
Yeah.
Did you get a haircut? Wait, no, I see it. Don't tell me they gave you an haircut, too!
Oh, I love Lena.
They went away on their own. I broke the bead that gave me my magic, and so now I'm just a regular human.
Her face goes pale.
And I thought it was bad that I dropped the coffee machine this morning!
Oh, nah, I did it on purpose. I wanted this to happen.
Seriously? Why would you do that?
Because I got tired of people forgetting about me all the time. I want to be able to live a normal life, even if it's one that has an end. I'm starting a new job soon too. One that I couldn't do if nobody remembered me.
Oh, congrats! You're gonna kick life's butt, aren't ya?
That's not quite the way I put it, but yeah, I guess so.
Well, it's the right way. The only right way. Go ahead, ask me why that is.
Why is...
Because you've gotta beat life into giving you what you want.
She does a fake punch that comes close to hitting me in the real face.
When it thinks it's got you down, that's when you've gotta fight back even harder. Never give up. Never surrender!
It's kind of impossible not to be impressed with Lena's enthusiasm, even when it's like
And
this.
you can only do that when you've got something to fight for. Like Aspen, or your friends, or your dog. Wait, when did you get a dog?
This is Happy. I've had him for a few days now.
He does look happy. What's his name?
Sorry that all my commentary for this part of the episode is just me like, but I'm like, I don't really want to repeat myself so that people can watch the next part and not be like, oh, he said this already.
No, that is his name. Happy.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to do this a lot in the future. Still, I like the name. I guess you could say it makes me happy too. Once Lena finishes introducing herself to the dog, she finally notices the box of books on top of the wagon that we brought.
Oh, are those for Aspen? I'll take them in and let her know you're here. Although she might be busy until after she cuts the ribbon.
That's fine. Thanks for letting her know. I'll be with Juliet.
Got it.
Hang on, there we go. Just had to readjust my hand to a more comfortable position. I pass the wagon's handle to Lena and she rolls it around to the back entrance. Happy and I go wait next to Juliet, not too far from the line to get in. She adjusts her parasol and gives us a bit of extra shade
What do you
too.
think? I'm quite impressed with what they've done here. It has its own distinct feeling while still clearly being the Bell House.
Yeah, I love it. I can tell Aspen put her heart into it.
On one side of the cafe is a park, and on the other is a row of shops that are just as cute as the Bell House. None of them have such a long line, though. There are only a couple minutes left until the grand opening, and everyone in the crowd knows it. I do a quick head count. There are almost 24 people standing in line, not counting Juliet and myself. There are a few others who aren't in line either, like a reporter taking pictures and someone that must be Regina's husband. The warm, cozy scents of fresh bread and coffee are as strong here as at the other location, maybe even stronger since we're outside and can still smell them. I can't see in through the frosted glass windows, but I imagine they're all doing a last-minute scramble, taking care of final touch-ups before it's time. A blue ribbon is draped across the front doors. Those suddenly open inward, leaving the ribbon still hanging, and Aspen appears, dressed in uniform. She looks around, spotting me and Juliet, and gives us a small wave, but she quickly focuses her attention on the crowd.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming. We appreciate you showing up before you're actually able to have your coffee.
A couple people
My
chuckle.
whole team has worked very hard to make today's opening a success, so we're very proud to officially open our doors to everyone. Lena!
Coming!
I can hear Lena, but can't see her. I can, however, see the look of disapproval on Aspen's face as Lena runs up to her with a pair of scissors. Even that disappears in a flash, though, as with a big smile, Aspen cuts through the ribbon in a single snip. She steps aside, letting the line of people begin to enter. As the first customers pass through the door, a chorus of cheers comes from inside. It takes a few minutes, but finally, Aspen emerges from the building and comes over to where we are. I reach out my arms to embrace her, but she shakes her head.
No, don't hug me, I'm gross. As soon as I get home, I'm taking 3 showers and 2 naps.
No, you could never be gross to me, Aspen. I love you.
deserve them. Everything looks amazing. You've done a great job.
Thanks. Wait until you actually go inside. Although maybe it's better to wait until tomorrow for that.
You're already quite popular. I'm not sure if tomorrow will be any slower.
That's a good problem to have if it happens. I can show you around right now if you really want, but it's going to be awfully crowded in there.
It's fine. You can show us another time. We'll be here again soon, for sure.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to trying out the reading corner for myself.
Yes, me too. Lena told me you brought the books. Thank you so much.
Oh, of course. I hope they find their way into many new hands.
I'll make sure they do. I want to do some kind of discount for people who are working or reading here. I'm not sure what it'll be yet, but I want to help out students and artists, even if it's just a free cup of coffee. I'm already getting ahead of myself, though. We've been open for all of 10 minutes and I'm planning what to do next.
You make that sound like it's a bad thing. But this place only exists because you dreamed about it, right?
Well, yes. I suppose so. I need my feet on the ground right now, though. I could let my head off into the clouds when my shift is over. Which, unfortunately, is still several more hours from now. I'm going to have a few words with whoever it was that put together this schedule.
Was it you?
Yes.
It absolutely was. After my naps and showers, I'll come by to visit this evening. Do you have any plans for how you want to spend your last couple days before your own new adventure, Miho?
Other than with you? Nah, not really. I think I might go for a walk. It's been a while since I just wandered around.
You've come so far since then, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I miss it a little bit.
Go wander then, and I'll see you at dinner.
Definitely.
Goodbye, Aspen, and good luck with the rest of the day. We'll see you tonight.
With a final wave, Aspen disappears back into the cafe.
I think I'll be returning home myself. If you're going to be out for a while, then would you like me to take Happy back with me?
Yeah, please. I think I'll be out for a bit.
I pass the leash to Juliet. Happy doesn't fight against leaving me anymore. He knows that I'll come back to him. Oh, I watch those two head off back the way we came, the opposite direction of the Bell House. One other direction leads into town, but it's the fourth and most familiar path that I follow. For the second day in a row, I find myself atop Mount Victoria. Although I pass others going up and down the mountain, I'm alone at the summit for the moment. Just me and the breeze. Leaning against the railing, I take in the sights again. The bustling city, the swaying trees, the cerulean ocean. All over, everywhere I look, it's alive. Every person, every leaf, every single creature. We're not so different after all. We're all just doing what we can to survive, to keep going and hopefully make tomorrow a little better than today. That was terrible, but I'm going on. I can't count how many times I've been up here enjoying this view. I can't even begin to guess how many more times I'll come here in my lifetime. And yet, that's what makes it so precious today, because someday I won't be able to come here anymore. All I'll be able to do is think back and remember how it made me feel. So I had better feel as much as I can while I can. Even now, I can spot things that are different from yesterday. I pass different people on the way up here, different boats dot the glittering horizon, different airships come and go. As much as it feels like it sometimes, and as much as I used to believe it was true, nothing ever really stays the same. From the streets, to the sea, and even myself. Like clouds, we grow and change until someday we disappear. There's a noticeable absence where my necklace hangs, but it isn't the aching kind of loss that feels like something's gone when it shouldn't be. Instead, it's more like nostalgia missing. Missing something but knowing I can't go back to it. That the world and existence I'm thinking of doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it never did. I've been to so much of the world without really seeing any of it. After all. There's plenty of time to fix that though. Years and years to enjoy to the fullest. At the end, I hope to feel the same way Zhang Yin did, surrounded by the people they loved and content with the life they had lived. Maybe, like them, I'll continue to exist in some way still, in the thoughts and stories of everyone that I cared about and that cared about me. For someone who's not used to being remembered, a legacy like that doesn't sound too bad. Maybe someone, someday, will stand up here like me, looking out at the world and seeing proof that I once lived and existed. It's okay if they don't know me or my name, that doesn't bother me. But if there's one more bird singing its song than there would have been had I never existed, then that's enough. A sudden gust sweeps across the mountain down through the forest and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair in the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze, it sounds like warm laughter. Little fox, where is your home? The wind whispers. Closing my eyes, I relax and surrender myself to it all.
Right here.
Even going through it all again, like that part, the first time it actually gave me chills. I was shivering and I was shivering again. That gave me chills. Even going through it a second time, I can't. This is this story. It's so hard to put into words, because I don't want this ending to go on for too terribly long. Even though it's entirely up to me and I want to talk about it, but I also don't want to completely repeat myself, because I super want to. It's been a dream of mine to make quote unquote video essays. I know that a lot of people don't like that title or that stuff, but it's what people call them. So it's easy to go I want to make video essays, and people will be like, I get what you mean. And one of them I absolutely want to make is about this game and just why I think it's so special, why it means so much to me. And just I think if you take even out how I personally why it means so much to me specifically, just looking at it from an objective standpoint, this is an incredible visual novel. The voice acting, not only is there so much of it, which a lot of visual novels don't do, for budgetary reasons or whatever reasons they just don't do it. Whereas this, it went so hard in on the voice acting. Every line that the characters say, voice acted. Every voice actor is incredible. They convey so much emotion, so much character. The way that the actors give their lines gives the character more depth to it, which is how voice acting should be. The voice acting should not just be the characters, I'm just going to say these lines. It should be helping build the characters. And the deliveries always hit. They always add to the jokes. They always add to the sweet moments. They're so good. The art is beautiful. all of it, from the character portraits to the backgrounds to all the CGs, and like it just brought up the chapter card there of like the artist who did it. I think it was the 1 minute or Theo minute. I couldn't read it quite in that time because I was also talking, distracting myself. They're all so cute, and it all meshes together as such like a distinct style. To like the way I describe it is like it all feels like a storybook in like the best ways possible. It's a beautiful storybook, and I love that. And I feel like that it feels like it's going for just like the tone of the story and how important stories are in the context of this story, you know, like how much they talk about it and how what it means to the characters, like that kind of stuff, and what writing means to them. And that really struck a chord with me because like to me stories are like my favorite things ever. That's why I want to make like video essays, because like the media I consume is important to me, and that's why like I get so critical of stuff that I don't like and so passionate about the stuff that I do like, because it's ways of like speaking to people, like ways to entertain them, to like teach them lessons. Like there's so much that a story, or even like a video game, like even like a video game without like a story, can like do to people, you know what I mean? Like the media that we consume does so much. I'm kind of rambling because of this. None of this is scripted. It's just like all off the cuff essentially. Like this game is so good, and then you have the music, and the music is incredible. This is the most quality over quantity I've ever seen in a video game soundtrack. Other games, it's like, oh, this game only has like 10 tracks, and it's like 20, 30 hours long. I want to blow my ears out by the time I get to the end of this. But this game, though, the music is incredible. Every time the track comes on, sorry, when I talk while this fills out the page, but every single time a track comes on, it's like, yeah, I sure have heard this track 30 other times playing this game, and gosh darn it, does it not just fit the moment as well as all the other times it's been used. It still hits the emotional, like it hits the emotional punch that it needs to. It works every time because the music is some of the best I've probably heard in like a video game. Like if you're to ask me like what's your favorite soundtrack to a game, like it would probably be like, what else is there? I loved like the Tears of the Kingdom, which is mostly Breath of the Wild. Gosh, what else is there? I'm trying to think of like what else do I like as much as like this soundtrack. And I like after like Tears of the Kingdom, because like the Tears of the Kingdom main theme is probably like one of, if not like my favorite song of all time, just because like the emotions it makes me feel. But honestly, after going through all of this game and like getting all the like the meaning of like these songs, like it probably goes like Tears of the Kingdom main theme, and then the next like 16 songs or 17 songs of my favorite soundtrack of all time are probably like this game. It's so freaking good. But yeah, no, with all that being said, let's finish the epilogue, because I actually haven't read any of this part yet. And I'm super excited for that. And then I can talk more about general thoughts about this route and the game, and talk about like the future and what we're gonna do with Juliet. Even with the shuttle ride and walk back, even with the shuttle ride and walk back, I get home before Aspen does. Happy's waiting for me at the door like he does every day, to lick my hand and then flop onto the floor for a belly rub as soon as I come in. The cats crowd around to say hello too, although they keep their distance from Happy as much as they can. 5 years and they still haven't warmed up to him too much. They don't mind me like they used to, though. I start a pot of coffee brewing for when Aspen gets back, and change out of my work clothes. It's my turn to cook dinner tonight, so I also grab some ingredients from the fridge, and then leave them on the counter to finish thawing. Then I go to our bedroom and wash up. Working at the preserve has gotten easier, but it never gets boring. I just come home covered in dirt and more, but with the satisfaction of knowing that I did something meaningful. This week I've been tending to a nest of Takahe chicks? Why did I say cheeks? Chicks who lost their mother. Baby birds are kind of gross. I've learned the hard way that pretty much all baby animals are, but seeing the improvement they've made over the past few days has been all the reward I need. From the kitchen I can hear Happy's collar sliding across the tile as he stands up, a sure sign that Aspen is home. I go to greet her as I'm so happy to see Aspen. After a time skip Aspen, I mean, even if she looks exactly the same, that's so fun. I'm just like, I'm excited that we get to see one last like thing with Aspen before her route ends. I go to greet her just as the front door
Hello.
opens.
Hello, love.
And of course, it's the girl reading this. Oh, again, like they introduce Aspen with this track, I'm pretty sure, and it fits her so well. I wait for the animals to have all their turns saying hello before I walk over to Aspen, putting my arms around her.
How was your day?
Oh, they're so cute. Stop, I can't. Going back to the incredible art, I love the style. I love the character. The character designs are so good. I think it was like Kobuda who did all the character designs when I was reading
the credits, and these the S tier job.
The usual. I'm almost done reading this manuscript that came in a few weeks ago. It's a little rough around the edges, but I'd like to see more. I'm at the Bell House tomorrow, so I'll finish it up on break or when I get back. What about you?
Okay, so here's my thoughts immediately. She's still working at the Bell House, still doing all her manager stuff. But is she an editor now? And like, is she trying to be like better to read? Because like her whole thing was like with the Bell House was like, I want to help out artists and students. Is she trying to be like a good editor who isn't going to like completely crush people and try to like make them change their entire stories, but actually be like there to help them improve the stories so then they can get like that'd be so fun.
The usual. Fed some birds, chased some lizards, trimmed some plants.
Also, their outfits are so cute. I love their outfits so much.
Next. Coffee should be ready soon too.
Thank you. You're the best.
I try.
Oh. Like always, I stand on my toes to meet Aspen for a welcome home kiss. We've greeted each other this way every day for years now. Just like working at the preserve, I never get tired of it. At first, taking a job as an editor instead of making it as an author seemed like a downgrade to Aspen, but over time she's come to enjoy it a lot. That's simultaneously sad that she never, I guess, like, made it as an author, but if it's something that she still enjoys, then that is genuinely all that matters. Although I really do wish that they had a little part where Miho read her book. Dude, if there was a section... Oh, I was thinking like, what's missing? What's missing from this? There's a section where Miho said, I've been learning to read so I can read what Aspen writes. And even if she doesn't write anything else outside of the Fox in the Grove and her manuscript, if I just want that one section, just that one section, that's all I need. That's all I want. The way she talks about seeing someone's face light up when she tells them their manuscript's been accepted or when their book finally releases reminds me of how I feel when we let a rescued creature back out into the wild. There's always a bit of worry. What if we did something wrong? What if they're not ready yet? But there's also a whole lot of excitement. And of course, she still has the Bell House to help keep her stable, even if it's only a couple shifts every now and then. Our home, our pets, our jobs, our lives. As much as I love the excitement, I love the comfortable familiarity just as much, if not more. In the end, I settled into life as a regular human pretty quickly. Both of us still have goals and dreams, things we'd like to do and see, but we're working towards them one step at a time and enjoying the journey along the way. I don't spend time wondering or worrying about just how many days or years I might have left, because I'm too busy living every single one of them. Aspen's comfy ending? Wait, what is that? What does that mean? Comfy ending?
Shall we pick up where we left off?
It also didn't let me save. What? There's more. What is? Are there multiple endings? Hang on, I need to open Steam super duper fast. Or hang on. How many? I'm just gonna look it up on my phone really quick. How many? How many endings does Please Be Happy have? What? There's 2 endings per route? How do I get the other one? Hang on, sorry guys, sorry. Hang on. Advance route, wrap up. Wait, hang on. Okay, so I guess I was kind of, sort of, pseudo planning to do this anyways. I was planning to do an extra episode where I went back to these choices that we made along the way to get the extra endings. But I guess to get the rest of her ending, we'll have to do it anyways. Because there, keep going, this choice impacts. Choosing the first option for the wild ending. Wait. Okay, so I picked 1 out of 3 to get the comfy ending. Oh, I'm so curious about what the wild one is. That's so crazy to me. Okay, so I guess that's what we're going to be doing next episode. Because I kind of planned today to finish it, so I like started a lot of laundry and stuff. So I was like, I guess now that that's done, I guess I'm not doing all of that stuff, I guess. I don't know. But we still have a bit left, because from what I'm thinking is I don't know how much this actually like changes the rest of the story from going to here. But like, let's say if we start with this and go wild and free and pick silver, the other option for silver, then we probably just kind of click through the rest of the game. I'm assuming because most of it's going to stay the same, so we are just going to like mash through while we talk and chat and stuff like that, while I keep an eye on like the dialogue and stuff like that. So that's cool. But hey, we got the first ending. That's so exciting. I'm so happy. That was so good, and it almost made me cry. But I guess I'll still wrap up like my thoughts about like the game though and how it's incredible and stuff like that. Or I guess I could save that for the next one. But you know, I already started here. It's fine. We'll do it here. But yeah, no. Like I think like I was saying, like looking at this objectively as just like a game without like taking any of my like personal like why this means so much to me into account. Like again, art incredible, music phenomenal, voice acting top tier, baby. It's so good. And then you have just like all the writing itself. Like the writing is like, how do I put this? It feels real. Like everything about the writing to me feels very realistic. And I think that's what makes the characters feel like super genuine and like easy to connect with and easy to like. Like even like again like those kids or like Amaya or Minso who don't show up like for very long, like still form a connection with you because like they feel genuine. I think that's the best part of like the writing of this game is that it feels all genuine. It doesn't feel like it's trying to like force anything. It feels like the writers were super comfortable, which is like a place that I would love to be in my own writing, is like comfortable enough to have the confidence in their writing to just write whatever they're feeling or thinking and like have it like work. I don't know how to describe it, but it just feels genuine. It is the best way to put it. All the character dialogue, all of Miho's descriptions, it feels real, it feels genuine, it feels like it's coming from like the heart essentially, which sounds super duper cheesy and I get that, but that's how it comes off, and I think that's why I really clicked with the writing and why every time a character shows up, like Lena, like if you count like the time she's on screen, it's probably only like an hour and a half maybe of the game, but like seeing her at the end made me so happy. That's like, yeah, we do kind of like get this last moment with Lena. Like if we didn't and the last time we saw her was just her running off with Cyrus, I would have been so sad. But because like, and she's a great example of this, like she's such a genuine person, like I don't know, again, it's like it's hard to describe without like any kind of like scripting for me in this, because it's like it's so layered on why I love this game and its writing. But like, and it just has a message that it's trying to convey about life and living it and like loving people and like being loved and like the importance of that. And even with Silver at the end, like of her story, it doesn't really treat it like, oh, if you don't have like friends and stuff, like, oh, your life's bad, you know, like it doesn't like really disprove that. It's just like showing like for people who want that, like why it's so important to them. And even then at the end, Silver was a little bit like, yeah, like I don't really like people that much, but you're like the person I do like, even though I'm leaving. That kind of stuff. Like again, she's like, oh, Silver's such a huge character for this, and I still want to think about her more, especially since she actually is voiced by Miho's voice actress. Like it's crazy. But like that's one of the reasons why But like, I guess going to my brain is all over the place because I'm thinking so much. That sounds so stupid. My thoughts are so jumbled right now. Because not only did I get super emotional, like again, I was like tearing up and like almost crying as like the credits were rolling and we were like finishing up Mio's like final monologue the first time I read through it. But then I had to go through the motions of, oh gosh darn it, OBS just crashed. Oh, we have to read through it all again, which I was okay, happy to do. And then I went through it all again, got the comfy ending, went, wait, what the freak is this? And now I found out that there's another ending for Aspen, which is just beautiful. I'm guessing it's going to give us that last 3%, take it up to 25% left for Juliet. That's what I'm like assuming. So that's fun. And it's a really good thing that I actually saved it over those choices so then I could actually do it. Because the Mount Victoria, this choice is like, the choice with Cello doesn't change anything, but like, yeah, whatever. But then like, I guess I'll go into slightly why it means so much to me, just like have it out there. Because I don't know, I feel like I'm like, my brain's all over the place with like, just complimenting this game. Like again, how many ways can I say that the story is amazing, the characters are genuine and wonderful, and I care about all of them so much. Like, I did not expect to like, again, care about like Cyrus, even Cyrus, who's like, in the story half as long, if not less than the time that Lena is. When he finally asked her, I wasn't just excited because it's Lena. I was like, oh, Cyrus, he's doing it. He's like asking her out. Like, that's so good for him. Like, look at him. He's going to be happy. I loved it. It was so good. Like, I care about all these characters so much, and the story it tells is just beautiful. And again, like, it means so much to me because, like, especially like Aspen's route. I don't know how much I'm going to connect to Juliet's route. But even then, the overarching theme of just living life to its fullest, like that's been hitting me hard because like for the past while I've been like so business focused. Like I'm like, no, I gotta work on my art, I gotta work on my drawing, I gotta work on my writing, I gotta work on the channels. And it actually got to the point it started breaking me down. I might have carpal tunnel and might need surgery because of how hard I go at this. And I realized a while ago that I'm not happy. But I also realized that I kept doing what Aspen was doing and kept telling myself that one day, someday, I'll be happy when this all works out. And the fact that I decided like I actually need a break or else I'm not going to be able to use my hand essentially anymore unless I get surgery, which again, I still might need surgery. I've just been kind of trying to let it rest, and I actually lost my wrist brace for it this morning, so like that was really stressful. But every time I've played this game over the past year since it came out, it actually just recently had its first anniversary, and I'm so sad that I couldn't get one of the anniversary bundles. Essentially, they released like a special thing for its anniversary, and it sold out so fast. I couldn't get my hands on it. Oh gosh, I'm getting teary-eyed. But every time I would come to play this game, like I guess like talking about Fate, like because they also talk about that a lot in this game, is it'd always come when I would need it. Times when I was like really, really down, whether it be like when the demo came out. I don't even remember like what I was going through specifically back then, but it was really hard for me at the time, and I played this game and it made me so happy. And I just connected with it and just wanting to like be like, the whole point of this game is be happy. Like if you couldn't tell, it's not, not subtle, but that's fine essentially. And then the next time I played it, like the next chunk of it wasn't just another hard time in my life. And then I played a few episodes, and then that's when I got my new computer and I lost all my save, which like that like devastated me, because like that put me off from playing it for a while. And then, but honestly, it's kind of a good thing it did, because even though like the channel and art and everything was making me unhappy, if I had learned to balance it better, it would have made me happy. Because the reason I want to go into writing and art is because I love it. I love art. I love writing. It makes me happy. Same thing with making YouTube videos, like getting like the small following that I have here on this channel and over on my other channel where I live stream, knowing that even if people don't love what I make, as long as like I've put smiles on people's faces. Like I've had people comment that on like my shorts and like on my streams before, that they like me, and like not that they like me, but they like the content that I make essentially. And I like that. It was one of the big reasons I wanted to like be a creator of some sort, is because I want to make people feel what I feel while I experience, while I consume the media that I do. I want to make their lives better. I want to have like an impact on them. I want to help them smile. You know, I want to be able to make something that like they can come to when they're having a hard time and just enjoy. And so when I like my body like started shutting down, I was like in a horrible emotional place because I like I can't really do any of the things that I love doing. I was like, oh, I can play Please Be Happy now. I can like start getting back into that. And then going through Aspen's route, which hit all of those beats for me of she was making herself miserable, working herself to the bone, not being with her friends and the people that she loves while working on the stuff that is making her so unhappy, and realizing like, no, I need to take a break. And even like, you know, like she doesn't end up being an author at the end of this route, but like that's fine. Like that's still my end goal. But if I don't make it there, I don't want to look back on my life and be like I wasted it. I still want to be able to look back on my life and be like I enjoyed what I did, but I didn't let it consume me. Essentially, like I still want to be able to look back on my life and be like, yeah, I did have fun along the way. And that's what like, honestly, that's why like Aspen as a character probably also means so much to me, is because all throughout this, she's just been a character that I relate to so heavily. And watching her go through the things that I'm going through as I'm going through it, it hit me so hard. Like I couldn't put into words like how much like it resonated with me. Like after I recorded like a lot of this all over the course of like the past week essentially. But like how do I describe it? Like over the episodes where she was having her breakdown, like there was a time I just took my dog for a walk in between episodes, and like I just like was like tearing up, and I was like, this is like hitting me too close emotionally, but it's also, in a way, it's also helping me, because like I was like already kind of planning to like take a little bit of step back, but like this game like sort of showed me, which sounds silly that I needed a game to show me this, but like that's what media does. It showed me that it's like okay if I take that break. I don't need to be so unhappy all the time, you know what I mean? I should let myself be happy. And that, again, that's what the game's about. And I probably did a terrible job of explaining why this game and this route specifically means so much to me, and why I love Aspen and Miho. And again, I love Juliet. Like what she went through with Cosette, that also resonated so hard with me. Like again, I was actually like crying during that episode. I'm like if you can't tell, I'm like a little teary right now talking about all this. But like I'll save like talking about Juliet for Juliet's route, you know. But yeah, I don't want to go on for too terribly long about all this. Just for your guys' sake, especially since there is more to go, probably another like episode or two, depending on how things go. But yeah, I don't know. I love this game. I love these characters in the story so much that I'm happy to be experiencing right now. Again, it came to me in a time where I was beating myself up so bad for physically not being able to keep working, to not being able to keep pushing myself against that grindstone and going at it. So this game has made me like unbelievably happy and has helped me through so much in my life already. And there's still more to come. So I guess with that being said, I'm sorry that this got so sappy at the end. I'm so sorry about that. I was kind of expecting it, because like I've been thinking about why this game means so much to me ever since I started playing it, essentially. Over a year ago, since I played the demo like months before it came out. Like I conveniently just stumbled upon, I was looking at other visual novels because I was like, I'm doing this whole Fate thing. What else should I, like what other visual novels should I read? Because I'm really enjoying this. And I just kind of stumbled onto a Please Be Happy demo. And honestly, one of the best decisions I could have made. Not even gonna cap. It was one of the best decisions I could have ever made. But yeah, with all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one for when we get Aspen's second ending. With all that being said, I'll see all you beautiful people in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are back with What I found out is like close to the end of Aspen's route. Like I know like it's the last chapter and all that stuff, but like the last chapter was so long. It was like 6, 7 hours longish, and now we're actually nearing the end. I did a little scouting because I looked at every time you like save and go back to the loading screen and are loading into the game, it gives you a little percentage of like how far into the game you are. And I saw I was at 70% as of right now. And I'm like, this can't be going on much longer. Otherwise, like Juliet's route isn't gonna have like anything in it. It's gonna be like you pull up, it's like 2 or 3 hours long, and then we're gonna go home. Because basically every hour is around like 3 to 4%. So it's like, oh gosh, if there's only 10 hours of gameplay left and Aspen's doesn't end soon, that means Juliet's gonna get like so shafted. I do kind of expect her route to be slightly shorter, just because I feel like the stuff with like Gerby and Tommy and like that would still like happen regardless. Just because like that stuff isn't like too tied to like who you pick. I feel like stuff like that and maybe like the silver stuff is stuff that'll like happens in bulk. So like maybe it'll give you like a little option like skip it when it comes to playing through Juliet's route. So that's why I'm like, otherwise, like even if that stuff is in Juliet's route or something like replaces it, Juliet's route is gonna be a lot shorter. So I'm kind of like sitting here like hoping that that's what it is. Just because I feel like Aspen's route's been about 30% of the game, and we still have a bit left. We still have a few hours left, like 2 or 3. So after that, we'd be like 76, 79%-ish. It'd probably go up to like 80. So if those parts aren't like taken out of Juliet's route and she still has those plus her own story, I'm like, her route's gonna be super short. And I'm so not okay with that because I love Juliet and I'm like, I want a route of her. You know, I want a whole 2 chapters. Like we've been like doing Aspen's route for almost 20 episodes now, almost-ish. So I'm like, I need another 20 episodes of Juliet. So yeah, with all that being said, let's jump in for, again, we're closing in. We only have like 4 to 6 episodes left, I'd say, which is crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, with all that being said, let's actually jump into this. For what will be the last time for a while, Aspen shows up at the library for breakfast. It's been a routine ever since I came to Wellington, and it's bittersweet that it'll be coming to an end. An ending is just a chance for a new beginning, though. Gosh, I can't stop staring at Miho. It's so... her ears, it's just like the lack of them throwing me off. Oh, that's a good thought, Juliet. Let's go. For everything that could go wrong, there's also something that could go right, essentially. Or more. Happy and I hang out. Oh, I forgot that Happy was the name of the dog. I was like, Happy and I was like, what the freak, what are you trying to say? Happy and I hang out in the kitchen while Aspen and Juliet browse around to find books for Aspen's reading corner. Once she has a few picked out, Juliet heads to bed and Aspen rejoins the dog and me. She picks up her purse where she left it on the counter earlier and sits down. Yeah, ooh. She shakes the bag and I can hear paper crinkle inside. Yeah, but it'll be great. Exactly. On the way up to the top of the mountain, we talk about everything except for why we're there. At the summit, we stop and Aspen looks around. She unslings her purse from her shoulder and reaches in. Happy gets his hopes up, probably thinking that's just where sandwiches grow, but he'll have to be disappointed this time. Instead, what Aspen takes out is a small stack of paper. At first, I'm afraid it's the fox in the grove, which is silly because I kept that safely in my room with my scroll. On closer inspection, I recognize the fancy logo at the top. Is she about to, like, throw all the papers out? Well, I like the symbolism of it all. That's just a lot of littering. Heck yeah, Aspen, let's go. From top to bottom, Aspen rips the paper in half. Then she tucks those into a pile and rips them again. Then she rips those. She holds out her handful of shredded paper like it held up my shattered bead. Just like then, the wind eagerly picks up the pieces and carries them away out to sea. Oh, that's so, the lighting and everything on like the paper, like, this is so beautiful. And like, again, like, I love this. I made the haha litter joke, but the symbolism of it is so great. Even though they already kind of said what it's the symbol, like what it symbolizes, it's like, that doesn't make it any worse to me. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my gosh, and like, even like the little lens flares. Oh, I love that effect. Aspen watches them go, hands still outstretched. Not to bring them back, but to keep them away. In just seconds, they're gone from sight. The three of us stand quietly together, facing the horizon and the future. Aspen's right, it is intimidating, but that's exciting in its own way. If there's one lesson that I've learned, one most important thing, is that I can't just wait for my future to come to me. I have to reach out and grab it for myself. Arriving at the new Bell House, it's immediately obvious that Aspen didn't need to worry about no one showing up. Juliet and I are there an hour early, but we're not even the first to arrive. There's already a small line of people waiting when we get there. Box of Aspen's requested books in tow. Some of the staff are running around outside looking stressed. Others are indoors setting up the display cases and brewing coffee. They also look pretty stressed. I recognize one or two of the employees from the other Bell House, but I don't know their names. Most of them I've never seen before. It's just the aprons that give them away. Despite the nervousness, everything seems to be running pretty smoothly. One person that I do recognize is Regina, Aspen's boss. She strolls around the place looking calmer than the other workers. She's probably done this more than once. I'm no expert, but I don't see any problems anywhere. Aspen's done a great job getting everything ready to go. Let's go! She's been here since before I woke up, so I haven't seen her in person yet, although we've been messaging throughout the morning when possible. I let her know that Juliet and I have arrived, but the message sits unread. I spot another familiar face, though, at the same time that she spots us. Is it Lena? I want to hear about her little dinner with Cyrus, though. What's up, bestie? Oh my gosh, I love Lena. I love her so much. Honestly, I don't want to say I wish it was in the story more, because like that means that I would want that time to be like with Aspen and Juliet to be spent on Lena, but I'm like, I do really like Lena a lot. She's so fun. She slips out the front door and jogs over to where Happy and I are standing. Juliet's retreated off under the shade of the building's roof. Her face goes pale. So then people stop forgetting us. Heck yeah. Nah, we're gonna kick its butt. We're gonna do great. Agreed. She does a fake punch that comes close to hitting me in the real face. It's kind of impossible to not be impressed with Lena's enthusiasm, even when it's like this. Oh, the performances in this game are S tier. The lines are already so good and have so much character and life in them, and then you just get hit with the performances, and it's just like it makes everything so good. I have a feeling I'm going to have to do this a lot in the future. Still, I like the name. I guess you could say it makes me happy too. Aw, that's how this game makes me feel. Once Lena finishes introducing herself with the dog, she finally notices the box of books on top of the wagon that we brought. I pass the wagon's handle to Lena, and she rolls it around to the back entrance. Happy and I go wait next to Juliet, not too far from the line to get in. She adjusts her parasol to give us a bit of extra shade, too. On one side of the cafe is a park, and on the other is a row of shops that are just as cute as the Bell House. None of them has such a long line, though. There are only a couple minutes left until the grand opening, and everyone in the crowd knows it. I do a quick head count. There are almost 24 people standing in line, not counting Juliet and myself. There are a few others who aren't in line either, like a reporter taking pictures and someone that must be Regina's husband. The warm, cozy scents of fresh bread and coffee are strong here as at the other location. That was a trouble reading. The warm, cozy scents of fresh bread and coffee are as strong here as at the other location. Maybe even stronger, since we're outside and can still smell them. I can't see in through the frosted glass windows, but I imagine they're all doing a last-minute scramble, taking care of a final touch-ups before it's time. A blue ribbon is draped across the front doors. Those suddenly open inward, leaving the ribbon still hanging, and Aspen appears, dressed in uniform. She looks around, spotting me, and Juliet gives us a quick... Spotting me and Juliet, and gives us a small wave, but she quickly focuses her attention on the crowd. A couple people chuckle. Ah. I can hear Lena, but can't see her. I can, however, see the look of disapproval on Aspen's face as Lena runs up to her with a pair of scissors. Even that disappears in a flash, though, as with a big smile, Aspen cuts through the ribbon in a single snip. She steps aside, letting the line of people begin to enter. As the first customer passes through the door, a chorus of cheers comes from inside. It takes a few minutes, but finally Aspen emerges from the building and comes over to where we are. I reach out my arms to embrace her, but she shakes her head. Still worth hugging you though, come on. Is Juliet's audio, like, quieter than theirs to anyone else? Or is that just my headphones being weird? It could just be my headphones being weird. I don't know. Yes. With a final wave, Aspen disappears back into the cafe. I pass the leash to Juliet. Happy doesn't fight against leaving me anymore. He knows that I'll come back to him. Aww. I watch as those two head off back the way they came, the opposite direction of the Bell House. One other direction leads into town, but it's the fourth and most familiar path that I follow. For the second day in a row, I find myself atop Mount Victoria. Although I pass others going both up and down the mountain, I'm alone at the summit for the moment, just me and the breeze. Leaning against the railing, I take in the sights again. The bustling city, the swaying trees, and the cerulean ocean. All over, everywhere I look, it's alive. Every person, every leaf, every single creature. We're not so different after all. We're all just doing what we can to survive, to keep going, and to hopefully make tomorrow a little better than today. I can't count how many times I've been up here enjoying the view, and I can't even begin to guess how many more times I'll come here in my lifetime. And yet, that's what makes it so precious today, because someday I won't be able to come here anymore. All I'll be able to do is think back and remember how it made me feel. So I better feel as much as I can while I can. Even now, I can spot things that are different from yesterday. I passed different people on the way up here, different boats dot the glittering horizon, different airships come and go. As much as I feel like it sometimes, and as much as I used to believe it was true, nothing ever really stays the same. From the streets to the sea, and even myself. Like clouds, we grow and change until someday we disappear. There's a noticeable absence where my necklace hangs, but it isn't just the aching kind of loss that feels like something is gone when it shouldn't be. Instead, it's more like nostalgia. Missing something, but knowing I can't go back to it. That the world and existence I'm thinking of doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it never did. I've been to so much of the world without really seeing any of it. After all. I've been to so much of the world without really seeing any of it after all. There's plenty of time to fix that though. Years and years to enjoy the fullest. At the end, I hope to feel the same way Jongin did. Surrounded by people they love and content with the life they had lived. Maybe, like them, I'll continue to exist in some way still, in the thoughts and stories of everyone that I care about and that cared about me. For someone who's not used to being remembered, a legacy like that doesn't sound too bad. Maybe someone, someday, will stand up here like me, looking out at the world and seeing proof that I once lived and existed. It's okay if they don't know me or my name, that doesn't bother me. But if there's one more bird singing its song than there would have been had I never existed, then that's enough. A sudden gust sweeps across the mountain down through the forest and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it ripples through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze, it sounds like warm laughter. Little fox, where is your home? The wind whispers. Closing my eyes, I relax and surrender myself to it all. I can't even lie, like, I've been just, like, shivering this whole time, like, ever since she, like, came up here, because I'm getting chills. Wait, what? What? No! Wait, no, you can't do this to me. What? No, oh my gosh. Oh, and you can't play someone someday as you hit me with sudden credits? What? No. Wait, Dadavu also played Silver? What? I didn't know that. Wait, Adi Rosa direct? I thought she was just like the head artist. What? Oh my gosh. Aha. On and on, the fox on the wall keeps ticking away. Oh my gosh, just, I don't even have thoughts. I thought, gosh, no, I can't. This is so much emotion just going through me right now. I thought I still had, like, another, like, few episodes of this left. I can't, no. Scripting? Wait, Leary worked on the scripting in this game? What? Okay, for those of you who don't know, Leary is a VTuber who has played this in the past, but also has, like, been doing it for a while before that. I knew that she was, like, she had her character, I think her character sheet drawn by Adi Rosa. I know that because she's the person I started watching play this. Also, oh my gosh, I can't. There's too much going through my brain. I want to, like, just say good job to all these people because it's so good. But, like, I didn't know that Leary worked on this game at all. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Dude, I can't stop. Oh. It's always the on and on part that, like, that starts, like, making my heart go. Also, I didn't know that Dadavu, like, I always... Oh. This game is so... Is it just all our pictures of Aspen? That's so cute. all the CGs of her. But no, I didn't know that Dadavu was the one who sung this song. I like when I first listened to it, I was like, that's really cool. It sounds like so familiar to like Miho's voice. I didn't realize it was her actually her voice track. Just like absolutely like S tier performance on her part, playing Miho, who is like has such a good range. Like there's never been a line from her that makes me go, that could have been better. So I was like, oh, you hit it out of the park. And then you're a great singer too. But I have so many thoughts. A, 80 Rosa, S tier job. I didn't know you were the full-on director. I just thought you were the art director. And I don't want to say just the art director. I thought you were the art director. I didn't know you were director of all of this. That is incredible. And not only that, but you were also like a programmer on it. Oh, oh, there is more. Okay, hang on. Keep your composure. Even with the shuttle ride and walk back, I get home before Aspen does. Happy's waiting for me at the door like he does every day, to lick my hand and then flop on the floor for a belly rub as soon as I come in. The cats crowd around to say hello too, although they keep their distance from Happy as much as they can. 5 years and they still haven't warmed up to him too much. They don't mind me like they used to though. Wait, why did it... Why was my mouse not on Please Be Happy? Hang on. Right click. What she always dreamed of. Oh, there's nothing else here, but we get our picture of Aspen of, oh my gosh, I can't. No! It froze! Hang on. Stop recording. No, please. Oh my gosh. OBS, you worthless piece of hunk and junk. No. Listen, I'm already close to crying because this is ending. I'm gonna cry so hard if this actually like messes up. If we don't get the last episode of this, I'm going back and I'm redoing all of this last episode. It's not even that long. I can go back and redo it. I have to like end this. I have to like close it out because it's not stopping. Okay, guys, we are back with what's most likely going to be the last episode of Aspen's route. In this one, we're going to go here, and here to pick the right choice. Well, actually, on this one, I want to pick the wrong choice because I don't think you actually need to do all three of them, considering I picked the wild option here, and then I picked the comfy and comfy options here. So I'm actually going to do this one as the comfy one, and then these two as the other two. So, yeah, that's the game plan. I am just going to pull up really quick to make sure I do the right ones. Keep going. Choose the option for the wild ending. Okay, so yeah, we're going to go ahead and start it here. I'm not actually going to, like, start playing this and then skip ahead to here and then skip ahead to here. I don't know if it's going to work. We're just going to click this one, and then we're just going to talk. We're just going to chat and vibe while I just kind of mash through the story to get caught back up to this one and then this one. So that's the game plan. Because they're all in Chapter 4, so they're not, like, too far spread apart. So, yeah, with all that being said, let's get into it. Let's click here. It's a really good thing that I saved here, though, specifically. Like, sorry, just saving, like, at all the choices. Like, good on me, honestly, though. We're gonna keep going. Since she still hasn't cut me off, I decided to keep talking. Who knows when I'll have another chance.
You could try that too, you know. I could even introduce you to my friends. I haven't told them about you yet. They don't have any idea you exist, but I'm sure they'd be just as nice to you as they were to me. Not all people are bad, humans or fabled. There are good ones too. Just
Sorry, I
like
thought that was
probably good and bad Gumiho.
Sorry if that bumping like disturbed like the recording at all. I was just trying to scoot in, so I'm like actually like right next to the mic. Sorry. All I get in response is a cold stare. Well, it's not like I really expected her to say yes. At least I tried. From the way she fidgets, I can tell we're getting near the point where Silver is going to decide she's had enough and run away. Before she can do that, there's something I have to know.
Hey. What? I never asked before.
Okay, yep, okay, so we're good to just go ahead and skip on ahead, baby. Sorry, this is probably gonna take a little bit.
If you tell me
I might just actually skip ahead to the next point where we have to answer a question. I was gonna say, like, we could talk, but I am trying to, like, read this at the same time to make sure I'm not missing anything new, you know? So maybe I'll just go ahead and skip ahead to the next. Yeah, well, we're just gonna go ahead and skip ahead to the next part. It'll just take my time to get us to the end because I just also realized that after we do all these decisions, that will actually maybe I guess we could talk a little bit because like it is just kind of all the same stuff. I was gonna say we could just like skip on ahead. Oh, that was the thing I want to talk about. I think that this is like interesting because I'm sitting here thinking like maybe the Chinho, because like it didn't really have any setup before this point, like deep into chapter 4, at least sometime around chapter 4. I don't remember how deep in this is exactly. Sorry, that was such a terrible sentence. I cannot speak very well. But I like thinking about that. I was like, it's weird that they like kind of said it. Should we do the Tommy stuff? That'll take longer. Sure, we'll do it. We'll just like click. I didn't mean to do that. Sure, we'll just like click through it. Why not? It's fine. I don't know if anything is gonna go like awry, essentially. So it does make me think like, huh? Maybe like we'll get through like Juliet's route fast because we won't have to do like any of like the Tommy stuff, essentially. Like I don't know if we're actually gonna do that stuff because we've already done it. But anyways, the Chenhao, like they probably didn't want to set it up like too early on, otherwise Aspen's route would feel unsatisfying if nothing happened with that. Whereas it's introduced early enough that there is setup for it, and so I'm thinking like maybe so Aspen's route is her turning human, and then Juliet's route is her turning into the Chenhao and like keeping her immortality essentially. You know what I mean? Like that makes sense in my brain. Cause like this would just end with a really sad note of yeah, and then I'm gonna way outlive Aspen and she'll die, and then I won't be happy anymore, and then life is gonna suck. You know, like that wouldn't really be a happy ending to the story if she stayed immortal and became a Chenhao or Chenho. I think that's how you say it. I'm sorry if I'm not. So hopefully the Chenhao becomes a thing in Juliet's route. Again, I don't really know anything about what's going to be. Like, I would expect, like, a slight portrait change, just because this route had one, so I don't see why the other one, like, wouldn't. And also, again, like, seeing her now with the fluffy ears, I'm like, gosh, seeing her without them is so freaking weird. Her, like, the sides of her face just feel so empty. It's so weird. Well, yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to Juliet's route, just because, like, I'm sure it's just going to be so different. Just because Juliet's looks like such a and I also did get a slight spoiler, but Juliet takes, like, such a back seat. I don't want to say such a back seat, because, like, she does still show up, like, from time to time. She's just, like, a major key player, which does make sense, because it is about Aspen, you know, Aspen and Miho. So, like, it'd be weird if Juliet stays as prominent as she has been through the rest of the story, essentially. So it makes sense, right? So I'm excited to like get into like what Juliet, not necessarily what Juliet's been doing, but like Juliet's story, more of it, you know? Because like we've kind of known like Aspen's end goal, and like we kind of been working with her through that. So I'm curious like how that's going to go with Juliet. That was a long-winded way of saying I'm interested in seeing what's going on with Juliet. But you know, I did super get a spoiler after last night. This was before I recorded the past, I think, 3 episodes. I was looking at 80 Rosa's Twitter because I was like, I want to see more of what they've drawn. And then I immediately got spoiled on the very first thing. Their pinned tweet spoiled me. I was like, oh, I mean, I can't expect you to not have that because you just like put it up. It's like a recent thing. And this game has been out for over a year now. So like, but like, whatever. It's fine.
How'd it go?
But yeah, I did get a little spoiler for it, but I'm really excited to see where that plot goes. Like, if you know, you know. If you like, 80 Rosa put up a thing celebrating Please Be Happy's, I think, first anniversary. I think that's what she put it up for. So if you've seen the piece of art and you know the story, then you know what I'm talking about in Juliet's route, probably. Because it's a visual spoiler, you know what I mean? So you probably know what I'm talking about if you've seen that. If not, then that's totally fine. We'll experience it together. You can go in blind, and I can go in not knowing any of the context of it. And I'm excited for that. It's going to be a good time. I'm really looking forward to it. I am looking forward to, just like, how do I put this? Again, I'm excited for, like, the Chenho stuff. I'm excited to, like, learn more about it. Also excited to see, like, more of Juliet's story. Because she is such an interesting character. Like, she feels so distinct. Like, she feels old. Like, she feels older than all the characters, which makes sense because she, like, literally is, you know? So I'm excited to, like, get more into, like, her as a person, you know? Because she's already been explored so much that I can't wait for more to happen there. And again, with the stuff that I've had spoiled for me, I'm like, I can't wait to get into that. That's going to be so exciting. Is this the day where we are gonna?
What?
Oh wait, no, we haven't even found the bird yet. We have to find the bird, and then we go up there. Right.
This
I will
early?
say, I guess that
Yeah.
this is a slight criticism of this game, is that to get the ending, you kind of have to do this. Because again, I don't think it would work if I just skipped ahead to the next save file and also picked that one. I don't think that would work. Granted,
Be careful.
I
What is
I could actually probably just like skip ahead to the next one and actually just pick the wild options there.
you're
But like that's whatever. I just realized that now, so it's fine. I guess it's not actually that big a deal as long as you actually saved at the like
apple?
these spots. And since you only need to get 2 out of 3 for the endings, you could just skip ahead to one of the later saves and do that. But like whatever, I guess. So yeah, no, we're just gonna speed run right straight through this. Again, this is what I had to do when I re-downloaded the game. I just had to click all the way up to where we were, and it was a vibe. It was a vibe. It was one of the reasons I put it off for a little while. But again, it kind of turned out to work out for me. So, like, if I had come close to finishing this game before this week off from monster slaying and working and stuff like that, then I wouldn't have anything to do. I wouldn't have like anything to do outside of like play Pokemon Violet. I guess I do also have Digimon Cyber Sleuth now. I did get that for Christmas on the Switch, which can be played with one hand. But like, I'm enjoying this a lot more than I think I'd enjoy
I
that.
hope so.
Nothing against it. Nothing against Digimon. It just is it like it's not like the #1 like top priority kind of game. You know what I mean? So I feel like I'd still be like, oh, I'm playing this because like I have nothing else to do, sort of thing. At least that's what I'm feeling right now, because there are just other games I'd rather be playing, but with I need 2 hands for those, so I can't really do that. So it would feel like this. I'm just only playing Digimon because I don't have anything else to play. I can't play anything else, so I wouldn't really want to go into it with like that mindset anyways, because I feel like that's just like me going in with the wrong foot forward, essentially. I would rather go in when I'm like, yeah, I'm in the mood to play this, instead of like a, all right, guess I'll play this now. You know what I mean? Gosh, I'm such a yapster right now. Jeez Louise. Okay, let's just click.
Right. I'm sure he's very.
Yeah, at least
I was gonna say I wish that we did get a little bit more silver, but considering like how close she leaves the end of the game, I'm like I'm kind of okay with it, you know? I'm kind of okay with it. Although I will say I'm sad that we didn't get to see like a wedding or anything between these guys, because we get like there's some like art that you can buy that's so cute and so beautifully drawn of them.
Okay.
And I kind of thought that it came from like a wedding. I'm not even gonna lie. So I was like kind of expecting that. But like if it doesn't happen and it's just like art that they're selling, like that's fine too. And I probably shouldn't have looked at it until I'd finished a route, so I'd know. But it did give me like some false expectations. But honestly, like with the way the story ends, that's like it kind of felt slightly abrupt. But to me, that's always been like a semi-issue of like slice of life stuff. Is like with like let's say like a fantasy or like a show, and it's like, yeah, the final battle happens and then you have the following action from the final battle and then the story ends, and it feels like so natural and it just flows well. But then for slice of life stuff, they tend to just stop. You know what I mean? They tend to just stop going, if that makes sense. And again, this one didn't feel like unnatural. Like it pulled it off a lot better than like other like slice of life stuff does, but it still felt like slightly abrupt. And honestly, I did kiss this game's butt a lot in the last episode, so I guess like that's like my one pseudo. It's not even like a real criticism. I say it feels slightly abrupt. I'm not even saying like, oh, it feels like super duper abrupt. It's so bad, but it's like it felt a little abrupt.
I mean it.
I won't.
So like if that's like my biggest criticism, which it honestly is, like that's how you know it's good. That's how you know that this is just so good. And I'm so excited because I have like fully decided that I'm going to start streaming these, and by the time you're watching this, I probably already have, unless I actually do need to go get surgery, in which case super haven't. I mean, actually I might have. If I have to get surgery, then I'm probably streaming this already, because if I do get surgery, visual novels and like Pokemon are gonna be like the only things I can play. Or I guess like Digimon Cyber Sleuth. I don't know if I'd stream that. Honestly, that like if I do, I'm sitting here thinking if I do get surgery, it is a few weeks to a few months to recover from it. So like the only things I could stream would be like visual novels and like Pokemon, because it's an easy game to play with one hand, or like Fire Emblem, because it's an easy game to play with, or Digimon Cybersleuth. Like, honestly, if I do have to get surgery, I'll probably just stream a few visual novels, and then like probably mostly Studio Lane stuff,
My days
and that
are
actually
over me.
that'd be slightly exciting. Not the surgery part, but just doing that. Because I did just decide, like, I do love this stuff so much. I want to, like, live stream it because I like doing what I like on live streams, you know? So I basically just decided that... Also, if you don't know, I live stream. Yeah, I live stream over on my other channel, Darkwinder VT. That's where I go live, like, 2 to 4 times a month. I mean, week, essentially. Just playing games. I want to start writing, and I want to start doing art streams. But, you know, obviously can't right now with my one-hand issue. So I do want to start, like, live streaming these. So my current plans right now are... I don't know I'm talking about this all right now since this is, like, so far in the past. But, like, my plan right now is to finish Miles Morales because that's what I'm playing. And then Spider-Man 2 because that's, like, one of my most anticipated games, like, ever. So I'm super excited for that. And then after that, I decided that I'm going to switch off one visual novel, one game, one visual novel, one game, and go from there. So after we finish Spider-Man 2, which by the time that this episode goes up, Spider-Man 2 is probably not done yet. It'll probably be close, but it's probably not done yet. But after Spider-Man 2 is over, then we're going to go into First Snow, which I'm so excited for. And honestly, like, I was looking at, like, the times, because I like to do that, like, kind of, like, plan out, like, how many, like, streams it'll be. And, like, First Snow is, like, pretty short, which, like, it makes sense. It's, like, a free game. But even then, like, okay, it's, like, short for, like a game that you buy, I guess. Not even really. It depends on how much they price it. Like, if it's a $60 thing, like, yeah, it'd be short, because it's only, like, 6 hours long. But, like, for a free thing, 6 hours, that's a good amount of stuff for free, essentially, which is what it is. So I'm really excited to get into that. And then I haven't decided if I want to do Twofold or The Red Queen next. I'm thinking Twofold, just because that is the most recent one that's come out. And I kind of want to, like, catch like I want to be caught up with Studio Lane things, like, of their current stuff. Like, they have the, what is it? It's like the Edge of the Universe. They had their Edge of the Universe visual novel, which I saw someone, what's her name? She's like a snow leopard or panther. I watched her a bit, and I haven't watched her just because, like, it never notifies me when she's live. So I just happened to be on Twitch one day while I was working, looking for something to watch, and I saw her, and I was like, oh, she's live with a new Studio Lane visual novel. So I watched a little bit of that because I didn't want to, like, get, like, super deep or spoiled on it, essentially, because I do want to experience it for myself. So I did watch her for like 30-40 minutes because I'm like, I loved her. She did a Soul Link with, oh, what's her name? It's Ori Marie or something, who I also follow and who's also played this game before and also like Studio Lane stuff. I watched them do a Soul Link together and it was so much fun. That's when I started following her. So I was like, oh, she's back. I finally can watch, like, things. So, like, I'm only gonna, like, half pay attention to the visual novel, and I'm also gonna pay attention to, like, her commentary, that kind of thing, because I want to like watch her, I want to, like, support her, like, yada yada. I like doing that. Even if I'm, like, kind of lurking a little bit. I say too many times. That's one of the things of my speech pattern that I want to get rid of, essentially. And then I immediately say it again. That's fine. That's fine. But, like, I saw that she was doing that. I saw that I think she was playing, like, just the demo of it. I don't know if, like, the actual full game is out. I can actually just check that right now. I have to be a little careful, because, like, to not actually, like, use my muscles when typing. Essentially, like, if I have to use my left hand, my right hand for this kind of stuff, I tend to just, like, raise and lower my entire hand instead of, like, actually, like, typing proper.
Have you ever...
Studio Lane. Visual novels. There we go. We can just see all of their video games. Where is it? They have Please Be Happy there. Summer at the Edge of the Universe. Yeah. This one. I don't think it's out yet. Wait, is this on the... It's coming out on the Switch? Is Please Be Happy on the Switch? Dude, if Please Be Happy was on the Switch, I'd be playing this, like, literally all the time. Like, that'd make it, like... Because, again, if I can already see myself playing this whenever I'm feeling down. So if it was on the Switch, that'd make it so easy to do that. That'd be so nice. Also, I super duper should have just switched over to the other file and just gone from there and picked the other options. So I'm just skipping through this. I didn't think about how long this would actually take, and I'm so sorry for that, guys. But we're just here vibing. We're just listen. I'm assuming that if you're watching this, you either enjoy my commentary or you enjoy Please Be Happy. So we're talking about my plans to read more of this, essentially. So that's important. That's important. When does it come out?
What if I said,
Somewhere at the edge of the universe.
this is 2
Uh,
I'll take. But that's also 2 days in a row. I don't remember.
Maybe
release
if it was
date. I have to
just
type it super
do you-
slow.
What do you
Even
Will we
June,
ever?
and then it's well, no, there'll be more work to do. I
When does it
struggle
come
a bit.
out?
What? Oh, right. The first time I
ask
it does make sense.
Aspen?
Visual novel. Summer at the Edge of the Universe. And wait, is it already out? Slated for 2021. Is it already out?
What
There's
else can
no
I do?
way. I thought that they were playing.
Some things are worth when there's a lot someday.
It
Some-
is. It is already out. That's I don't think I've seen it full release on Steam. I thought I don't think I have.
I know.
I'll have to
I know,
check
it's
that
alright.
after this
All those
recording.
things I-
That's
It's
kind of
my
crazy.
original story, not
And
mine.
nothing like all the other ones have like release dates attached to them on like the Studio Elaine like Wikipedia page, but this one super doesn't.
I don't
And
know
it's
the
super
depth, but I
weird.
so
Super
really
weird. Let
like
me
that
let me
life.
pull this up and double check
And
it.
the only reason I could even do
Studio
that,
Line.
spending. I'm glad that was something because of me. I don't think.
Gosh, the art's so pretty.
You guys
Where
not too worried. It
get
is
the summer to the stars. We hope that you followed us on this journey into the universe. Get the summer at the edge of the universe. Pre-skit here. Or press kit. That's probably what it's saying
I'm
instead.
going to send
Is it
an email to-
out?
Wait, you I have to
I
give them
swear
to be
it's
honest, I
not.
kept telling
And
them
I'm
I could
so
probably do that
confused.
if I put- but there
Somewhere
was
at the edge of the
something
universe.
earlier.
Let's just.
And as soon as you said it, that some I pictured it might be. I have
Yeah, no, it's super not out yet. Yeah, trying the exclusive demo. Yeah, okay, it isn't. It isn't out yet. And it looks like they only give out the demo to like specific people. Okay. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Why was it saying that it came out 2021? That's so weird. But yeah, now I need to check if I want to do that right now, I guess, while we're doing this. Because we have Please Be Happy's on the Switch. Gosh darn it. Studio Lane's gonna just drain my bank account. Cause to celebrate like finishing Aspen's route, I really want to get I can't decide if I want to get like the keychain of Miho and hang on, I move the mouse over here. I can't decide if I want to get the keychain of Miho. There's two. Okay, there's technically three things. Okay. So, the three things I'm looking at getting to celebrate, because I like getting things to celebrate when I finish the long things, visual novels. Like I got a Saber figure to celebrate finishing the Fate route. I actually didn't get anything for the Unlimited Blade Works route of Fate, just because like everything they had was like $70 for a Rin figure or an Archer figure, and like there's not really anything else that really symbolizes
Of course.
that route super well. So sheesh. But with okay, here we are. Hang on. Please be happy. Endings. What do I need to pick? We need choose the first option. So yeah, we just need to pick I miss traveling to new places. It's been a while since I've been anywhere that felt this way. I like having a home, but I miss seeing new places too. If it weren't for my magic, I'd like to start traveling again, now that I have somewhere to come back to. I pay for the ticket and then hurry out as fast as I can. I can see why Juliet said they... Oh, yep. Okay, cool. We're on the road again, and then I think new ones, familiar ones. Okay, so we need to pick the new ones
Excuse
for
me.
the wild ending.
Um.
Cool. That's awesome.
Right.
Please be happy. Switch. Is it on this? Dude, it has a 4.9 out of 5. It has a 9 out of 10. At least people are like realize that this game's like S tier. It's so good. Is it not on the Switch?
Sometimes you can do. I don't think being here.
Wait, Studio Lane,
Picture or not.
Nintendo Switch.
Hope that don't mention.
Happy as a girl's
Yeah.
love. It is on the Switch. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, no. I so need to get that. I was gonna pull up Kobuta's Twitter really quick just so I can see like their art. because it's so good. And it's also followed by so many people I already follow. That's how you know that they're good, dude. Oh my gosh, their art's beautiful. Holy crap. This is incredible stuff. Sorry that you guys can't see it. I'm going to stop doing that stuff and continue on. But yeah, no, we're like pretty close to the next choice, I believe. And then there's going to be just a lot of click. Go, 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 go. But that's fine. It's fine if we have to do a lot of clicking. But yeah, no, so honestly, it's probably going to go... For my schedule, it's probably going to be like first snow, twofold, and then by then, hopefully Edge of the Universe is out. I don't know its exact release date. Granted, if Edge of the Universe releases before I get to twofold, then I'm going to do Edge of the Universe just so I'm all caught up. I'm up to current places, you know what I mean? So we're just going to go from there, essentially. And then from there, I'm just going to kind of work my way back. Like, I really want to do the Red Queen. The Red Queen's one I'm like, outside of First Snow and Twofold, because I've heard nothing but good things about them. About those two visual novels. The Red Queen's the one I'm most interested in because it looks like it looks so different from everything else. Okay, so yeah, no, you need to pick the new ones. And now from here, gosh, it feels like we did this ages ago. It's like, for me, it's only been a few days. For you guys, it's been like a week or two. But it feels like it was like forever ago when we picked these flowers, dude. That's crazy. We're not even in chapter 5 yet, huh? Granted, chapter 5 again is pretty short. I don't know. Compared to like chapters 2 through 4, especially 4, they're decently short. Like I was like, again, watching Lyri, how do you pronounce her name? I forget. Do it all. Chapter 1's like pretty short. It's only like an hour and a half, 2 hours just long. Whereas like chapters like 4 were like 7, and like it's crazy. It's so long. I love it though. That's what made me think like, oh man, we still have like hours left of this baby. Granted, what made me think that was I actually looked at like Lyri's videos and it's like, oh, she has like this long of Aspen stuff left. This is how long it took me to get here too. We're probably about to finish up pretty soon. I just quickly mathed it out. And what probably ended up happening, the reason why I thought we had longer to go, is just because she's probably also getting the other ending, you know? Probably essentially doing the exact same thing I'm doing right now, basically. So, and probably also talking about it for a while too, like I also did at the end of the last episode. I don't know how much left that I'm going to do this episode, considering I'm just yapping already, but that's fine. And you guys already also heard all my thoughts in the last one anyways. And I'm recording this like 40 minutes after the last episode. I took a break to vacuum, go pick up after my dog, and I also changed my laundry, and now we're doing this. So I just kind of I also bumped my desk. I'm so sorry. Issues of being tall is my knees don't fit anywhere, and by tall I mean like look at me. How tall can I be? I just kind of bump things essentially, you know. Also, gosh, Miho unironically looks really cool when her eyes go like slits like that. Like sometimes I go, oh, they're just kind of being edgy. When Miho does it, I don't know what it is about her design that just lends to it being cool, but it works. It works pretty well. But what was I saying? I was talking about Lyri and how, oh yeah, I was being like, yeah, that's why I thought yada yada. That's why I thought this stuff. But yeah, no, she probably just did the same thing I did, which is what threw me off. Because I just didn't expect it. I didn't know that there were multiple endings to each route, which is pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. I really do. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. I just don't really know at point like the ending happens. Like, is it the epilogue itself that is the only difference? Which I guess like whatever. Like we're like getting there. We're pretty close.
Were you even
but what else? Okay, I don't really want to go away from the. I want to hit Kobuda with a quick little follow. Lead artist character designers. I want to look at Josh Kaplan. He's the main writer. Wrote "Please Be Happy." Oh, Josh is like one of their like dudes. He wrote "Please Be Happy," "Heart of the Woods," "Highway Blossoms," and is currently writing "Summer at the Edge of the Universe." That's kind of crazy.
What? And yet
You.
That's nuts. Some foxes are known for climbing trees. He's posted a little picture of like a
You're
plushy Miho.
I
Aww.
would call you a. You've made a fool of
Okay,
me.
he looks
I
like a
thought
cool guy.
never
He looks
to
like a cool guy.
I mean,
I'm gonna hit him with a follow too. Gosh darn it. Who's the composer? Sarah. Sorry that I'm just like, this is such like an unorganized video for it being like the essentially the finale
and I understood
of
the
this
house.
route.
Wait.
But like at the same time, like that's kind of what it is. It was either that or I was just gonna like
I'll
skip,
hope you're
read a little bit, skip, read a little bit, skip, read a little bit, skip, read the epilogue essentially, and then it'd be like a 10-15 minute video. So I feel like this like makes it better. We're just kind of hanging out, honestly. We're chilling. Which like, again, if you guys want to see more of this kind of stuff, just follow me over on Twitch and YouTube. Because even if you don't want to watch me play other games, I mean, I probably will still upload like the VODs over here. But like if you want to be there live, watch me go through visual novels, then that's where we'll be. I haven't really decided what I'm going to do with like Type Moon visual novels, if I'm being honest. Just because like sometimes they get a little risque, and I don't know how Twitch feels about that, because sometimes Twitch will be like, haha, full naked woman, that's fine, but then other times we'll be like, haha, VTuber showed off a little bit too much cleavage, time to ban them, and it's like, what? How? What the freak? Cool. Whatever. So it's like weird. They're weird about it, so I don't know how they feel about like, because again, Type Moon stuff will sometimes get a little risque. If you turn off the H scenes, it just removes the hentai, but they'll still be like, oh, here's like a little boob window, and then Twitch will be like, how dare you, and then continue to promote like actual nudity to minors. But that's fine. That's a whole different topic for another day that I don't really feel too qualified to talk about, but I sure can make fun of it. So I haven't really decided what I'm gonna do with Type Moon stuff. I think I might keep that as an over here thing. Also, if I do, then I can keep uploading hentai episodes. And by hentai episodes, I mean I label it hentai episode, cut out all of the hentai, and then I get thousands of views, and I love it. Like, those videos do so well. They get so many comments and views, and even likes, honestly. People will come by, see that I cut out the hentai, and be like, haha, funny joke, and then they'll like, and then they'll leave, and it's so funny. I love it. So, I'm probably not gonna do any of Fate Heaven's Feel or Fate Hollow Ataraxia over on Twitch. I'm still debating on Tsukihime and Witch on the Holy Night, just because I don't know too much about them, so I'll probably look up like if they're hentai related. But again, it's just that they're a little ecchi. There's a couple of boobies in it, you know, a couple titties, and so I just don't want to get like banned or hit with a strike of any kind. So I don't know what I'm going to do with there. I might keep that as an exclusive thing over here, essentially. I'm not 100% sure, because I still do want to upload over here, because like this is something I put a lot of work into, and it's like growing. Even without me like really uploading to it, it grew over 100 subscribers with me taking time off from it. So I do want to keep working over here, and if on the off chance that visual novels completely totally flop over on my other channel, then I'm like, I still have this, I'm still uploading them here regardless for people to enjoy if people don't want to move over to watch me do them live. So I'm fine with that. Again, I'll still upload them here regardless of what happens. So that this channel will never actually die. And I've also been thinking like, I'll probably also just record other videos here that I just don't want to do live. Like I've also been thinking like I want to play all of the Zelda games, so I'll probably record all of those for this channel and then cut those down for videos for my other channel. This is sort of like the chill, relaxed one, because I definitely do feel more chill and relaxed when I'm just recording by myself than live streaming, and I find live streaming to be a lot more exhausting. Like I've recorded like a 3-4 hour video before, felt fine, and then I do like a 2-hour live stream, and if I go any past 2 hours, oh, buddy, does it start hitting me hard? That's what's happening, you know? So I still do want to keep uploading to this channel, and if it's probably going to be visual novels and then like Let's Plays over for stuff like that. Like again, probably like Zelda, because I'm going to play through all those again, depending on how much I like them though, obviously. Like, I already know that I'm going to like Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. Not too sure about, like, all of them, though. But we'll see, we'll see. So yeah, we're probably going to switch off between, like, Fate stuff, uploading my VODs of Studio Lane stuff, and everything else here. And honestly, dude, I want, like, I've always wanted to make a visual novel, because I've always liked the idea of them. And then I played Fate, went, wow, I really want to play a visual novel. Played Please Be Happy, went, wow, I really want to make a visual novel. Now I finished another route of Fate, and I'm finishing my first route of Please Be Happy. I'm like, dude, I want to make a visual novel so bad. I think it'd be so fun. Obviously it'd be so much work, but I would love to do something like this. It'd be incredible. So I would, maybe that'd be a good thing to also incorporate over here, since it's like my visual novel channel, essentially, considering for like 2 to 3 months it's going to be nothing but visual novels and gacha games, you know? Yeah, that's a good shake. Like, I'd probably turn those into like writing streams and then just upload them over here. I think that'd be a lot of fun. That'd be so cool. That'd be so cool. Also, can I just say, 80 Rosa in... Sorry, I keep talking about Leary's stream so much, but like, it's hard to not. Like, she apparently worked on the game, and 80 Rosa was there in the stream, and other people who worked on the game were also there in the stream, so it's hard to not. And it's like all I've been listening to for the past few days, so like, how can I not? But like, 80 Rosa tried to play down, like, all I did was like direct the game and make the UI and like the overlay. It's like, dude, everything about like the charm of this game, like the border, the text boxes, like even the text option for like just the text, like the font choice, looks so good and adds so much to like the feel of the game. Like, you could, like, anyone who works on this game, don't downplay yourself by just being like, I just did this. Say, put your chest out and be like, I made this, baby. Because, like, there really isn't, like, a single... Like, okay, I think, what did I criticize? I criticized that the ending is slightly abrupt. And I think I also criticized Silver's art, like, slightly? Like, I was like, it just looks, like, a little off. You know, I think that's all I said was, like, it looks slightly off. So like that's like the like guys, you have to understand. You have to understand. I'm the biggest complainer in the world. When I complain with a passion. Because again, like I kind of said in the last episode, if I feel things, I feel them very strongly. If I love something, I love something. If I have an issue, I feel that issue. So if my biggest issues are like one character's portrait is like a little off, and like what was it? And the ending's like slightly abrupt, like. That's like so not an issue, you know, like that's how you know it's good. It's if a baby little whiner like me doesn't have any real complaints. That's how you know it's good. So again, everyone who works on this should give themselves just the biggest round of applause. And every time they see someone play it, they're probably gonna be reminded of that too, because I haven't seen a single reaction to this game like be bad. Like, again, I just looked up the reviews and it has a 4.9. It has a 9 out of 10. It's one of those things like, I just wish more people would play it, because like most people just don't want to give like visual novels a chance, because it feels a little weird. Oh gosh, that music cutoff right there always like makes my heart like stop. But like, it's a little hard to talk about, like, because some people will be like, oh, you talk about how you don't like some of the tropes of the genre, that means you don't really like the genre. But it's like, no, like, I can still like say like I like superhero movies, but I did get pretty bored of like the Skybeam. Like, that's an easy one to point out. People will go, ha, Skybeam, bad movie and unoriginal. And like, I feel like that's a fair like trope to point out as not being good because it's not very creative, like yada yada yada. And like, for me, visual novels earn such a bad rap of they get good. They're sort of like JRPGs. They get the bad rap of they get good at hour 30, you know? Like, until then, it's going to be super boring, nothing but exposition. And I think that's a super fair criticism, because it's true. Even with Fate, I loved Fate, but the prologue is like 2.5 hours long or something like that. And it's not that interesting. It's just not. Even as a huge... Like, Fate is one of my favorite franchises of all time. I love it. I spent a lot of this break also grinding Fate Grand Order. Manually grinding it instead of using, like, the auto options, because it would be a little more trouble than it's worth, so I had to auto grind it. I love Fate so much. I've seen almost everything that it has to offer, and I'm working through everything that I haven't, essentially. I love it. The beginning of Fate Stay Night, super boring. If I wasn't already a fan of Fate before I went into it, I would have dropped it. That's just straight up. I would have dropped it if I hadn't known that it would, in fact, get better. Whereas this game just doesn't have any of that. And with how, like, because again, like, their visual, like, compared, like, this to Fate, it is short. But I think I appreciate that a lot because it, like, to me, the length of something doesn't really matter. I've talked about this a lot with other things. The length of something doesn't necessarily matter. It's like the quality of it. So it feels like this is like visual novel perfection. It has the great tropes. It has like those, like the stories of visual novels are so good. The characters are so rich and deep and lovable. You just, for most of them, you just have to slog through a lot of hours of tedious exposition. With this, they perfected it. They went, hey, what if we just didn't do that part? We remove that one part that no one really likes and just keep in all of the great, incredible aspects of visual novels. You know what I mean?
No problem.
Like, it sort of is like the same thing with like JRPGs. Like, people will be like, oh, you don't want the 30-hour intro before you can actually touch the controller. Like, you don't even really love JRPGs, but it's like, no, you can still love something but acknowledge the flaws, even if they are like tropes of the genre, you know? And again, that's why I think that this one is so special, and if there are other ones, because again, their other visual novels are like on the shorter side of visual novels, but to me, that all that says is that they just cut out like the boring parts, and they just keep everything that's good about the genre. So like, again, this is me saying I love, sorry, I bumped the desk, I love visual novels, but it does, a lot of them have the flaw, you know, the big tropey flaw. And it's like, if more, but I think that's what gives people like a bad rap about visual novels. They go, well, I don't want to have to read something for 30 hours before it gets good. And like, that's totally understandable. But that is currently hurting, like, I couldn't think like more modern visual novels like Please Be Happy, because it just doesn't have any of that. Because again, every other visual novel I've ever read, which isn't like too many outside of Fate, but it is a couple, is that they go, the beginning's pretty boring. And by the beginning, they do mean like the first like couple hours to, again, like, I have seen some people try to argue that like, what was it called? It was like some pseudo horror fantasy thing where they're like, I think it was on Trash Taste, where they're talking about it, and they're like, it's like this supremely good, great story, S-tier writing in terms of characters and the world and everything. The intro's like 12, 15 hours long before it gets good. And then Connor goes, okay, that sounds like a waste of time. I'm not going to do that. And then I go, that's so valid. Agree, homie. So it's like, that holds people... I'm sorry I'm like going on about this for so long, but like, it is a complicated issue. Like, some people see stuff like, people say stuff like that, and then they just go, okay, well, you're just not meant for the genre. You shouldn't just read it, you know? And it's like, no, but you can make that beginning better, you know? And again, JRPGs have that same thing of like, some of them have just hours and hours of introduction. Like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, I haven't played it, I have it, but everyone says that after hour 10, it gets super duper good. But getting through those 10 hours is a real chore, and that's how a lot of JRPGs and visual novels are, sadly, because if you can get past that point, you do have, like, some of the best stories. Just period. Like, I keep bumping the desk, sorry. Like, to me, the Fate visual novels are just more of the Fate anime, and I think the Fate animes are great, but I do think that in terms of just pure hard writing, the visual novels are just kind of better. And like, it's one of my favorite stories of all time, and same thing with this. So it's like, it's hard because I want more people to be into visual novels, but most people just won't even give it the chance. You know, they won't even bother trying. And I think Please Be Happy is like, if I was trying to get someone into visual novels, I would in fact just show them this. Just because, like, some people even go like, well, I don't like to read that much, you know? But I'm like, okay, well, like, Please Be Happy and, like, I think other Studio Lane projects, you don't even really have to, like, read, you know? There's a narration that you have to read, but there's, like, so much voice acting and everything in it, and so much good art that, like, you can just kind of enjoy that, even if you don't like reading, you know? Like, I've seen people who don't like to read try to get into visual novels just because, like, it seems neat to them, but then they just, like, but, like, none of the characters are voice acted. It's just reading a book with, like, some pictures, and it's like, I get that. So it's like, I think, like, if I was, again, asked to show someone a visual novel to get them into visual novels, I would show them Please Be Happy with, like, within a heartbeat, you know?
Your parents are...
Hey, kid. Also, wow, this has been going on for 41 minutes. I didn't realize I'd been yapping that long. As I was taking that drink, I just looked down at the clock. I was like, holy crap, dude. This is 41. I'm definitely going to put a little timestamp in. And at the beginning of the video, and at, like, in the description, like, hey, just skip to these parts if that's all you care about, essentially. So, because I'm just sitting here yapping.
See you in a bit.
Wait.
But yeah, no, like the fact like this is like a story that's affected me more than like so many others, even at parts where I didn't think I'd be affected, like just shows how good it is, and I want more people to be into it. You know, it's a weird feeling. Like most people don't really. I feel like most people don't care too much about like how popular something is, but for me, it's like, oh, but it's good. I want other people to be able to enjoy it too. You know.
Is it
Because all that says to me is like not only are people enjoying it and are happy because of the thing,
okay?
but it also means that the thing I like gets money and gets funding to do more things, you know? Like, they released like the Miho plushie, and they're like, hey, if enough of people buy these, we're gonna get an Aspen and a Juliet one. And I'm like, oh, I've had my Miho for months, and there's still no news of if I'm ever gonna get an Aspen or Juliet to join her up on my desk, and that's so sad. That's so sad to me, because like a Juliet and an Aspen plushie would be the cutest. Just to have them all up there, that'd be so cute.
Call me.
Okay. We're like almost there. We're almost there. Chapter 4 was like the longest chapter by far, and we're like right there, baby. We're almost done, baby.
If not
We're so
later,
close.
You haven't broke
We'll meet someday.
someday. You might.
Even if
You've been in. At first.
shame.
Oh my gosh, I was looking at
Goodbye, MB.
Essel Fortium, and they kind of saying something that I was just talking about, like, well, they reposted something. It's someone saying it's good for an RPG Maker game. The story is actually interesting, unlike other visual novels. Please throw away your fear of liking something. It's okay to like a medium unironically. It'll make you happier as a person when you stop belittling the things you like. And like that is like pseudo true. Like I think it's fair to criticize the things you like, and I think if you can't handle criticisms of the thing that you like, you probably don't love it enough. Because it means that because if you can't handle criticism of it, that means you're like embarrassed that like, oh, someone might point out to me that it's worse than I thought kind of feelings, you know?
I just said it wasn't.
Whereas like,
So you'll
you
still
can
make
point
it.
out things that you don't like in something but still love and appreciate it, but be like, hey, I just think it would be better without X, Y, or Z, essentially. But like, I don't think you should ever belittle a whole medium. Like, I would never say visual novels are all bad,
Does.
because like, again, all the ones I've experienced are good. Even if some of them start off really slow. So like it was just like really funny because I was like looking at this page really quick, just be like, what's she like uploading, what's she posting? Because I'm like, I kind of want to follow her because like she made the music. The music of this game is so good. I love it. It's incredible. Also, I can't believe that this is almost gonna. This is gonna be like an hour-long video, and most of it's just me yapping. That's so unique. It's so different than all these other videos because I tend to like try to stay on topic most of the time and just do like a little comments here and there, but it's so funny. But it's also just funny that I found kind of something that like that related so heavily to what we were just talking about. Because like it is hard to be like, I've never had an issue saying like, oh, I like things. I used to when I was like in elementary, middle, and high school, just because like I was a kid who liked Pokemon and anime, and if you were one of those kids, oh, good lord, were you about to just get your face kicked in, basically, emotionally and physically sometimes. But as soon as I, like, even, like, most of the way through high school, I just went, you know what, screw it. I like this stuff. But, like, being a visual novel fan, as soon as you say, like, oh, I like visual novels, it goes, oh, yeah, you like terrible, it's like, people are sort of like, oh, yeah, you like bad books that take forever to actually get anywhere. And the writing's not even that good, so like, why are you even doing it? Like, that kind of stuff. Like, visual novels have such a bad rap, but like, if you just read like good ones, then they're good. And that's how it is for every medium, you know? Whether it be like video games. Like, if you only play like bad video games, then it's not gonna be good. But if you play good video games, then like, you're gonna you know what I mean? Hopefully that makes sense. Or I guess like other genres, because this did include like RPG Maker, which are video games. So it's sort of like, oh, I don't like first-person shooters. It's just not a genre I'm that interested in. But if I find one that I enjoy, then or I guess shooters in general. Like, I hated shooters. I don't like them very much. But then I love Resident Evil. I love Resident Evil. Even though I don't like shooters. And that's what it is. It's a shooter, you know? It's crazy. Like, if you just find something you enjoy, you'll enjoy it, regardless of what genre it is. That's why, like, when people ask me, like, what's your favorite genre of music? And I go, I don't know. I like them all. If it's good, it's good. And it's kind of the same thing with like people asking like, oh, what's your favorite kind of like show? Like, do you like, or movie? Do you like action, adventure, romance? I'm like, bro, I don't know. I sure do love my action films, but there sure are a lot of bad ones. Oh, I do love my romance flicks, but there sure are a lot of terrible ones. You know what I mean? So it's sort of like, I feel like people took that there was like a period where it was like cool to bash on visual novels, and I've been running with it ever since. That's just a long-winded defense of visual novels, but I love them if you can't tell, considering that this channel is mostly just them. Oh yeah, I also need to get back to playing Digimon Survive. That's another visual novel that I was really, really liking. I'd say the beginning is a little slow, but like, it's not like painfully slow, it's just kind of taking its time, it feels. It's like, it feels like it's building up to things, but well. Whereas other stories that like start off when people complain about being slow, it's just because like, it's not really building things in an interesting way, which I think the most important part. Because like the beginning of stories is always like building things, but I think it's just like the strength of the writer is their ability to like, also like, did my headphones die? It's their ability to build those things in an interesting way. It can't just be the payoff that's interesting. Also, sorry, the music's gonna start coming for you. The music's gonna start coming from my speakers in a sec. Okay, there we go.
Yeah?
Okay, it's back in my ears.
No kidding.
What was I saying? It's the ability, it's up to the strength of the writers, as writers, to make the building portions interesting, essentially. Like, I love Brandon Sanderson, and a lot of his books are build-up, foreshadowing, setup. But he writes it in such an interesting way that it's fine, you know? It's not just here's exposition where the story's not really moving. He writes the story and then wraps the exposition and world building around it, so it just kind of flows naturally, so the story's still moving while you're learning all the important information and things are getting set up. And that's that. Like, people just took the visual novels that aren't super great at that and kind of just ran with it from then on. So, you know, this has been such a long talk about like visual novel flaws. And again, I do think a lot of them have this issue. Like, it's not like it's an outlier that they have this issue. It's like enough that like it's how most people think about the genre, which is a little sad. Because again, when you find like the good ones, like every other genre or medium, it's super good. So I love it, and I look forward to playing more. I probably won't be playing Juliet's route for probably another week. I'm probably going to wait for next weekend to get into it, which doesn't super duper matter to you guys at all. Just because for you guys, there's going to be like no break, hopefully, question mark. Because again, I want to get all these going up through all of January, basically, and probably a bit into February, and then we're going to start with Juliet's route. So yeah, I'm probably just going to start doing this. Oh, this is the show. Okay. So we're probably going to be jumping into, well, I mean, I'm going to personally take a little bit of time off to, again, probably play and finish Pokemon Violet for the vids. And then after that, we're going to be doing more Please Be Happy. I'm going to be doing more Please Be Happy. Again, it's not, there is no break for you guys. It's all Please Be Happy, which, you know, hopefully keeps you guys happy.
Right.
Because it's super good. You know, I guess another criticism. I do wish we got to talk with Lena and be like, how did your date go? Because I love Lita so much. She's probably one of my favorite, like, side characters in anything. So if I could just get a little, hey, how'd your date go? It was so good. And then it ended. That's all I needed. So that's all. I know I've said 3 things, but again, you compare that to when I complain about other things, and I complain a lot more about almost everything else. Like, I guess, like, comparing it to, like, Fate, the other, like, big visual novel I've read, I've had more complaints about, like, small sections of the story than this, or, like, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I did have more complaints about Fate. But at the same time, like, Fate's also a lot longer, so it's probably, if you proportion it out, it's probably, like, very similar, essentially. Oh my gosh. We're so close. We're so close, baby.
Smash it! And what do you mean?
Well, honestly, I've also enjoyed having this, like, little discussion. Oh, I never finished. Oh my gosh, I'm such an idiot. I never finished talking about what I wanted to buy to celebrate finishing this route. The thoughts was, there's the acrylic standee of Aspen and Juliet, of Aspen and Miho being super duper cute and amazing and super well drawn. There's the keychain, and then there's the art book. Now the issue is, I already have the digital art book, but I love official art books, like the physical versions. And I didn't know that they had one, so I want to buy that. But there's also a second art book of like extra illustrations drawn. I think it was Addie Rosa who drew them all. And so that'd be super duper poggers to have that. I'm thinking I'm going to buy that to celebrate like finishing the game though, like overall. But yeah, so I'm going back and forth like, should I really want to get the acrylic standee? That's like guaranteed. But I'm like, do I want to get the keychain or the art book essentially? Because I don't have like money just like to throw around fruitlessly, but I'm like, I love this so much, I'm gonna get it. And I don't really plan on spending outside of like commissioning people for thumbnails. I'm planning not to spend like any money on anything else for a long time, especially since Christmas like just happened. Like the only thing I'm thinking about like right now is like I have like Amazon gift cards and I want to get like a key light for myself that's actually like good instead of this lamp that I use, which is not very good, specifically for being a key light. Oh, she's so cute. Oh my gosh, I can't.
Thank you.
But yeah, so I don't really plan on spending money, so I'm like, I could afford to throw a little bit of pocket change at these guys, you know? And hey, if their anniversary bundle ever comes back into stock, then I could also get that. That'd be pretty cool, honestly, you know? Also, is this... When did Please Be Happy come out? I'm pretty sure it didn't come out until, like, 2022, because they just did their year thing. Right? Let me check. Steam.
So, tomorrow's...
Okay, yeah, we are so close. We're so close to finishing. So yeah, I just can't decide, because again, I already have... Okay, yeah, it came out November 21st, 2022. Okay. I just wanted to make sure of that. Cool, cool. Poggers, Poggerino.
I'm sure you're both right.
So yeah, like, dude, if that comes out, I would... If I can pick up a little bundle of that, that'd be sick.
Oh, no magic. Just
Let's do it.
Oh, but then there's also like the festival Miho acrylic. Like, there's so many things. Like, I was looking at the page last night while I was watching a show with a friend, and I wasn't actually like doing it while we were watching the show. Like, she walked away for a little bit, and then we took a little trip to McDonald's because she needed dinner and she didn't have anything to eat. So I was looking at it while she was walking away for a little bit, and while she was getting food. And I'm like, oh, there's so many things I want to get. There's so many things. I think I might wait. Honestly, I could just save the art books until after, because I don't want to look through the art book. Because again, I have the digital art book, and I super don't want to look through it until I finish the game, because I don't want to spoil anything. Like, I started to, and then I was like, oh no, I can't, I don't know what the spoilers. No, please. You know what I mean? So I might just get the acrylic standee, and then the keychain, or the acrylic standee, and then the Miho acrylics in the pumpkin. That'd be cool. Okay, arriving at the new... Okay. Okay, yep, it is just going to be the epilogue. That is different. That's cool. We're so close to getting the second ending. And then we're done with Aspen's route. That's so exciting, but I'm also so... I'm genuinely so sad. Like, Aspen is, like, near the top of my list. Like, I don't know exactly where she'd place, but she'd probably be in, like, the top 20 of, like, my favorite characters ever. I talked about it a lot in the last episode, but, like, she's, like, such a character who like speaks directly to me so hard, and every time and I talk about so much during our playthrough, like, oh, she's just like me. She's just hitting me with all these things that I've already been through before, or I'm currently going through, and it's like relating way too hard. So it's like it's hard for me to not like just love her, and she's also just so cute. She's such a dork and so fun, but she's also like so deep and has like so much going on, you know? It's not just as simple as cute girl, although that does help, but like she's also just such a well-written and rounded character, and I relate to her too much to not like her, essentially. Like that super does give her points, and like how much her story like has helped me on like genuinely has helped me, so that's exciting. And I've loved having this episode to just talk and gush about this game and about visual novels and how I want more people to try them and how I want more visual novels to not necessarily be written like Please Be Happy, but like be written in such a way that like everyone can get into them, you know? Like, again, visual novels do have that beginning part boring, you know? But then after like that part, like in Fate, I keep using Fate as the example because it's a popular one, and I've heard that complaint about Fate a lot, specifically, is that the beginning sucks. And I fully agree. But then, like, outside of, like, the beginning, it's so good.
Here.
Like, I don't think that there was actually, like, a time during the Fate visual novel where I'm like, dude, I'm so freaking bored right now. After you get past the intro. So I just want more stories to... I want more visual novels specifically to get better at introductions, essentially. That's all. Like, this game nails the introduction, which I think is, like, one of its strongest strengths. And the introduction is always, like, the hardest part of stories. Like, so many people will be like, hey... This show's good. The first, like, couple episodes are a little rough, though, and that always puts me off, because I'm like, oh... But just so you're asking me to make a huge time commitment to something that I'm not even going to be sure if I like immediately. Gosh, 80 Rosa, S-tier job. But just, I hope that you're... Listen. You're probably never going to watch this. You're probably never going to hear this. I hope, beyond anything, that when you look back on your life, you look at Please Be Happy and go, I made something special. I made something that resonates with so many people, has made people happy, has made people's lives better. Your work has helped me personally as a human being rethink my life and want to do things to be happy. That is what your work has done. It has touched me in a very special way, and I hope that you are proud of everything you've done, everything you and your entire team have done to make this game. It is something truly special. So thank you so much. But yeah, no, like, again, I think, like, one of the strongest parts of this game is just how strong the introduction is. It captures your attention just so immediately with the story and the setup and, like, the characters, and it has, like, a great sense of world building where, like, again, like, there are still things about the underworld that I don't necessarily understand, but it's not super integral to the story. You know what I mean? The writers understood, here's the important information, and here's the entertaining information, and then just gave that to us. And that's, like, the best, to me specifically, that's probably, like, the best way to do it. Like, I do like learning more about worlds, but, like, if it comes at the detriment of the story, the plot, and the pacing, then I'm like, we can leave that behind. So again, that's why, like, this game, it is something truly special. It is just incredibly well written, directed, voiced, and like stuff like this is so cool. Like, they put so much work into, like, even just, like, the credits, you know? Because, like, the whole point is, like, memories, and, like, these are our memories of the time we spent, like, here in Wellington with Aspen, you know? Like, it feels like every aspect of this game has been, like, thoroughly thought out, and it's sort of like I talked about, like, Breath of the Wild. I don't really like Breath of the Wild, but Nintendo and the Zelda team treated it like it's special, you know? Which helped me, like, which showed that they love what they made, they're confident in it, like, they're proud of it. And that's how this game feels. It feels like the team understood that they had something special here, so everyone put in their S-tier effort and skills with all their abilities and talents and everything to make, like, one of the best, like, stories I've ever experienced. So that's awesome. Okay, we have, like, the final ending for Aspen. Oh, I'm so excited. After months away, my first few breaths of Wellington air are the most refreshing I've ever had. Happy lopes alongside me. I'm just glad to be back. He's even worse on airships than I am, although we've both gotten better with them over the past few years. We walk along the familiar streets, past the library where I used to live, until we reach the house. I fumble with my keys for a second before letting us inside. Percy and Byron both scatter immediately, like they always do when they see Happy. I'm definitely not the person they were expecting to walk in. I don't take more than a couple minutes to enjoy the comfort of being home before I'm back out the door, leaving Happy with the cats. The bookstore isn't too far away. That was one of Aspen's conditions when we were looking for a place together. It's close to the Bell House, too. Although it's been more than a year since Aspen handed over the keys to that place to Lena, there are signs on the window of the bookshop advertising today's event, along with a picture of a familiar face. Wait, is this the one where she... Oh, I'm so excited for her. Oh my gosh. I step inside quietly, not wanting to interrupt anyone. There's a small line of people near the back, each waiting for their turn to approach the table where Aspen's sitting. Of course she doesn't notice when I walk in because she's busy talking to someone. I linger behind one of the bookshelves watching. Is she doing a book signing? Aspen waves a hand in greeting as a new person walks up, offering her their copy of her book. She signs it with a flourish, the hours she spent practicing her autograph paying off. Smiling, she hands it back, thanking them for coming by. Dude, she looks so freaking cute in this art, and I'm so, like, my heart is actually, like, it fluttered. As soon as I realized, like, what this was, that it was her book, that she's signing them, and she got it published, my heart, like, was doing flips. It's almost the end of her 2-hour signing session, and there are still a few copies left on the table beside her, but there are several folks around the store carrying their newly autographed books, and I'm sure there were plenty more earlier. As the last person in line steps up to the table, I go and take their place. Aspen signs the book and sends them on, stretching her fingers before looking at me. Oh, Miho's so cute. Oh my gosh, that's such a good outfit. Oh my gosh, both endings. Oh, they're so cute. Her face morphs from customer service smile to surprise as she actually notices me. I walk closer and hold up my copy of her book, the one I read on the airship ride over.
Hey, I'm not too late to get this signed, am I?
Miho! I thought you weren't supposed to be back for another week.
I wasn't. But I decided to come home early because I didn't want to miss this.
Aspen takes the book from my hands and signs it with a gold pen in her hands, drawing a little heart next to the end. Oh.
Thank you for being here. It means the world to me. You should have said you were coming, though.
But then it wouldn't have been a surprise.
You and your surprises. Well, this is certainly the best kind.
How'd the signing go? Happy and I just got back, so I couldn't have come any earlier.
It went well. Long, but well. My hand hasn't been this sore in ages. But I couldn't be happier. At least, not now that you're here. I was a little worried that no one would show up, but it's actually been somewhat busy. You just missed Mum and Dad, although they're staying in town overnight, so you'll have to come see them later.
Sounds good. I'll be here for a while. What about Juliet?
She and I are having dinner tonight. You'll come too, right? I know she'll want to see you as well.
Of course. I want to be there when your book goes up on the shelves.
Oh no, my mouse flew over onto the wrong side. I don't want to accidentally like crash this recording too.
You know, I hadn't even thought about that. Somewhere in the chaos of all this book release nonsense, I'd forgotten all about the library.
Good thing I came back early, huh?
Indeed. As much as I love being able to tell people how my wife is traveling around the world, saving animals, I much prefer having her here with me.
Oh, they actually said the wife word. Oh, like I figured that they were married in the last one, but like they didn't really say it. Like, oh my gosh, as soon as that happened, like, if you guys can't tell, I just have the biggest smile on my face right now. That made it even bigger hearing that. Smiling, I reach for my book, still in Aspen's hands.
Should we get going then?
But Aspen pulls it back just out of my reach.
Nope, you haven't paid yet.
She wants a little kiss.
Paid?
Yes, there's a special tax just for you.
Oh, what is it?
Although I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. Oh, I step closer as Aspen leans across the table to kiss me, holding onto it for support. In that moment, all the jet lag and aches and pains of travel melt away, replaced with pure bliss.
All right, now I'm ready to go.
Listen, I know they kiss so much throughout this story, but like every time they do, it's like the cutest, sweetest thing ever. Blue Pearl Crocus achieve Aspen's wild ending. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Like, there's a small part of me that's like,
Shall we pick
my personal canon ending is like, it's gonna be a mix of the two. I like the one where Aspen becomes like her rider because I like when people achieve their dreams. What can I say? I'm a sucker for people achieving their dreams, okay? And that was her dream, and I want her to be able to succeed in it and be happy, okay? But I also don't like the idea of Miho being gone all the time. But it also does make sense. It does actually make a lot of sense with her character. And neither ending are bad. Neither ending are bad. It's like, to me, if you combine like the two aspects, it's like a easy 11 out of 10 ending. But like both separately, they're still at like 10 out of 10 endings for me. For me personally. I don't know how everyone else feels about the endings. I'm sure people love them because how could you not? They're so sweet and cute. Like, what more could you ask for in terms of their ending? Like, again, it's just a fanboy in me going, oh, can we see their wedding? Can we see them, like, going through all, like, their honeymoon? Can we see... But, like, again, if it was up to me, it'd be like, can we just see this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then the developers would be like, hey, guy, we have to, like, end this eventually. Please stop. And it's like, fine, I guess we can let it end, whatever. But yeah, no, that was so cute. I love it. I love this game so much. And honestly, me taking a week off is simultaneously so it isn't over too fast. Like, again, while I'm okay with letting things end that I love, I also don't want to rush it, you know? And there are still other things that I need / want to do over this little break that I have. And I want to give myself a little bit of breathing, because I also don't want to burn myself out on this game. Like, hang on, wait. Time out. I took a little sneeze. I sneezed, sorry. I don't want to burn myself out on it. And while it is hard for me to burn myself out on something that I truly love this much, I am a little scared that I might. Because, again, I've recorded, like, 12 hours of this or something. Each episode's around, like, 24 to 30-ish minutes. Well, even then, there are several episodes that go on for, like, 40 minutes, and now this one's, like, an hour? So, I don't know, question mark. I don't really know how long I've recorded over the past, like, week, essentially, because I've recorded, this is episode 44. I was on episode 8. I was on episode 19 before this. That's when I had recorded. So that's, 25 episodes I've recorded? I did that math right. Yes, I did that math right. That's 25 episodes, and if you average it down to, like, 25 minutes... hang on, I'm gonna really quickly do 25 times... Is it 25 times 25? Let me check. Let me Chezity check. Calculator. 25 times 25. So I've recorded this for 625 minutes. Divide that by 60. I've recorded 10 hours and 41 minutes and 66 repeating seconds over the course of a week. I'm like, maybe that's a little, for some people it'd be a little much, but again, I've loved this. Like, if I didn't want, like, to me, I also want to go work out today. I also want to spend some time with my family. If I didn't have those plans, like, let's say if my family was going to all be out for the night and no one's going to be there, I would literally pop over, work out, come back, get onto Juliet's route. But again, I am slightly worried about burning myself out, and I would hate to do that, especially to my girl Juliet, who is just an S-tier character, S-tier friend, and I don't want to do that to her. I don't want to treat her bad. So yeah, with all that being said, gosh, I love this game. And it feels a little abrupt on my part ending, but again, I already did go over a lot of my thoughts generally on the game in the last one. So we'll probably repeat some of it when Juliet's route ends, when we actually get her second ending. Because I'm just going to go through naturally, pick my choices, and get my ending, essentially. Like, my ending with Aspen is the comfy ending, and I had to go back through to get the wild one, you know? I picked the choices that I liked. And that's how I'm going to look at Juliet's too, is I'm going to go through and get my ending. Then I'll go back through and get her second ending. And then when we get the second ending, then I'll talk about my general, like, thoughts on the game. And everything, because we'll have all the context at that point. But it's just going to be crazy. Because it's probably not going to be as long. Because I don't think I'm going to do the Tommy stuff in there. I'm probably going to do the Lena stuff just to get the play and, like, everything in there, because that could be different. But I don't know if I want to do the Tommy stuff, so it's probably going to be shorter than this, especially since, like, I actually still had to finish Chapter 3. Well, I need to go back to the choice, finish Chapter 3, but I had, like, barely made it through Chapter 3 at all when we started, like, this whole new session of Please Be Happy, essentially. So, like, Juliet's route is going to be shorter. It's probably not going to be 25 episodes long. It's probably going to be closer to, like, 20. So, but with all that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one when we start Juliet's route, and then Please Be Happy will be over, and I'm so sad, but I'm also so happy. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell through me having the Vtuber model now, especially since my face tracking's all out of whack, but the entire time I've been playing this game since day one, I've just been smiling. This game, I know I've talked about it a lot, but this game legitimately just makes me so happy. It's so wonderful. It's so incredible. It's like, again, I don't want to keep talking it up too much because I don't want to keep repeating myself to people who've heard it a million times. This game has, like, it's impacted me. It's done it in a way that like I haven't really been impacted by other stories before. And again, that's how you know you have something truly special. So yeah, I'm really glad I randomly found this one day while I was browsing for visual novels. If I hadn't, I don't even know. Because like again, this has given me so much like thought and perspective in the past week that I've been playing it. And even before that, the other 19 episodes I recorded before we came back to it legitimately just like helped me. It helped make me happy, and that's all it's wanting to do, really, which is super awesome. But yeah, with all of that being said, I will see all you beautiful people in the next one when we start Juliet's route. Bye-bye!